The plaza is bustling with energy right now, as the awakening ceremony unfolds before everyone's eyes. Students form a long line, each stepping up to the awakening staley one by one and placing their hands on it to unlock their class, seeing the previous group only get life skills classes. Blonde-haired Fong Dung smirks in contempt, spewing insults about how the whole morning has been nothing but trash, and not even a single support class has appeared. The moment he finishes speaking, the group of Hangerson immediately rushes forward to chime in and agree with him. They flatter Fong Dung, saying he awakened as a great sword warrior right off the bat, a rare class that those losers could never compare to. Fong Dung is still riding high on his ego when suddenly, someone slams hard into his shoulder. Before he can even speak, his sycophants scream out, demanding to know who dares to touch their big brother Fong. Sorry about that, I am in a bit of a rush. The person turns his head to say a brief sentence, his cold aura making the person opposite him flinch and pull back. The group intending to cause trouble immediately shuts their mouths, not daring to make a peep. Fong Dung sees the person's face clearly, his lips curling into a vicious smile as he mutters that it turns out to be him. His underlings are surprised seeing that reaction, thinking it must be some young master to dare act so arrogant. Fong Dung frowns and snaps back, asking what is so impressive about that guy. He recounts how the Lam family was mysteriously wiped out, and that brat Lam Han is the only bastard child left, revealing him as the main character. Lam Han walks up to the awakening stele, and whispers start rippling through the crowd. Fong Dung yells the loudest, mocking the genius who once topped the school but is now trash, asking how he even dares to awaken. Trash will always be trash. What kind of delusional dreams are you having? Lam Han just smirks, not bothering to let those words enter his ears. In his eyes, Fong Dung is just a weak chicken showing off next to girls, thinking being rare makes him superior to others. Lam Han reaches out to let him understand what true talent is, his hand touching the awakening stele. Golden light bursts forth instantly, a blinding radiance flooding out. In the hazy air above, the silhouette of a god slowly manifests. The light is so intense that onlookers have to squint, some not even able to keep their eyes open. It is a strange scene, something no one has ever witnessed before. Fong Dung grinds his teeth, refusing to believe useless Lam Han could cause such a phenomenon, fearing if he rises up, his own rare class will become a joke. The result appears. Lam Han has awakened a hidden class, the Beast Tamer. Someone sneers. Saying such a huge phenomenon resulted in just a beast tamer, wondering if he should be called a genius or a piece of trash. Lam Han intends to leave, but just as he turns around, he faces Fong Dung's provocative smile amidst the crowd. Trash remains trash forever. Do you seriously think you can turn the tables? You have to know, if the power of the beast you summon is not enough, then you are nothing but garbage. Fong Dung is confident because raising beasts needs resources, and Lam Han is a broke orphan from a ruined family. He gets more aggressive, spreading his legs and telling him to crawl through to get money for a mad dog contract. Lam Han digs in his ear. Annoyed. He did not plan to care, but since he was provoked, he has to reply. Oh, is this not little brother Fong Dung, the guy who has nothing but his class? I do not need money for borrowing, because with you here, why would I need to buy any other mad dogs? Fong Dung realizes the insult, and his anger explodes. He clenches his fist, rushing forward, wanting to use this chance to smash Lam Han's face in. No one expects what happens right at this moment. Out of nowhere, a beautiful woman suddenly rushes in. Her high heel slams straight onto Fong Dung's head. He falls face first, humiliated in front of all those eyes. Who the hell are you to dare run your mouth at my student? Get lost now, before I skin you alive. The beauty is named Bak Bang, arrogant and irritable, with strength that is anything but ordinary. As soon as he sees her appear, Fong Dung's face instantly turns pale, his momentum vanishing completely. He does not dare to hesitate, dragging his gang along as he hurriedly retreats. Bak Bang is just a teacher, but the Bak family is an existence he dares not touch. Even though he hates Lam Han, Fong Dung has to swallow his anger and settle it another day. Once the crowd is gone, Bak Bang turns to Lam Han. Not bad. Kid, you actually awakened a hidden class? Miss Bak, please stop teasing me. Lam Han replies while scratching his head. Bak Bang's eyes immediately sharpen, and the atmospheric pressure drops. She didn't say another word, just went straight for a headlock. You little brat, how many times have I told you, when we're outside of school? You have to call me sis. You actually dared to sneak out here for the awakening. You've really got some nerve. Ow, ow, ow. Lam Han gasped for air, frantically begging for mercy. Sis Bang, my dear Sis Bang, please, take it easy on me. Only after hearing those two magic words, Sis Bang, did Bak Bang give a soft and finally let go of him. Then, she pulled out a bank card and handed it to Lam Han. Everyone knows that being a beast tamer is like throwing money into a bottomless pit. Everyone knows that, so she wanted to give him some capital to find a halfway decent tamed beast. After all, raising your strength is the priority right now. Got it. Lam Han didn't stand on ceremony. He took the card with a bright grin, but ended up getting smacked again for it. Thank you, Sis Bang. I promise I'll pay you back properly in the future. You little punk. Don't get too cocky, or I'll crush your skull right here and now. After the ceremony finally ended, and after taking quite a beating from Bak Bang, Lam Han immediately rushed back home and locked the door tight behind him. Only then did he finally let out a long sigh of relief. A smug smile crept onto his face. Now was the time for Lam Han to make his big move. His confidence back at the plaza came from the fact that he already possessed a system. Now that the awakening was complete, the god-level beast taming system could finally be officially activated. In the past, Lam Han was the young master of the Lam family, the top clan in the entire city. But 3 years ago, the clan was wiped out during a massive monster wave, and he was the only survivor. Well, that's not entirely accurate. The original Lam Han survived initially, but then he died from a heart attack caused by overwhelming grief. In that exact moment, a different Lam Han from another world transmigrated into this body. At the same time, he received a system that would only activate after the awakening ceremony. After 3 years of waiting, today was finally the day. He was officially stepping onto the path of a main character. Currently, he is a first-turn beast tamer, level 1, strength 70, agility 50, spirit 110, physique 60, no equipment, and possessing 3 basic skills. The moment it activated, the system issued the first mission titled, Luck Can Save the Unlucky. Money Can Change Destiny. The content was very simple. Just spend 10,000 Thenlong credits to unlock the ultimate gacha mode. It promised to make him taller, stronger, and tougher. Lam Han tightly gripped the card Bak Bang had given him. He gritted his teeth and spoke to the system. I just got my hands on a little bit of cash, and you're already drooling over it. Fine. Take it. Let's see what kind of tricks you've got up your sleeve. The instant the money was deducted, the space right in front of Lam Han shifted immediately. It felt like he was falling into the cosmos. While he was still bewildered, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, you have completed the side quest. Luck can save the unlucky. Money can change destiny, thereby activating the ultimate cheat mode. Unlocking super rare tamed beast. A series of cards appeared right before Lam Han's eyes, but the images on them were all blurred out. He could only see dark silhouettes, but it was obvious they were all in the shape of women. Lam Han was getting even more confused, while the system continued its announcement. Detected that host is only a first-turn profession, currently capable of unlocking 1 tamed beast. Unlocked, 0. Every 10 levels corresponds to 1 turn. Each promotion allows contracting only 1 tamed beast. Choosing incorrectly at the start will directly impact combat power. Lam Han had thrown every cent Bak Bang gave him into this mission. He didn't have anything left to buy another beast. The cards provided by the system surely couldn't be bad, so he decisively picked one at random. The moment his finger touched the card, a blinding light exploded instantly. The moment of truth had arrived. Lam Han's first tamed beast appeared. The system immediately sent a congratulatory notification. He had activated one of the 10 primordial vicious beasts. The tamed beast was named the Heavenly Horned Ant. Lam Han stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the tiny creature sitting on his fingertip. He had spent a fortune, and all he got in return was a single ant. His mind went completely blank. He even started thinking about asking for a refund, but the system announced that the contract was already complete, and the Heavenly Horned Ant began evolving into its second form. Damn it, is this a forced sale or what? I don't have time to sign a contract with a freaking ant, Lam Han screamed, but the evolution was already finished, and the Heavenly Horned Ant immediately entered its battle state. Lam Han stood there, stunned once again. The tiny ant from before had transformed into a gorgeous young woman with platinum blonde hair. This situation was way beyond his expectations, since the system even allowed evolution. Tomorrow's test was basically in the bag. The next morning, the training grounds in the Shadow Mountain Range were packed with students. The first leveling session had officially begun. Bak Bang was absent due to an emergency, so her replacement was Tao Sung, an instructor famous for being strict, who was standing up front giving instructions. Lam Han, however, only had eyes for the beautiful ant girl on his shoulder. It was a good thing she evolved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to show his face with just a regular ant. Suddenly, someone tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Little lamb, have you found a tamed beast yet? If not, let's team up. I'm a warrior, Long Tien Qiu, Lam Han's close friend, said with a smile. Before he could answer, Fong Dung's voice rang out, full of arrogance. Don't have one yet. Let me help you catch a few spares. Lam Han, you should learn to bark like a dog. If you do, I'll give you a few tamed beasts. Lam Han fell silent for a beat, unable to understand this guy's obsession. Then he asked, "Who is the dog scolding?" Fong Dung was gloating, so he fell right into the trap. Laughing, he said, "The dog is scolding you." Obviously, as soon as the words left his mouth, he froze, and his face instantly changed. "Ah, you dare to mock me. Are you tired of living?" He swung his fist and rushed forward, confident because he knew Bak Bang wasn't there to stop him. Unexpectedly, the punch was easily blocked by Lam Han. Lam Han glanced at him arrogantly, his voice mocking. "Is that all you've got? Did you forget to eat your dog food today?" Fong Dung was held tight, unable to move a muscle, sweat pouring down his face. A beast tamer was stronger than a warrior. He suspected Bak Bang must have given Lam Han some kind of treasure. Luckily, Tao Sung spoke up. "Lam Han, it's your turn. What are you standing there for? Get into the teleportation gate, now." Long Tian Kyo was worried and wanted to go with him, but Lam Han refused, saying he could handle it himself. In the end, Lam Han stepped in alone, not joining his best friend. Fong Dung grew even more smug. He had already arranged things so that Lam Han wouldn't be coming back from this trial. Tao Sung didn't originally have a grudge, but because he had feelings for Bak Bang and saw how she always protected Lam Han, jealousy flared up. He teamed up with Fong Dung to get rid of the boy. The moment he stepped through the teleportation gate, Lam Han appeared in the territory of the Gale Wolves. This was a silver-level grinding area for high levels. People at the first transition weren't allowed here. He was stunned, and a suspicion rose in his heart that Tao Sung had done this on purpose. Before he could finish the thought, the sound of wolves howling echoed from behind. The Gale Wolves had appeared. Wolves never traveled alone. A pack of hungry wolves surrounded him. Any other first transition person would have been dead long ago. But if Tao Sung wanted to kill Lam Han, he was punching above his weight class. He tapped the ant on his shoulder lightly. "Ah, Nat, wake up. We've got work to do." Hearing her master's command, the heavenly horned ant slowly opened her eyes. Immediately after, the heavenly horned ant shifted into combat mode, her aura changing completely. The anthumanoid, named An Hat by Lam Han, had silver hair cascading down. Her amber pupils shone clearly, and her appearance was incredibly striking. Nat stood protectively in front of Lam Han, facing the pack of Gale Wolves without wavering a bit. "Master, I am ready." Her status as one of the 10 primordial beasts gave her complete confidence. The heavenly horned ant was currently at level 10. Strength 800, agility 700, spirit 600, constitution 900. She possessed level 10 enhancement, which increased basic attributes by 30%, and level 10 great strength, which boosted power by 50%. "All right, let's see just how formidable the power of the 10 primordial beasts really is," Lam Han replied calmly. Right at that moment, the system automatically triggered the first battle mission, requiring the elimination of 10 ferocious beasts. The reward for completing the mission was 100 beast taming points. As soon as Anat made her move, she displayed an overwhelming ferocity. With just simple punches, she completely suppressed the wolf pack before her. 7 Gale Wolves were wiped out in less than a minute. Lam Han witnessed it with his own eyes and couldn't help clapping in admiration. Truly worthy of the title, one of the 10 great beasts, the heavenly horned ant was only level 10 right now. If she continued to grow, her power would be even more unfathomable. The experience points from the pack of Gale Wolves helped Lam Han level up to level 6, although he couldn't compare to Anat. His strength was already nearly on par with common combat classes. "Master, the battle is over." Anat retracted her power, transforming back into the form of a harmless little ant. Even though she was a primordial beast from ancient times, almost no one at the same level could compare to her power. However, her innocent appearance made it hard to associate her with the title of a ferocious beast. Lam Han unconsciously patted her head, only for a gnat to grab his hand and hold it tight. "Master, please rest assured." The sudden intimate contact made Lam Han slightly flustered, and his face turned bright red. He did not realize that he and Anat were being watched by a group of people. They whispered among themselves. Tao Sung said it was just a kid. "But who is that girl?" "I don't know. But she took down a Gale Wolf with her bare hands. Her strength is not simple. Besides, look at that figure in beauty. She is truly a rare, top-tier gem. Boss, she is even more beautiful than Bak Bang. Maybe we should." Their evil intentions were slowly revealed. Tao Sung was worried the wolves were not enough, so he had arranged for extra assassins, who were now plotting to strike. Seeing how strong Anat was, the leader decided that all 3 of them would join forces to ambush her, aiming to take her down first and then kill Lam Han. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, he turned around to find Anat standing right behind him, her face filled with murderous, killing intent. She was controlling one assassin by the neck with one hand, while the other guy had already collapsed. "You want to go against my master?" Anat asked in a cold, chilling voice. The leader was scared out of his wits. he realized his opponent was at least above level 20. And, on his own, he stood absolutely no chance. Thinking this, he immediately turned around and ran for his life. But escaping was not that simple, because Lam Han had already ordered a nut to hunt him down. As he ran, he gritted his teeth in frustration. He could not understand who Lam Han was, or how he had such a high-level bodyguard. While he was busy dodging the threat from behind, he failed to notice the claws waiting for him right in front. The result was that he died a miserable death under those cold, sharp claws. Anat, stop. Lam Han saw what was happening and shouted loudly to stop her. Anat immediately stopped and stood in front of him to protect him. It was clear that she was also on high alert against the new danger that had just appeared, because that was the Gale Wolf King, the leader of the wolf pack from earlier, level 22. Its power was absolutely something that could not be underestimated. Save me. A weak cry rang out from under the Wolf King's paws. The assassin was still alive, but right after that, the Gale Wolf King stomped down hard. There was only a short gasp, and then complete silence. Clearly, the assassin was dead. The Wolf King bared its teeth, its ferocious eyes locking tightly onto Lam Han and Anat. The system immediately activated a boss-level quest, requiring the elimination of the Gale Wolf King. The posted reward was 200 beast-taming points. Looking at level 22, Lam Han felt this would not be easy to deal with. He lowered his voice and told Anat to temporarily retreat to avoid any losses. Anat did not reply, but she clearly had no intention of backing down. The corners of her lips even curled up into a smile filled with confident aura. Seeing that expression, Lam Han understood that retreating was hopeless. In this state, she would not stop until she had fought a proper battle. Then go ahead, Anat, destroy it for me. As soon as the order was given, Anat shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind. The Gale Wolf King opened its mouth wide and let out a fierce roar, sending a wave of pressure spreading across the entire area. Lam Han was shaken until his ears went numb, but Anat remained calm and completely unwavering. She continued to charge straight forward, her speed undiminished, her eyes locked tight on the target. Just as she intended to use her old tactics, Anat was immediately met with a powerful and brutal counterattack from the Wolf King. The Gale Wolf King unleashed a powerful strike, knocking Anat high into the air. It gave her absolutely no chance to adjust her posture or land safely. The Wolf King activated its skill, Gale Flash Step, and its massive body shot upwards. Its cold, sharp claws slashed down again, striking Anat right in midair. The heavy blow caused Anat to crash violently into the ground. Compared to the massive size of her opponent, her small body looked completely outmatched and at a disadvantage. The Gale Wolf King raised its claws high and continued to rush in to attack Anat. A barrage of attacks rained down on her one after another without pausing. This made it difficult for Anat to turn the tide, even though she was trying her best to defend herself. Lam Han could clearly see that his beast was under immense pressure. The level gap was too obvious, preventing Anat from gaining any advantage. The Wolf King grew more ferocious with every strike, its aura completely dominating the entire battlefield. At the same time, a few other Gale Wolves silently circled around to the back, aiming straight for Lam Han. This pack had absolutely no intention of a head-on clash. They were clearly planning to ambush him from behind. Luckily, Lam Han's stats had already been significantly boosted by the system. His current strength was now approaching the level of a standard warrior. Lam Han immediately spun around to engage, facing the 7 closing wolves head-on. In just a brief moment, he had already taken down 2 of them. Anat had already defeated 7 of them earlier, so the quest to eliminate 10 beasts was nearly complete. Seizing the momentum, Lam Han charged forward and clamped both hands tightly around a Gale Wolf's snout. With a sudden burst of power, the wolf was quickly and completely incapacitated. Just like that, Lam Han's first battle quest was officially marked as complete. The system immediately registered the achievement and rewarded him with 100 beast taming points. With the quest done, Lam Han immediately ordered Anat to unleash her furious strike. This was an active skill of the heavenly horned ant, requiring 100 beast taming points to awaken. The effect deals damage equal to her full power, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Upon receiving the order, Anat didn't hesitate and immediately activated the skill. First, she used Gale Flash, completely vanishing from the Wolf King's field of view. The Gale Wolf King had originally been gaining the upper hand. Suddenly losing track of its opponent made it unable to control its rage. It frantically scanned the surroundings, but couldn't find a trace of a gnat. At that very moment, a gnat suddenly reappeared right in front of its face. Her explosive speed was so fast that the opponent had absolutely no time to react. As soon as the Wolf King entered her striking range, a gnat unleashed all the power she had been holding back. The attack tore through the target's body, and the boss-level quest was instantly completed. The Gale Wolf King was officially eliminated. Lam Han received 200 beast taming points and 1,500 experience points. Looking at the motionless corpse of the level 22 Wolf King gave him chills. Finished in a single move, this was the true power of a ferocious beast. Fortunately, she was on Lam Han's side. If she were an enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. While Anat was still basking in the glow of victory, the system sent another notification. The notification stated that the Gale Wolves and the Wolf King had dropped weapons, which were automatically stored in his inventory. The attack stance and fury state were also deactivated. Anat quickly returned to her usual innocent demeanor. "Master, I beat those bad dogs to death." She cheered happily and threw herself straight into Lam Han's arms. Whoa. Calm down a little, Lam Han said. The soft sensation pressing against him made him feel both shy and awkward. Yet, he didn't really want to push her away. Immediately after, Anat's energy seemed to drain completely away. Her eyes grew hazy. "Master, I'm so tired, so sleepy." After saying that, she collapsed to the ground, fell into a deep sleep, and started snoring softly. Lam Han let out an involuntary chuckle. He reached out and patted her head. "You've worked hard. Go ahead and get some rest." Anat shrank back into her small ant form. Lam Han placed her on his shoulder to rest, then started checking his inventory. The feeling of fighting monsters and getting loot drops felt strangely familiar. This system really had turned his life into an online game, just like in his previous life. Curious, Lam Han opened the inventory to check out the special weapon that dropped from the Wolf King. It's the Wolf Fang Claw, a silver tier item. It's an exclusive drop from the Gale Wolf King, requiring level 22. It boosts strength by 50 and agility by 80, with a max durability of 80. It even comes with a short-term berserk effect, increasing all stats by another 50% when the user takes damage. Lam Han's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. This kind of luck was absolutely heaven-defying. That wasn't all, though. The regular Gale Wolves also dropped a weapon, a bronze tier ice staff requiring level 10. It increases magic power by 50 and has 50 durability. It also has a passive freezing effect, giving every attack a 30% chance to momentarily freeze the target. It couldn't compare to the Wolf Fang Claw, but it would sell for a decent price. Lam Han was very satisfied, planning to wait for Anat to recover before continuing to hunt monsters to level up and make money. After that, he took a moment to check his own level. Completing 2 consecutive missions had officially pushed him to level 10. It was time to undergo his second-class advancement if he wanted to keep leveling up. Lam Han clicked his tongue in amazement. He didn't expect a single Wolf King to boost his experience bar so quickly. It looked like his plan to keep grinding monsters for money wasn't necessary for the time being. However, before leaving, Lam Han still needed to interrogate the 2 surviving assassins to find out who was pulling the strings. It seemed like things weren't going to be boring at all in the near future. A few hours later, Tao Sung and the medical team were already waiting outside the teleportation gate. He estimated the students were about to return and ordered the team to be ready for checkups and treatment. But a cruel thought flickered in his mind: some wouldn't be lucky enough to come back. Like Lam Han, Tao Sung suddenly heard someone shouting his name. He turned around to see Bak Bang approaching, her face icy and her anger unconcealed. "Miss Bak, what brings you here?" "I'm just picking up the students from the trial. You can leave it to me." "Why go through the trouble of running over here?" Tao Sung immediately feigned innocence the moment he saw her, acting as if Lam Han's situation had nothing to do with him. But Bak Bang didn't beat around the bush. Her sharp gaze cut straight to the chase. "About Lam Han's trial. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" "Oh, Miss Bak, I know you and Lam Han are close, but as teachers, we have to be fair to every student. I have some experience in these matters. Why don't you follow me somewhere quiet so we can talk more thoroughly?" Tao Sung replied with a smirk, his shameless words pushing Bak Bang to her limit. A blade flashed. Bak Bang drew her knife and held it against his throat, repeating her previous question in a cold voice. "Tao Sung, regarding Lam Han, I need an explanation." Knowing her temper well, Tao Sung broke into a cold sweat. He waved his hands and played dumb. "Miss Bak, I really don't understand what you mean." Bak Bang snorted coldly and exposed him right then and there. "Lam Han is just a newly awakened beast to mare, yet you dared to send him into a silver rank training zone. It's hard enough to protect yourself there, let alone find a beast to fight. Do you think the Lam family has no one left, so you can do whatever you want?" Tao Sung skillfully pushed the blade away and forced a laugh. "Miss Bak, you've misunderstood. I had my reasons for doing that. Lam Han has awakened as a beast tamer. How can he level up quickly without undergoing a difficult trial? Besides, I didn't send him to die. I even arranged for 3 assistant teachers to secretly protect him." The lie rolled off his tongue without a hint of shame. The 3 assassins arranged to take Lam Han's life had now become protective assistants in his story. Bak Bang sheathed her knife, her eyes still cold. Before leaving, she didn't forget to issue a warning. "If Lam Han doesn't return safely, I will definitely settle this score with you." All right, all right, Tao Sung replied while rubbing his neck with a smile, outwardly complying but plotting something else entirely within. You only talk big now. Wait until you see Lam Han's corpse. I'll see how long you can stay tough. A vicious thought crossed his mind. He even imagined the scene of Bok Bang being forced to bow her head. He couldn't help but let out a mockingly sarcastic smile. Just then, someone reported that the students participating in the trial had started to return. The first person to step out was Lan Lang Tuyet, a rare storm mage and one of the twin prodigies. The crowd outside immediately erupted. It's Lan Lang Tuyet. As expected, she's back first. The twin prodigies really live up to their reputation. Lam Han isn't even worth comparing. Following her was Fong Dung, who came out grinning and flattering her, as expected of the school's top student, returning even before me. He ignored Lan Lang Tuyet's icy expression and kept following her, bragging that since they were both geniuses, they should be closer. Fong Dung even tried to put his arm around her shoulder, but Lan Lang Tuyet dodged to the side, leaving him hugging the air in embarrassment. If it were the old Lam Han, I might consider it, but as for you, forget it, Lan Lang Tuyet said bluntly. Her remark made Fong Dung's face twist in anger. The third person to leave the teleportation gate was Long Thien Q. As soon as he came out, the chubby boy hurriedly asked everyone if his brother had completed the trial yet. The response was a contemptuous sneer from Fong Dung. I didn't expect a fatty like you to survive. Pure luck. But your friend probably wasn't so lucky. Lam Han died inside the secret realm. Long Thien Kyo was trembling with rage, almost rushing in to fight him right there. Fong Dung still wouldn't stop, deliberately tossing out a few more words to provoke him. It wasn't until Tao Sung roared out loud, "Shut your mouths, every last one of you. Long Thien Kyo. What is Lam Han? Your daddy or something? Focus on improving your own strength and quit worrying about other people's business." After saying that, he shooed the boy aside, and seeing this made Fong Dung look even more smug than before. But Long Thien Kyo stood his ground, firmly believing that Lam Han would definitely make it back. A while later, more and more students started coming out, and Fong Dung's lackeys eventually showed up too, immediately crowding around to kiss up to him the second they got back. Long Thien Kyo was getting more anxious by the minute, wondering why Lam Han still hadn't come out, even though everyone else was already back. The gang of lackeys burst into laughter, spouting curses and claiming that since early-stage beast tamers are so weak, Lam Han must have already died under the claws of some savage beast. Right at that moment, a stone came flying out of the teleportation gate. It smacked the guy who was cursing right in the head, then ricocheted off and hit Fong Dung too, leaving both of them clutching their heads and yelping in pain. Long Thien Kyo's eyes lit up immediately, because he recognized that the person who threw the rock was none other than his best bud. I was having so much fun I lost track of time. Since when did this school have so many noisy dogs barking around? Lam Han said as he casually walked out of the teleportation gate. There wasn't a single scratch on him, and he certainly didn't look like a dead man, so Long Thien Kyo immediately rushed over to him. Bok Bang breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lam Han. Not seeing him earlier had made her so tense she felt like her heart was in her throat. She could finally let go of that burden. But while some were happy, others were clearly annoyed, especially Tao Sung, who remembered sending 3 people after him. Yet Lam Han had still returned safe and sound. Lam Han. Count yourself lucky this time, but don't expect me to let you off the hook that easily, Tao Sung thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Fong Dung obviously wasn't happy either, but unlike Tao Sung, he went straight to mocking him. Humph. What good is a beast tamer without a beast anyway? You probably just went in there and hid in a corner the whole time, didn't you? Before Lam Han could even open his mouth to reply, Long Thien Kyo was so angry he snapped back. Fong Dung. Are you actually stupid or just pretending? You think everyone gets coddled and protected like you do. Whether I'm protected or not, why don't you try me and find out? But this useless beast tamer hid in the Shadow Mountain Range for so long before daring to come out. What a coward. Fong Dung continued to provoke them. Long Thien Kyo was shaking with rage and about to charge forward, but Lam Han reached out a hand to stop him. In front of everyone, Lam Han spoke coldly. With your level, you're not even worthy to carry my beast's shoes. That comment made Fong Dung furious, and he immediately issued a challenge. Is that so? Do you dare to fight me? If you win, I'll give you 100,000 Sky Dragon coins, but if you lose, you have to kneel down, kowtow, and call me Grandpa. Lam Han nodded and agreed immediately. There was no reason to refuse a chance to make money and teach him a lesson at the same time. Long Thien Kyo anxiously tried to stop him. Lam Han. Don't be rash. The instructor is still here. Mr. Tao, this is a private matter between us. I hope you won't interfere, Lam Han said bluntly. Tao Sung didn't object, since he was certain Lam Han couldn't win, and he even emphasized that they had to stick to the bet. claiming that honesty was something Nachung High School valued highly. In reality, he was just waiting to see the scene where Lam Han knelt down and called Fong Dung his grandpa. Bok Bang stood to the side, and seeing the confident look in Lam Han's eyes, she didn't try to stop him. She knew that look meant he was certain of victory. The bet was officially established right there in front of everyone. Long Tien Qiu still wasn't reassured, so he spoke up. Mr. Tao, I'm not part of the bet, but I'm Lam Han's brother, so please let me go with him. Fong Dung was a level 3 great sword warrior, while Long Tien Qiu was only a level 2 berserker, so Fong Dung completely looked down on him. But no one expected that Lam Han had already met the conditions for his second job advancement. When Fong Dung revealed his level, the crowd immediately erupted into a buzz of excitement. Level 3 already. Brother Fong, you're truly amazing. A rare class really makes a difference. His lackeys started sucking up to him endlessly. Long Tien Qiu panicked a little. A rare class that was also a level higher meant the gap in power wasn't small at all. After showing off, Fong Dung pointed at Lam Han and said arrogantly, "Your turn. Long Tien Qiu is only level 2, so how could a useless loser like you possibly be any higher? I think you two should just kneel down and call me grandpa right now to save time." Long Tien Qiu was fuming, but Lam Han remained calm and said, "Fatty, don't worry. His strength isn't even enough for me to take seriously." He patted his friend's shoulder, then turned to Fong Dung, his voice full of confidence. "Just level 3. Even if I had to start over, I'd still leave you in the dust." Then Lam Han directly revealed his level, since he hadn't advanced his class yet. He was currently a level 10 beast tamer. As soon as the number appeared, the crowd fell dead silent in shock. Fong Dung's face changed instantly. In his eyes, a beast tamer was supposed to be useless, so it was impossible for one to level up that fast. Even Lan Lang Tu Yet had never achieved something like this, so he immediately suspected that Lam Han was cheating. "Just because you can't do it, you think no one else can either. Do you even know what a hidden class is?" Lam Han replied coldly. The battle was over before it even began, the outcome already decided. Everyone understood the gap between level 3 and level 10. Lam Han turned to Tao Sung. "Mr. Tao, I won. Remember to be my witness and help me keep an eye on Fong Dung. Don't let him welch on the debt." After speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something. "Oh, that's right. I reached level 10 thanks to those teaching assistants protecting me. Please pass on my thanks and respect to them." Hearing this, Tao Sung's face turned deathly pale. He did not expect Lam Han to know he had sent people to harm him, and he even worried about having that leverage used against him. But Tao Sung could not let a brat ruin his status. A vicious thought immediately sprang into his mind. He had to silence Lam Han completely today. To the side, Lan Lang Tuyet quietly observed Lam Han. Her face showed no emotion, but she was inwardly shaken, seeing him reach level 10 in such a short time. The Academy's male genius seemed to be rising again. Lan Lang Tuyet was naturally competitive, resolving in her heart to surpass him sooner or later. Currently, her Storm Mage class had reached level 5, far exceeding most students. "Sisbang, aren't you busy with important matters? Why did you run over here?" Only after everything was settled did Lam Han walk over to Bok Bang. "I finished the work, so I came. This is my responsibility anyway. How could I ignore it?" Bok Bang replied very naturally. Long Tien Qiu stood by excitedly, patting Lam Han's shoulder while bragging that his friend reached level 10 in just a few short hours. Give him more time, and he would surely become famous throughout the world. At that very moment, Bok Bang's expression suddenly changed, but it was not because of Lam Han's level. It was because Tao Sung launched a surprise attack from behind, killing intent clearly visible. He wanted to strike Lam Han right in the middle of the crowd. Bok Bang did not have time to think. Facing the powerful strike, she only managed to push Lam Han and Long Tien Qiu to the side. Immediately after, Bok Bang blocked it head-on. "Tao Sung, what the hell are you doing? Attacking a student is a violation of Academy regulations. Bok Bang, do not try to scare me with Academy regulations." At this point, Tao Sung's anger had completely clouded his reason. He was determined to send Lam Han to the afterlife today, no matter who stood up to stop him. Bok Bang's strength was ultimately still a level below Tao Sung's. She was knocked to the ground but still struggled to get up, not backing down an inch. As long as she was standing here, no one was allowed to bully Lam Han. Long Tien Qiu was shouting encouragement from the sidelines, but Lam Han had already seen that Bok Bang was no match for him. Continuing would only cause her to suffer. Sure enough, Bok Bang's attacks were all easily suppressed by Tao Sung. Her reaction only made him even more aggressive. "You bastard. I didn't expect you to risk your life to protect Lam Han like that. My sincerity has been thrown to the dogs," Tao Sung roared, reaching out his hand. He grabbed Bok Bang's ankle and hoisted her upside down. His hand continued to move forward, intending to take advantage of the situation to do something indecent, but that intention failed. because right at that critical moment, Lam Han rushed in. Tao Sung was so focused on Bak Bang that he completely missed the kick coming his way. By the time he realized it, his vision went blurry. Lam Han's kick knocked his body completely off balance. Reflexively, Tao Sung let go of Bak Bang. She stumbled, losing her balance, but Lam Han caught her in time. Sis Bang. Are you okay? Lam Han asked softly. Bak Bang let out a breath, saying she was fine even though her heart was still racing. Lam Han turned to Tao Sung, who had fallen to the ground, his voice full of mockery. Mr. Tao, how does a kick from a level 10 taste? You suddenly attacked like that. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, I can totally let you taste the power of a human-rank beastmaster again. Tao Sung was furious, pointing straight at Lam Han's face and screaming, Lam Han, don't think I don't know how you got to level 10. I sent 3 level 15 teaching assistants to follow you closely, and now not a single one has returned. You definitely went crazy and killed them to exchange for experience points. Clearly, Tao Sung was the one with evil intentions, but now he was dumping all the blame on Lam Han, accusing him of being cruel and unworthy of being a student at the first high school. He claimed to be acting on behalf of heaven to enforce justice, intending to deal with him right there on the spot. After speaking, he struggled to stand up, but this time, before he could even make a move, a corpse fell down right in front of him. It was the leader of the group who had been finished off by the Gale Wolf King. Tao Sung's eyes flashed with terror, then quickly shifted to a cold smile. Ah, Hao is dead. Then the other 2 probably didn't survive either. Dead men tell no tales. Let's see how this brat can fight back today without any evidence. Thinking this, Tao Sung immediately accused Lam Han with absolute firmness. Lam Han calmly replied that he saw someone dead in the haunted mountain range. Because I was kind, I just brought the body out, unlike someone who sent their underlings to throw their lives away. Even at a point like this, he still has the nerve to shamelessly wash his hands of all responsibility. Lam Han walked over to the corpse, crouched down, and lowered his voice significantly. My dear brother, even in death you're being used as a human shield. If you hold a grudge, go haunt him in the middle of the night. Don't come looking for me. Hearing this, Tao Sung felt a pang of guilt, and his expression flickered for a moment. The more panicked he got, the more reckless he became. He clenched his fists and rushed forward, intending to break Lam Han's limbs to shut him up. Bak Bang and Long Tien Qiu were startled by the sight. The killing intent was undeniable, and everyone worried that Lam Han was in grave danger. But the target of the attack seemed completely unbothered, and even deliberately provoked his opponent. Heh heh. Did I hit a nerve? Teach. Is that why you're so mad? It's truly hard to believe a teacher would order someone to kill a student. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lam Han completely dodged Tao Sung's punch. Shut your mouth. I'm doing this to avenge a Hao, Tao Sung roared. Whether it was revenge or simply silencing a witness, he knew the truth best. Lam Han also knew the guy really wanted to take his life, but after reaching level 10, his strength and speed had increased drastically. Facing Tao Sung right now, Lam Han was calm enough to maneuver with ease. Fong Dung and his crew stood on the sidelines, making no effort to hide their malice, loudly egging Tao Sung on to hit harder. Fueled by the agitation, Tao Sung's murderous aura surged even higher, especially since he couldn't land a single hit. He frantically threw punch after punch, but even with increased speed, he couldn't touch Lam Han. Doubt started to creep into his heart. Even a level 20 warrior would struggle to do this. On the flip side, Lam Han understood that dragging this out would be disadvantageous. Tao Sung's actual power was far superior, and a long fight would only hurt him. But he never intended to decide the winner with just his fists and feet. Thinking this, Lam Han pulled the ice staff he had just received out of his inventory. The required level to use it was level 10. Currently, he just barely met the requirements. Holding the staff in his hand, Lam Han immediately counterattacked. The moment Tao Sung lunged forward, one of his legs was locked tight in ice. Seizing the moment while his opponent was still confused, Lam Han burst forward to close the gap. The next kick came down with absolute decisiveness. Tao Sung's body went flying, slamming hard into the cliff wall behind him. Thanks to leveling up and his accumulated loot, Lam Han was able to suppress his opponent. Otherwise, it would have been very hard to catch an opening. But he had no intention of stopping, because Anat had finished recovering. Compared to Tao Sung, if Anat stepped in, the outcome would be crystal clear. Lam Han immediately summoned Anat to the battlefield. By now, she had reached level 13, and her stats had all surpassed the 1,500 mark. Her 2 personal skills had also increased to level 2, but more importantly, she was extremely angry that her master had been hurt. Seeing Anat rush over like an arrow, Tao Sung immediately tensed up. The distance between the 2 sides was too close. He only had time to throw up a shield to block the incoming attack. The 2 forces collided, creating a massive explosion. The light and sound left the crowd stunned. The result didn't need guessing. The shield shattered under Anat's power. After all, She was one of the 10 great primordial beasts. Long Tiankyo shouted in excitement, raising his hand in praise. Little lamb is amazing. He was even hiding a girl. Bakbang watched intently. She appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she kept guessing at Anat's true identity. On the other hand, the students supporting Tao Sung, led by Fong Dung, were stunned and panicked. Was Teacher Tao just sent flying? What is going on? Just then, Anat raised her head and let out a low growl. Lam Han suddenly realized she had gone too deep into a bloodthirsty state, and her rationality was about to snap. He immediately ordered, "Anat, come back here now," hearing the familiar command. Anat froze for a split second. Her eyes cleared up, and she obediently turned back toward Lam Han. This girl's identity was too sensitive. Being an ancient beast, Lam Han didn't plan to reveal her so soon. Retracting her power for now was the safer choice. "Master." Anat listened and stopped fighting. Is Anat a good girl? Just moments ago she was a terrifying heavenly horned ant, but now she had turned into a cute little mochi, nuzzling affectionately in Lam Han's hands. "Good girl, but first you should turn back into an ant." "Okay," Lam Han whispered, and Anat immediately nodded in agreement. She quickly shrank back down, returning to her familiar, tiny form, after taking a massive hit that left him dizzy and disoriented. It took quite a while for Tao Sung to stumble back to his feet, shaking with rage. He pointed a trembling finger straight at Lam Han, screaming that the boy had not only taken the assistant's life, but also colluded with outsiders to turn against him. He loudly accused the boy of being morally bankrupt, insisting that such a degenerate student deserved nothing less than the harshest punishment. As he spoke, Tao Sung let out a roar, his aura exploding outward as his power surged in the blink of an eye. But before he could even lay a hand on Lam Han, 2 sharp words cut him off. "Wait there." Immediately after, a figure descended from above, landing lightly on Tao Sung's left shoulder. A terrifying pressure instantly crushed him, forcing him to lie flat on the ground. "Mr. Tao, the matter hasn't been clearly investigated yet. Don't be in such a rush to pin crimes on a student," the person said calmly. As soon as Tao Sung saw who had just appeared, his face went deathly pale, because the person pinning him down was none other than the principal of First High, Tu Kong Than, a level 56 celestial demon slayer. The moment he saw the most powerful figure in the school, Tao Sung immediately shouted his accusation. "Principal, it's this guy. He killed the assistant just to level up. I want him arrested and handled according to the law. He even tried to kill me in return. This kind of person must be punished severely." He stated with absolute certainty that there were enough witnesses and material evidence, demanding that Tu Kong Than give him a clear explanation. Lam Han, naturally, wasn't about to accept being framed. He immediately shot back. "Anyone can spout slander like that, right? Do you really think I ran my legs off just to clear my name for no reason?" Tu Kong Than raised an eyebrow, his gaze deepening as he signaled for Lam Han to speak his mind. Lam Han nodded, then made a counterproposal to examine the cause of Assistant A Hao's death. Tu Kong Than immediately followed the boy's suggestion and began inspecting the corpse. Very quickly, he discovered that A Hao's ribcage had been completely shattered. His internal organs were damaged beyond halfway. A fatal wound like this was clearly caused by a massive monster, but Tao Sung still refused to admit it. He clamped down on his argument, insisting that even if a monster did it, Lam Han was still involved. Otherwise, how could he have brought the body back? As he spoke, he rudely pointed his finger right in the boy's face. "Hey, Mr. Tao, you sure are smooth at changing roles. If you weren't a chef, it would be a total waste of talent." Lam Han laughed. "Just because I brought the body back, you're dead set on accusing me of murder. If you're so sure, why don't you just say that you sent him to assassinate me?" But he was too weak and got counterkilled by the monster. This public exposure made Tao Sung panic for a second, but he immediately denied it, flat out. Right at that moment, Bakbang stepped forward, in front of Tu Kong Than. She reported that Tao Sung had intentionally arranged for Lam Han to enter an inappropriate leveling zone, a clear act of malicious intent. "This is so unjust," Tao Sung howled. "Principal, I am an instructor. How could I possibly harm a student? They are clearly slandering me." He emphasized that everything was just words from Lam Han, with absolutely no evidence to back it up. Tu Kong Than, known for being fair and impartial, nodded in agreement. After all, accusing an instructor was no small matter. If Lam Han couldn't provide proof, the situation would get very complicated. Hearing this, Tao Sung secretly gloated. He was convinced the other 2 assistants were dead. Dead men tell no tales, and even if they were alive, no one would dare stand up and accuse him. But what Tao Sung didn't expect was that those 2 assistants were actually still alive. Lam Han was this calm because he already held living evidence in his hands, just waiting for this exact moment to reveal it. When the other 2 assistants appeared, Every single person present was stunned into silence. Accompanying them was half the corpse of the Gale Wolf King when the incident happened. These three were secretly following me, unexpectedly. We ran into the Gale Wolf King. Assistant A Hao died on the spot, so I was forced to take action and kill the Wolf King, Lam Han recounted. Then he let his voice trail off suggestively. As for the reason why Mr. Tao sent three of them to shadow me in the dark, I'm sure these two can give us the answer. After speaking, he kicked one of them in the butt, causing them to jump in fright. Before Lam Han could say another word, the two of them burst into tears and screamed in unison. I'll talk. Mr. Tao arranged for us to follow Lam Han. And if necessary, we were supposed to make it look like he died under the claws of a beast. It was all Mr. Tao's arrangement. Please, don't treat us like this anymore. We really can't take it. Ants are everywhere in nature and are creatures that strictly follow hierarchy. Since Lam Han held the primordial ants in his hand, controlling them within the secret realm was as easy as pie, now that the witnesses and physical evidence were sufficient. Lam Han turned to look straight at Tao Sung and spoke. Mr. Tao, do you plan to explain anything to me? Tao Sung froze, even in his dreams. He never thought the tables would turn this quickly. He could only curse the two useless assistants in his mind. Not only were they captured easily, but they also spilled everything. At this point, even 100 mouths couldn't argue his way out. In a panic, Tao Sung leaped up, attempting to find a way to escape, but he had barely dashed a few steps before he was blocked by Tu Kong Than's technique, in front of the entire student body. The principal coldly announced the charges. Tao Sung, in your capacity as an academy teacher, you dared to harbor intentions to harm a student. You have seriously violated the academy's regulations. Prepare to receive the appropriate punishment. The matter was considered settled. Bak Bang grabbed Lam Han's hand and pulled him away, telling him to get in her car so they could head back first. But just as they started to move, Lan Lang Tuyet appeared out of nowhere and blocked their path. Lam Han, did you really kill that Gale Wolf King all by yourself? She asked, sounding a bit frustrated. Before Lam Han could even answer, Lan Lang Tuyet took a step closer, completely ignoring personal space. She kept peppering him with questions about how he took down the Gale Wolf King. Lam Han stumbled back a few steps and raised his hand to stop her. Hey, Lan, could you maybe give me a little personal space here? Lan Lang Tuyet wouldn't let it go because she noticed something didn't add up. Lam Han's class specializes in long-range attacks, without teammates to cover him. Facing the Gale Wolf King head-on should have been impossible. As she spoke, she grabbed Lam Han's arm to inspect him carefully. After analyzing for a moment, she suddenly looked up, leaning in close with her conclusion. The only explanation is that you signed a contract with a powerful beast. Then, she challenged him to a mock battle so she could verify it herself. Hearing this, Lam Han felt a headache coming on. He never expected this cold-looking girl to be as curious as a little kid. Just then, Bak Bang stepped in to save the day. Lan, I understand your desire to improve your strength, but right now, you need to summarize your experience from the trial, not stand here picking fights. When Bak Bang brushed her hand off Lam Han, Lan Lang Tuyet clearly wasn't happy and shot back. I'm just curious about how a beast tamer fights. I hope you understand. Okay. Bak Bang kept her tough stance, insisting Lam Han needed rest after his battle, and the atmosphere instantly got tense, seeing things going south. Lam Han quickly jumped in between them. Miss Bak, all the students are tired after training today. How about we wrap things up a little early? But his words were useless when both Lan Lang Tuyet and Bak Bang glared at him simultaneously. Lam Han shut his mouth instantly. Bak Bang was especially in a foul mood. First the mysterious A Nat, and now Lan Lang Tuyet. She didn't understand when the Lam Han she protected turned into such a ladies' man, and she understood even less why she cared so much. To avoid getting too involved, Bak Bang swallowed her anger, turned around, and walked away, but not before leaving a reminder. If everything here is settled, I'm heading out first. Make sure you all get home safely. Bak Bang left, leaving Lam Han alone with Lan Lang Tuyet in a very awkward atmosphere. Her eyes were so cold, they looked like they could swallow him whole. I'm super tired today. Let's find another time to talk properly. Okay. Lam Han quickly tried to change the subject. Fine. Remember your promise then. Lan Lang Tuyet let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Only then did Lam Han dare to breathe a sigh of relief. He started thinking about Bak Bang's angry attitude earlier. He didn't suspect jealousy at all. He just assumed she was mad because he secretly participated in a dangerous trial. So he didn't overthink it. After that, Lam Han went straight to the Shadow Mountain trading house. With 2 pieces of equipment in hand, if he sold them, he could cover his living expenses and pay back the money he borrowed from Bak Bang. The person receiving Lam Han was the trading house manager, named Dien Bien. Hearing that the boy brought 2 pieces of equipment, he came out to inspect them personally. Lam Han didn't hesitate. He took out the 2 items he had obtained from the silver-level grinding area in the mountains. Dien Bien froze the moment he saw them, only snapping out of it when Lam Han called him, "Manager Dien. Is something wrong?" "Pardon me." Dien Bien shook his head and asked, "Excuse me. Is your name Lam Han?" "That's right. Do you know me?" "Manager Dien." Hearing that, Dien Bien laughed out loud. He said he and old Lam Han's father, had been friends for over 10 years. Based on seniority, Lam Han could definitely call him Uncle Dien. Then he patted Lam Han on the shoulder, praising him endlessly. To be so young and dare to enter the silver-level area of Shadow Mountain. With strength like that, his future would rival his father's. Really? Then I'll leave these 2 items in your hands, Uncle Dien. Lam Han tried to suppress a smile, secretly calculating if he could leverage this to get a better price. But, unexpectedly, the other guy was a seasoned merchant, even as an old friend of old Lam. Dien Bien was still silently planning to lowball Lam Han. Both of them had their own agendas, and Dien Bien was the first to make a move. He directly offered 5 million Sky Dragon coins for the 2 pieces of equipment. Hearing this, the smile on Lam Han's face vanished, his expression darkened, and he replied seriously, "Uncle Dien, let's keep things clear. Even if you know my dad, business is business. These items dropped from the Gale Wolf King, so they should be worth at least 8 million. Dien Bien wouldn't budge. He raised the price to 5.5 million, bringing up old stories about Lam Han's father to soften him up. Lam Han used that relationship right back, only lowering his asking price slightly. "Kid, 6,666,000 is a lucky number. Let's settle on that." Dien Bien continued to bid. This time Lam Han nodded, because that number far exceeded his initial expectations. "Pleasure doing business with you." Dien Bien smiled calculatingly and reached out to shake his hand. But deep down, he felt like he had just been led around by this kid. The trading house processed the paperwork extremely fast. The money was immediately transferred to a new account, and the staff handed Lam Han 2 cards. One card held the 6 million plus from the sale, and the other was a VIP card for the trading house, allowing an overdraft limit of 3 million Sky Dragon coins. "If you need to sell anything or need anything else later, just contact us." "Okay." Dien Bien patted his shoulder. "All right. Thank you in advance." Uncle Dien, holding the money. Lam Han felt the comfort that comes with being flush with cash. Since he was already there, he decided to check out a few magic scrolls. 10 minutes later, Lam Han left looking satisfied. Dien Bien watched his retreating figure, unable to stop marveling at the potential of this newly awakened kid. As a merchant, he would never miss the chance to collaborate with a gem like that. Lam Han returned home, and as soon as he reached the residential area, he saw a large car parked there. He quickly recognized the person standing next to the car. It was Butler Lu from the Bach family. Since the Lam family declined, the 2 sides hardly ever interacted. Yet today, Butler Lu had shown up in person. It was obvious that something big was going on. Butler Lu pointed at the vehicle and explained that Bak Bang had personally led a team into a diamond-rank secret realm just to catch a void beast for him. Because of that reckless move, she was currently grounded by the family head, so she could only ask Butler Lu to bring the void beast here and hand it over to Lam Han. Hearing this, Lam Han was completely stunned. He never imagined Bak Bang would dare to step into a diamond-rank realm, a place even Dean Tu Kong Than had to be wary of, which meant she had clearly sacrificed way too much just for his sake. But that was not all, as Butler Lu also relayed a message from the head of the Bach family. He said the Bach family had already treated him with the utmost kindness, so once he accepted this void beast, the 2 sides would have absolutely nothing to do with each other anymore. When speaking these words, Butler Lu's tone was incredibly decisive, emphasizing once again that he hoped Lam Han would stop clinging to their young miss. That cold, dismissive attitude struck a heavy blow to Lam Han's self-esteem. He immediately let go of the cage bar that was holding the void beast. Then he turned and replied, "Uncle Lu. No. Wait. Butler Lu. I understand your people's good intentions, but the Bach family and I never had any relationship to begin with. When the Lam family was in trouble, I never asked for help, and I certainly don't need it now." After saying that, Lam Han turned around to leave. He told Butler Lu to take the void beast back with him. At the same time, he passed on a message to the head of the Bach family that Lam Han did not need a single bit of help from their clan. Watching his retreating back without a hint of hesitation, Butler Lu let out a cold laugh and said that if the Bach family didn't want to give something, no one could take it. But if they wanted to give it, no one could refuse. Clearly, He wanted to force Lam Han to take the Void Beast to sever ties with Bak Bang completely. Seeing that Lam Han was being stubborn, he decided to use force, believing that if one wanted to refuse, they first needed the status and power to do so. And his figure lunged forward from behind with extreme speed. But Lam Han didn't dodge, nor did he counterattack. He simply turned his head slightly, his sharp, cold gaze locking tight onto his opponent. The strange thing was that Butler Lu, a veteran general of the Bak family, was completely frozen in place by that single look, even though he didn't want to admit it. His body was clearly trembling at that moment. Butler Lu just couldn't wrap his head around it. People always said Lam Han was just a useless beast tamer, so why was he so terrified of the kid right now? Old Lu was unwilling to accept this, and he certainly couldn't accept being suppressed by a mere brat. Right at that moment, Lam Han tossed a bank card toward him. He said that inside was the money Bak Bang had lent him before, and now he was paying it back in full. Principal plus interest, he added. Thank Sister Bang for her kindness on my behalf. But I, Lam Han, will not owe anyone anything, he continued. Don't casually make a move against me in the future. If there is a next time, don't blame me for disregarding the past friendship between our families. And with that icy tone, Lam Han turned and walked away. Butler Lu stood there, dazed, clutching the bank card with a blank mind, unable to believe what he had just seen and heard. Was this really the same Lam Han from before? Could the guy who was once considered trash really possess such an aura? After going through such an intense day, Lam Han finally made it back home. He collapsed onto the bed, and while he looked tough on the outside, it was impossible to say his heart wasn't making waves. More than anyone, he understood his position, and the Bak family wasn't wrong for wanting to draw a clear line. It was just that today's event still made him uncomfortable, so thinking about it gave him a headache, and Lam Han decided to put everything aside and drift into sleep, especially since he still had to do his job change quest tomorrow morning when he was fast asleep. A gnat quietly appeared in the form of a small ant. She satisfiedly rubbed her little head against Lam Han's cheek, seeming to feel that wasn't enough. A gnat immediately transformed into her human form, wrapping her arms around him to comfort him. She whispered, "Master, you have worked so hard." With someone by his side like that, Lam Han fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. The next morning, the first thing he did after waking up was to go to the Divine Temple for his job transfer. On the way there, all sorts of gossip drifted into his ears. Hey, did you hear? #1 high school just awakened a beast tamer, and he's super strong. Followed by, I heard, Beast Tamer is obviously a useless class, but not only did he reach level 10 quickly, he even defeated Cao Chong. Lam Han secretly sighed, thinking that rumors really did spread terrifyingly fast. Luckily, these people hadn't recognized him yet, so it seemed he would have to be even more low-key in the future to avoid trouble. He followed the receptionist's instructions. He walked straight up to the main hall on the second floor, where a giant crystal was placed. According to the instructions, he just needed to place his hand on it and the job change quest would appear. And Lam Han felt a little tense since this was his first time changing jobs, but he figured it was just a level 10 job change quest, so it shouldn't be too hard. And he reached out to touch the crystal. The quest immediately appeared before his eyes. Thunder of the Ruined Kingdom. A 5-star difficulty level, requiring him to destroy the Thunder Beast in the ancient ruins and collect at least 7 energy stones. The location for the mission was the Shattered Ruins. The moment Lam Han opened the 5-star job change quest, a notification immediately echoed throughout the entire main hall. Everyone was in total shock because this was the legendary Hell difficulty. So without relying on mercenaries, completing it would be basically impossible. As for Lam Han, he could only manage a bitter smile. Encountering a 5-star quest on his very first class change meant his luck was truly rotten to the core. The chatter erupted non-stop, everyone wondering who was unlucky enough to trigger a 5-star quest, and they were dying to know what kind of profession could be that powerful. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness only the quest was announced and not his identity. Otherwise, the trouble would be never-ending. The quest has been accepted, so I can't afford to hesitate any longer. Arriving at the desolate and barren Shattered Ruins, in a corner of the ruins, a few makeshift tents had been pitched. This was the gathering spot for mercenaries. Tunat, a mercenary stationed there, groaned in frustration that not a single person had taken a quest in a whole month, and at this rate, they would be living on fresh air alone. He abruptly stopped talking the moment he saw Lam Han approaching. The rest of the group whispered among themselves, noting his decent attire. Maybe he was a young master from some wealthy family, so it looked like a big spender had finally arrived, and they'd better watch their mouths. Tunat stepped forward and asked, "Hey there, kiddo. You here to tackle a quest? Do you want to hire our mercenary squad? I guarantee absolute top quality. And since you are a rookie, I will give you a 20% discount. Lam Han replied curtly. I do not need it. He still would not let it go, insisting that the price was negotiable, and he even offered to do it for free this time, just to make a friend. Lam Han tightly gripped the wrist that was about to touch him, his voice dropping to a low growl. I already told you, I do not need it. If you keep messing around, you had better be careful or you will lose that entire arm. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Han shoved him straight back. He coldly calculated in his mind that offering something for free usually meant one of two things, either a scam or a setup to kill and rob him. So this kind of mercenary squad was definitely not trustworthy. Tunat turned red with rage and immediately roared, Damn it, I am going to beat him to death. His cohorts hurriedly pulled him back, shaking their heads to stop him, telling him to let it go. Tunat was furious and unwilling to accept it, asking the boss if they were really just going to let that brat walk away. But Lam Mai replied coldly that the safe zone had a security team, so it was not the right time to make a move. Lam Mai continued, saying that no one could touch them here anyway, so they should just play it safe, wait for him to leave the safe zone, and then deal with him later. Lam Han observed his surroundings. The scenery before him was completely different, confirming that this was indeed the legendary Shattered Ruins. Dien Bien. Lam Mai. Gale Wolf. Tunat. Gale Wolf. Those names flashed through his mind. Come on out, Anat. We are getting ready to head out. Anat happily snuggled up to him, saying she was all ready, and Lam Han smiled and replied, Good girl. Today I will let you fight to your heart's content. Looking at the notification that just popped up, Lam Han paused for a moment. Did I seriously just trigger another system quest? A status panel appeared. Congratulations. Master, you have triggered a Lord tier quest named Thunder Heart, with the objective to hunt the Thunder Messenger and collect the Thunder Heart. The quest reward made Lam Han quite satisfied. 300 beast taming points was not bad at all, and this was exactly what Anat needed to increase her power. However, the priority right now was still the class change quest, and since it was unclear where the Thunder Messenger was, he decided to ask for information from Uncle Dien first. Lam Han called out, telling Anat that they would finish the class change quest first, and then come back to farm more beast taming points for her. Back in the ruins, Lam Han quickly encountered the Thunder Roar beasts, a species of monsters that lived in packs and were level 15. Anat single-handedly overwhelmed the entire pack of Thunder Roar beasts. The monsters immediately changed direction, planning to join forces and launch a counterattack. Lam Han took out an item and smiled faintly, asking if they were trying to come after him just because they could not beat Anat. Energy condensed into a massive sphere as he told them to try this on for size. Lam Han thought to himself that roasted Thunder Roar beast meat probably would not taste too bad. The entire pack of monsters gaped in panic, a single thought racing through their heads. We are done for. We are about to become barbecue. The magic scroll activated, sending fireball after fireball hurling straight toward the Thunder Roar beasts. Notifications popped up one after another, confirming the successful elimination of the Thunder Roar beast and the acquisition of energy stones. A warning appeared, stating that he had reached the limit of the first class change and needed to complete the class change quest. Until the second class advancement is completed, you cannot continue to gain any more experience points. Lam Han pulled out a whole stack of magic scrolls, including Fireball, Heavenly Fire, and Flame Missile, declaring that since the quest wasn't finished yet, they were not allowed to run. His magic scrolls would not permit it. He shouted for Anat to hurry up and finish them all off. She acknowledged the order, and amidst the sea of fire, the Thunder Roar beasts screamed in agony, unable to escape. As the battle ended, Lam Han held an energy stone in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. He had gathered enough in a short amount of time, and although the magic scrolls were expensive, they were definitely worth using. The status panel displayed Anat's current state. Heavenly Horned Ant, a species of the primordial 10 omens, level 15. Her stats had skyrocketed, and her skills were enhanced. Lam Han felt secretly relieved. Even though his own experience points were wasted, at least Anat had leveled up. Lam Han reached into his pants pocket and pulled out his phone. He figured the trading center probably had news by now. And sure enough, a voice rang out from the other end saying, Little Lamb, I have found the location of the Thunder Messenger for you. I will send it over right now. The voice on the other end added a warning, saying that the Thunder Messenger is very difficult to deal with. So if you have not completed your second class transfer or are under level 15, it is best not to go alone. Lam Han chuckled softly and called out, Anat, let's get moving. Time to farm some beast taming points. She responded immediately. Understood. Master. From a distance, Lam Mai was secretly watching and calculating. A single magic scroll was worth tens of thousands, and that kid had thrown so many along the way. He was definitely a big, fat fish. Tunat asked impatiently, "Boss, should we make our move now?" Lam Mai shook her head and replied, "Not yet. Wait for him to accumulate a few more energy stones first." Lam Mai added that the girl beside him did not look easy to deal with either, so they should wait for them to exhaust more of their stamina before striking, causing Tunat to nod his head repeatedly. At this moment, Lam Han had already come face to face with the level 17 Thunder Messenger. Looking at the opponent, he curled his lips in a smirk. It is only level 17. Compared to the Gale Wolf King, this thing is far inferior. It brings absolutely no pressure at all. "A gnat, go get him. Let's finish this so we can go home." A gnat rushed forward excitedly, shouting, "Yes, master." The Thunder Messenger immediately detected an intruder entering its territory. A single strike from a gnat knocked it back, causing its aura to become chaotic and unstable. A gnat quickly shrank herself down, transforming back into her original ant form. She burrowed deep into the sand, silently preparing for her next move. Beneath the feet of the Thunder Messenger, the ground suddenly bulged into a small mound, and the sand and rocks trembled slightly. A gnat shot up from below, her fist slamming down in a clean, decisive strike. Lam Han pulled out an ice magic scroll, his movements smooth and seamless. Cold energy condensed rapidly, and a massive block of ice appeared right above the Thunder Messenger's head. He casually swung his hand down and coolly declared, "Just die already." The glacial spike art turned into a sharp ice spear and plunged straight down, and the system notification rang out. Successfully eliminated the Thunder Messenger. Experience points gained. 0. A gnat sat down on the ground to rest wearily while Lam Han focused on the notification panel. Mission complete. Defeated the Thunder Messenger 1-on-1. The reward of 300 beast-taming points has been issued, he muttered. This thing really had thick skin. It took forever to kill. Getting 300 beast-taming points for killing the Thunder Messenger was a huge profit. Lam Han immediately used the points, and a new panel appeared. Invested 300 beast-taming points to awaken a skill for the Heavenly Horned Ant. Power surged in, and the innate skill Iron Bone was activated, increasing defense by 20%. A gnat happily hugged Lam Han tight and said, "I feel so much stronger now." "Thank you, Master," he gently reminded her. "Be careful. This is still the wilderness area." Lam Mai knew the time had come, so she stepped out and said, "Hey kid, you're pretty good." Behind her was a team of mercenaries, and Lam Mai gave a faint smile as she said, "Working out here requires not just fists, but also brains and firepower." Lam Han sneered in contempt and said, "Hey Baldy, did not you say you would help me for free? Why show your face only after the fight is done? Are you here to give your grandpa a foot massage or what?" Tunat flew into a rage and shouted, "Brat! You will pay the price for rejecting our mercenary team. Hand over all your treasures obediently, or do not expect to leave here in one piece." Lam Han stood up straight, his expression calm as he asked, "You dare to rob people out here? Are you not afraid the security team will discover and arrest you?" Lam Mai spoke up to explain, "Kid, do you know why the Shattered Relic has safe zones and unsafe zones? It is because the deepest areas do not have security teams patrolling. If you die here, even if you are found, it will just be ruled as a beast attack. So if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for messing with the wrong people. Kid, do not worry. Big sister here will take real good care of you." Behind her, a greedy voice laughed and shouted, "Boss, in that case, leave that girl to us." Suddenly, the spot where A-Nat was standing became empty, and the group was stunned, asking, "Wait, where did she go?" A gnat had already appeared behind Lam Mai, and the woman screamed, "Not good. Watch out." Moving as fast as lightning, a gnat grabbed the opponent's wrist. She tossed them around like toys, a scene that made everyone panic, wondering, who is this girl? She is terrifying. Even Lam Mai was thrown far away. The mercenaries panicked and opened fire, shouting that they had to take her down, saying that even if it was a waste to damage the goods, they had to save their own lives first. The Iron Bone skill took effect, drastically increasing her defense and making a gnat almost impenetrable. Lam Mai realized the situation was bad and immediately shouted to retreat. But she froze when she saw someone walking towards her. Lam Han smiled gently, holding a magic scroll in his hand, and said, "You want to run? It is too late for that." Lightning rained down continuously, shaking the space amidst the miserable screams of the mercenaries. Only Tunat and Lam Mai survived, trembling as they screamed, "Monster! She is a monster! And how does that kid still have so many magic scrolls?" Lam Mai suddenly realized something and thought, "She only obeys that kid. And he has been using magic scrolls the whole way, so he must be running out. If we catch him, we still have a chance to turn this around." Tunat gritted his teeth and roared, "That is right. Without magic, this kid is just a weakling. I am going to go all out against him." Lam Han gave him a look full of contempt. "You still want to fight back even in this hopeless situation? Huh." He took out a whole stack of magic scrolls and smiled lightly. "You have got some guts, but it is too bad that this weakling is absolutely loaded with cash." The other two trembled as Lam Han ordered in a cold voice, "Hand over all your equipment, energy stones, and skill books right now. If you do that, I might consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, I will show you the true meaning of fear when you do not have enough firepower." Hearing this, Lam Mai gritted her teeth and asked, "Who is the real bandit here anyway?" Meanwhile, at the job change hall that was famous throughout the entire region, the receptionist looked at the information and spoke. "The person who activated the 5-star quest this morning seems to be named Lam Han. He is quite handsome, but it is a pity his luck is bad. This quest will take at least 10 to 15 days to finish." But when Lam Han suddenly appeared, her eyes went wide, and he spoke up. "Hello there. I just finished the job change quest, so I came back to turn it in." The receptionist was stunned. How could it be that fast? "The quest is already completed. That is impossible. I must have heard you wrong. A 5-star quest is not just a walk in the park. How could you finish it so quickly?" "Mr. Lam, you surely want to ask for information regarding the job change quest." "Right. Please wait a moment." Lam Han shook his head to deny it. "No, I really did complete the mission. I came back here to change my class." The receptionist was stunned and asked loudly, "Say what? You actually completed the mission?" He calmly confirmed, "That is right. It was actually quite easy." She regained her composure. "Please wait a moment. I will help you book a room right away. Currently, room number 996 is empty. The procedure is the same as when you accepted the quest." Lam Han interrupted her and turned away. "All right. Thank you very much." The receptionist stood there frozen with sweat dripping down. He really finished the task in just a few hours. Could he actually be telling the truth? A notification board popped up. "Congratulations. You have completed the job change quest and successfully reached the second transfer." She stared blankly at the screen. Her mind went completely empty. So it really is true. The entire hall immediately went into an uproar, completing a 5-star quest. Since when did such a powerful figure appear among us? The information board displayed, second transfer class, Beast Taming Scholar, secondary class, Beast Master. Lam Han smiled with satisfaction. So this is the second transfer. The feeling is truly not bad at all. His personal information updated. Name, Lam Han. Class Hidden Beast, Taming Scholar, second transfer. Level 10. Strength 1000. Agility 900. Spirit 800. Constitution 730. Skills include Living Being, Contract Level 1, Beast Space Level 1, and Beast Summon Level 1. Successful second transfer unlocked class talent skills. Lightning Wings allowing flight for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. And Copy Skill, which copies beast skills for a short duration lasting 5 minutes. The system continued to announce, "Host achieved second transfer. Activating second transfer rewards. Please select a skill, a fusion, B telepathy, or C malice, fluctuation." Lam Han glanced over and decided quickly. New skills after the job change, Lightning Wings, and Copy Skill. He muttered to himself, "Let me try out the power of these new skills." In just an instant, a pair of wings opened up and carried him soaring high into the air. Holy cow, I can actually fly. Flight skills are usually high-level skills only found in rare books. I did not expect to unlock it right after the second transfer. A hidden class is truly not simple. As for the copy skill, it means I can use the skills of my beasts, even though it is only for 5 minutes. If used at the right time, it is enough to turn the tide of battle. It is very valuable. Next is the other upgrade reward. Fusion is quite domineering, and telepathy supports combat well, but in terms of practicality, the malice detection skill is definitely the most convenient. If I had this skill earlier, I would not have let those mercenaries escape. The system immediately sent a reminder. "Do you want to choose the malice fluctuation skill?" Lam Han did not hesitate. "Choose. That is the skill I want." With everything completed, he stretched his body and let out a long yawn. A new notification popped up. Lam Han was startled. A new mission already. Thinking back, it makes sense. After the second transfer, I should find a second beast. Mission notification. Host is upgrading towards the third transfer, Beast Taming Scholar. Activating the mission to capture and contract a beast by yourself. Reward, 500 beast points. Lam Han analyzed the situation. Single target attacks are strong, but the attack range is still limited. If I have a lightning attribute beast, it will make up for it perfectly. It looks like I have to go visit Uncle Dien one more time. I can sell some items, and conveniently buy some more information. In the VIP room of the trading floor, Dien Bien widened his eyes looking at the pile of treasures. "Little lamb, where did you dig up this treasure trove?" Behind Lam Han was a pile of glittering items. I met some kind people. They gave me quite a few treasures. I want to sell them all. Please help me make an inventory check. Uncle Dien. Dien Bien immediately shouted at the staff. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and count them and give me a price quote. Lam Han secretly rejoiced. The items from the Thunder Beast cannot compare to the loot from those mercenaries. Risking my life truly brings the biggest profits. Dien Bien summarized, Little Lamb, the total value is 13 million heavenly dragon coins. I will arrange to transfer it to you immediately. Lam Han thanked him and then asked, there is one more thing. I want to find a lightning attribute beast. Do you have any suggestions? Uncle Dien. Dien Bien held the card and thought for a moment. The lightning attribute? Huh. He suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I heard that recently in Wuchao City, a very high-quality thunderbird appeared in the lightning forest. That thunderbird is suspected of carrying an ancient bloodline, and many people have failed to hunt it down. Lam Han was immediately interested, thinking an ancient bloodline thunderbird would be a perfect fit for him. So he asked Uncle Dien if there was any more news. Dien Bien told the staff to bring the item up, saying the news had run dry, but the exchange had just acquired a single feather from the thunderbird. This feather will glow on its own whenever it gets close to the thunderbird, and the effect is very clear. Lam Han didn't hesitate at all, thinking such a good item was exactly what he needed. Dien Bien slammed the box shut and said, Little Lamb, business is about a willing buyer and a willing seller. Right. Since you are determined, I will sell this feather to you for a friendly price of 1 million. Lam Han broke into a cold sweat, thinking it was daylight robbery to charge that much for a single feather when that money could buy a pile of magic scrolls. But this was the only clue to finding the thunderbird. He gritted his teeth and nodded, saying 1 million is 1 million, and he would buy it, making Dien Bien smile brightly and thank his valued customer. Lam Han reassured himself that as long as this feather helped him find the thunderbird, 1 million would be considered a worthy investment. The lightning forest is the habitat of the thunder leopard, a leveling zone ranging from bronze to silver rank, recommended for levels 0 to 20. He recalled Dien Bien's instructions that the feather would glow only when he entered a range of 10 meters around the thunderbird, but there was no reaction, so Lam Han angrily threw the box away, realizing it was a trap because at that close range, he would already be able to see the thunderbird with his own eyes. Thinking back, he felt regret over the money, but since he had already spent 1 million, he decided to keep searching, figuring it wouldn't be too hard to cross this forest. With just a gnat, he had dominated the silver zone, so if he added one more beast, the gold zone wouldn't be just a dream anymore. A gnat sensed that thought and immediately got angry. She appeared and gave him a punch, calling him a greedy master for wanting another beast when a gnat wasn't enough. So Lam Han hurriedly soothed her, saying okay and telling her not to be mad. A cry for help suddenly rang out from deep within the forest. A girl was being chased by a ferocious beast, screaming for help as she ran. The beast chasing behind her was a level 19 thunder leopard. The girl was named Tanim Vai, level 10, and she was panicking, thinking that it was not good and she would be caught at this rate. Her foot snagged on a broken branch lying on the ground. Niem Vai fell flat on her face, silently cursing her bad luck. The thunder leopard had already closed in from behind, its oppressive aura weighing down on her. She squeezed her eyes shut, thinking in despair that she was done for. But the pain never came. So Niem Vai opened her eyes, wondering if she was still alive and what that sound was. Lam Han activated consecutive skills, using recovery, while the Skyhorn Ant coordinated a violent strike to confront the thunder leopard. Niem Vai gaped with a blank mind, wondering what on earth just happened. Lam Han stepped forward and asked if she was okay. Niem Vai replied that she was fine, but she was terrified inside, wondering who this person was to knock back a thunder leopard with a single blow. She worriedly warned him that the thunder leopard was not easy to deal with and suggested they use this opportunity to run away. Lam Han calmly replied, asking if she was talking about that big cat. He reassured her, telling her not to worry because someone would handle it. A gnat reverted to her ant form, her body enlarging to a massive size as she faced the thunder leopard. Her mandibles snapped shut, biting tightly into her opponent's body. The thunder leopard struggled violently, but it could not escape. Lam Han watched from a distance, surprised that when Anat activated Iron Bone in her Skyhorn ant form, she could enlarge herself to look like a real ferocious beast. Niem Vai exclaimed in a trembling voice, asking if there was yet another ferocious beast. Lam Han turned back to face her and quickly asked if she was injured. He reached out a hand to help her up, asking if she could stand. Niem Vai immediately grabbed his hand to pull him away, saying that, since the ant could hold off the thunder leopard, it must be at least a level 20 beast. Hurry up, we need to run fast while it hasn't noticed us yet. The heavy corpse of the thunder leopard suddenly crashed to the ground, blocking the path right in front of the two of them. A gnat growled with murderous intent. You dare block my master's path. Niem Vi stammered in a panic. Oh no, Lam Han cut her off immediately. A gnat, that's enough. He reached out and rubbed its head. I'll give you a treat when we get home. Niem Vi's jaw dropped, her brain still trying to catch up. What in the world just happened? A gnat shrank down in size. Lam Han spoke up first. Let me introduce us. I'm Lam Han, a beast tamer. This is my tamed beast, so you don't need to be afraid. Niem Vi suddenly remembered. I've heard about you. Rumor has it someone in the next city awakened the hidden class. Beast tamer. So it was you, Lam Han replied humbly. It's just a rumor. Nothing legendary, she asked curiously. Don't beast tamers usually rely on their beasts? How are you so strong? Even your close quarters combat is terrifying. And that ant, what species is it exactly? How could it kill a thunder leopard? A gnat got annoyed at being stared at. It suddenly headbutted Niem Vi right in the forehead. A bump instantly swelled up on her forehead. Lam Han quickly intervened. All right, a gnat, stop being angry. A gnat grumpily snapped. Don't let her near Master. Lam Han looked at her in confusion. You're not very strong. Why would you dare to rush into a dangerous place like this? Niem Vi introduced herself. I'm Tanim V. I came here for my second-class advancement quest, but I'm weak, and I unluckily got a 4-star quest. What about you? What are you doing here? Lam Han didn't hide anything. I heard there's a thunderbird in the lightning forest. That's my target. Niem Vi thought it was a coincidence. You're looking for a beast. I happen to be a master tracker. Let me help you, as a way to repay you for saving my life. Lam Han was secretly pleased. Master trackers weren't strong in combat, but they were excellent at finding trails. Truly, the ideal assistant. He nodded in acceptance. Then I'll have to rely on you for this mission, Niem Vi replied confidently. No problem, leave it to me. But my abilities are limited. If you have an item related to the Thunderbird, locating it would be much easier. Lam Han took out a feather. I have this feather, see if you can use it? Niem Vi was startled. A Thunderbird feather. The price for these is inflated like crazy on the black market. It's perfectly preserved, so tracking won't be an issue, but activating the skill might damage it, if you were planning to sell it. Lam Han didn't care. Don't worry. To me, it's just a spare item. If it breaks, it breaks. Niem Vi sighed in relief. That's good then. She immediately activated her tracking skill. Object pursuit. Find. Niem Vi's eyes seemed to pierce through space itself. A beam of light shot out from the feather. She exclaimed happily. Found it. Follow this light and we'll find the Thunderbird. Lam Han was excited. Great, let's move. The two of them quickly moved in the indicated direction. Lam Han suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Wait, there are beasts ahead, and a lot of them. Niem Vi was startled. What? She quickly hid behind Lam Han. So what do we do now? Should we take a detour? A knot stood on his shoulder, eyes cold. Seeing Niem Vi pressing close to its master made it even more annoyed. It jumped down, ready to charge. But Lam Han called out, no need for that, a gnat. But a gnat didn't listen. It single-handedly wiped out the herd of beasts. Notifications rang out continuously. Defeated Thunderbird beast. Received 650 experience points. Lam Han laughed, feeling energetic today. He found it strange too. A gnat dominated the battlefield too easily today. Was it actually angry? A gnat thought to itself, if I clean this trash up, Master will be happy. Niem Vi was astonished. That little ant took care of all of them. Lam Han replied calmly. I told you. Handling these would be quick. Joy surged within him. I've reached level 11. Feels pretty good. The system immediately updated. You have reached level 11. All attributes increased by 160 points. Received 120 free attribute points for allocation. A gnat returned, causing Niem Vi to jump and fall backward in shock. Lam Han scolded gently. A gnat. You're playing around again. Change back. A gnat responded immediately. Understood. Master. Niem Vi scrambled to her feet, looking bewildered. What happened? Was there a beast ambush just now? Turning her head, she saw that a gnat had transformed into a giant ant. Niem Vi instantly choked up, her mind going blank. Niem Vi dusted herself off and sighed in relief. Turns out it was just the little ant. Scared me to death, Lam Han ordered. A gnat, revert to your original form. It's more convenient for moving around. Shivers ran down her spine the whole way. She couldn't shake the feeling that the little ant was targeting her. Was she imagining things? A gnat held a grudge silently. You dare use your looks to seduce Master. Just you wait, I'll bite your head off. Go ahead, get closer. I promise I won't kill you. Completely. Niem Vi reassured herself. It must be my imagination. That little ant is so cute. How could it have any bad intentions? She tried to strike up a conversation, saying, Hey there, little ant. Let big sister pet you for just a second. Okay. A gnat raised a sharp claw, thinking, "This woman is so annoying. I really want to hit her, but Master won't be happy about that. Help a gnat, please." Lam Han leaned to the side to dodge and said, "All right, that's enough. If you keep touching him, a gnat is going to get angry. There are still plenty of ferocious beasts up ahead. A gnat, you go first and clear a path for us." In just one night, Lam Han hunted monsters non-stop. He destroyed thunder armor beetles to gain 984 experience, defeated electric hummingbees for 1,284 experience, and took down lightning steel bugs for another 1,284 experience. His level shot up continuously to 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. The information panel updated, showing the hidden second job change of Beast Tamer Scholar at level 15. His stats increased massively, making Lam Han so happy he almost cried tears of joy. "It hasn't been that long and I'm already level 15. It looks like it won't be long before I have to do the third job change quest." A gnat also leveled up significantly. The heavenly horned ant reached level 18, and its overall stats exploded. Lam Han praised him, saying, "A gnat, you've worked hard along the way." Niem Vi cut in, saying, "It's not just hard work, you know." She looked around at the pile of beast corpses, her voice sounding helpless as she said, "You two have pretty much destroyed the entire Thunder Forest. But maybe that's a good thing. We don't need to dodge monsters anymore, so we can speed up our search for the Thunderbird. I can sense it over in that direction." A gnat let out a wary chirping sound. Lam Han frowned and asked, "A gnat, is there something wrong up ahead?" It must be an ancient beast. If even a gnat is on guard, then whatever is ahead is definitely not ordinary. Right on the high canopy, the thing Lam Han had been searching for all this time finally appeared. It was the Thunderbird, a level 13 Thunderbird. If I can successfully form a contract with it, this trip will be a huge profit. Tiankok immediately detected their presence. It flapped its wings and soared up. "This is bad. It's running away," Niem Vi said in frustration. "We don't know how to fly, so we definitely won't catch up. After all that hard work, we're going to let it escape." Lam Han laughed coldly as a pair of lightning wings opened up behind his back. He said, "Who said I don't know how to fly?" He chased after the direction Tiankok flew, activating his lightning wings. Niem Vi stood below in shock, shouting, "What the heck?" The distance between Lam Han and Tiankok closed rapidly. He called out from behind, "Hey, Thunderbird, think about becoming my tamed beast. I'll cover food and housing." Tiankok let out a cry filled with wariness. It sped up to run away, determined to avoid a fate of being exploited. Lam Han froze in midair, thinking, is the reaction really that strong? This beast really has some personality. Fine then. Let's fight and see. Niem Vi, wait right here. Okay. Niem Vi looked up and replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Lam Han chased and coaxed at the same time, saying, "Hey, do you really not want to be my tamed beast? Following me won't be a disadvantage, I promise." He reached out but missed grabbing its wings. Lam Han frowned, thinking, so annoying. I let it escape again. Tiankok chose a spot in the air, condensed lightning, and struck straight down. Lam Han calmly praised it, saying, "You realized you couldn't run, so you're risking it all, huh? Your courage isn't bad at all." Lightning spread across the sky, but Lam Han didn't back down. He said, "In that case, I'll beat you into submission." He threw a copycat punch combined with violent strike, hitting Tiankok directly. Immediately after, Lam Han placed a seal on Tiankok's neck, and the contract was finally completed. The information panel popped up. Thunderbird. Branch Azure. Thunder Frenzy Bird. Level 13. The stats weren't high. Lam Han shook his head in disappointment, saying, compared to the heavenly horned ant, this is really far behind. A system notification popped up reminding him that the contract was successful and asking if he wanted to proceed with Ancestral Awakening for the contract target. Lam Han suddenly remembered. I almost forgot the system was here. Getting stronger is really as easy as flipping a hand. Let's do the Ancestral Awakening. Tiankok completed her transformation, and the Ancestral Awakening for the Thunderbird was successful. Her aura changed distinctly. The life form was about to enter its second form, bearing the title of Thunder Empress. The Thunder Empress belongs to the primordial 10 Palace insect race. Level 18. Strength is 1,900. Agility is 3,000. Spirit is 2,400. Constitution is 2,600. The skill Thunderstorm is level 100, covering a range of 1 kilometer around her with chaotic lightning strikes. The speed skill increases agility by 40%. Lam Han clicked his tongue as he watched, thinking, truly a lightning-type beast. 1 Ancestral Awakening, and she jumped 5 levels instantly. The Thunderstorm skill alone is enough to collapse a battlefield. Her feet touched the ground as light as the wind. Her figure stabilized, and she took steps toward Lam Han in silence. She bowed neatly and said, "Greetings, Master." Her voice was clear and without any hesitation. Lam Han froze in front of her overly prominent chest. He gave a bitter smile in his mind. Thinking. A fierce beast really lives up to the name. Her fierceness level even surpasses. A gnat. A gnat, standing on his shoulder, heard that and immediately got angry. His aura flared up visibly. A gnat immediately enlarged his body, actively rushing out to compete with the newcomer. The two sides faced off right in each other's faces. A gnat thought, "What smelly bird dares to steal my master?" "No way," the Thunder Empress retorted. "A tiny ant dares to hog the master. I only need one bite to swallow you whole." Lam Han hurriedly stepped in to intervene. "All right, from now on we are all one family. So stop pouting." "Okay, a gnat. You were the first to take human form, so as the big sister, you have to be the bigger person and yield to her." Tien Kok stepped forward and asked straightforwardly, "Master, would it be possible for you to give me a name as well?" Lam Han fell into deep thought. Since she is a thunder attribute bird. He suddenly remembered an ancient poem he once heard. It spoke of the beginning of time, where yin and yang were equal, sensing the thunder, and calling it the heavenly drum of the world. He nodded and made his decision. "I will name you Tien Kok," she smiled and replied. "Tien Kok. I really like this name. Tien Kok, thanks you." "Master." An indescribable thought rose in Lam Han's heart. She looks gentle and lovely on the outside, but her Thunderblast skill is absolutely wild. It would be great if I could witness her power with my own eyes just once. Right now, the situation is perfect. I can let the Thunderbird freely display her full power. In another corner, Niemvai sat silently waiting, feeling as if she had been forgotten by the world, wondering where Lam Han went and when he would come back. She was currently at the camp of the Manji people, and the atmosphere around her was unfamiliar and tense. Niemvai turned to ask the person beside her, "Lam Han, do you really want to help me complete the 4-star mission? My target is to hunt the leader here, but the difficulty is too high. Maybe we should just forget it." Lam Han replied decisively. "You helped me find the Thunderbird, so helping you complete your 2nd-class advancement mission is the right thing to do. Besides, I also want to take this opportunity to test the Thunderbird's power." He raised his head and gave the order. "Go, Tien Kok. Show me just how strong you are." Tien Kok flapped her wings and soared high into the air, her spreading wings dragging long streaks of lightning behind them. In midair, her body shifted into human form as she continued to fly straight through the thick layers of black clouds. Tien Kok raised her voice to summon, and the thunder and lightning immediately responded from high above. A vortex of lightning quickly condensed in the sky, and the pressure crushing down made the entire space tremble. The group of level 7 and 8 Manji people, along with the level 9 Manji leader, all raised their heads in unison, looking up at the high sky with eyes full of astonishment. Lam Han sighed internally. The monsters here are too low level. Once Tien Kok's Thunderblast strikes down, I am afraid I might actually have to pray for them not to die. He reminded Tien Kok to feel free to unleash her power, but not to kill the barbarian leader. Niem V stared up at the sky filled with lightning, wondering where that bird was and why she could not see it clearly. Tien Kok was excited to go all out, and she issued her command without a moment of hesitation. Heavenly thunder struck straight down from the center of the vortex toward the tribe below, almost at the same time. Tien Kok dove after the lightning bolt, her figure falling straight down onto the battlefield. The leader reacted on instinct, drawing his bow to fire back at the intruder. Tien Kok exploded with speed, closing in on the target in the blink of an eye. The bolt of heavenly thunder from above struck down, engulfing his body at that exact moment. Niem Vai exclaimed anxiously, "Did the Thunderbird make her move? With this many enemies, I don't know how long it will take. Should we go help?" But as soon as she poked her head out to observe the situation, she was immediately stunned, her mouth dropping open. Niem Vai saw Tien Kok standing over the barbarian leader's body, thinking, "Is this the barbarian leader? Did the Thunderbird capture and bring him back here already?" Lam Han praised. "Great job, Tien Kok." Lam Han handed Niem Vai a dagger, saying, "If you don't eliminate him, your mission won't be considered complete." Niem Vai's hand trembled slightly, but she still gripped the dagger hilt tightly. "I understand." To Niem Vai finished off the barbarian leader, completing the mission neatly. She turned back and bowed her head to thank Lam Han. "Thank you. It is all thanks to you that I was able to complete the mission." Her voice sincere and hiding nothing. She took the initiative to speak further. "My home is in this area, and since the main work is done anyway, would you like me to take you for a walk around Wuchao City?" Lam Han turned around to leave, his voice calm. No need to be so polite. You also helped me find the Thunderbird, so if it is meant to be, we will meet again in the future. Niem Vai stood there and silently prayed. Lam Han, I hope that one day we can meet again, her eyes quietly following him. Lam Han was satisfied with the day's harvest. Catching the second beast in just half a day was incredible luck. And the next step is to reorganize the leveling route. Right at that moment, the ringing of his phone suddenly sounded, breaking his train of thought. Lam Han looked at the caller's name in surprise. Long Long 2 is calling at this exact moment. Could there really be something important? He picked up the phone and laughed. Long Long 2. What are you looking for me for? If you are treating me to a meal, I will come find you right now. The other end of the line immediately denied it. Come on. Forget about the meal. I have something important to tell you. Long Long 2's voice dropped. Little Lamb 2, have you ever heard of the Illusory Void Realm? The Illusory Void Realm is a fictional illusionary realm established by the Imperial military, capable of simulating all kinds of different combat environments. At the same time, it also generates many forms of ferocious beasts to engage in combat with the Awakened Ones. Although it cannot increase experience points, it is extremely suitable for honing skills and techniques. Back together in a private room, Tianqiu continued speaking. Do you know how many people fight tooth and nail just for this slot? I told my dad to secure one spot for you. Lam Han silently considered. The individual combat capabilities of Tiankok and Anat are very strong, but their team coordination still has many issues. So using the Illusory Void Realm to train is just perfect. An image flashed through his mind of the two of them working together perfectly. Sister, we must serve Master well. Yes, sister, we must definitely serve Master well. Lam Han felt like he was about to have a massive nosebleed. Tianqiu continued to remind him. Lil Lam, I sent the address to your phone. Go check it out when you have time, Lam Han replied. Sorry for bothering you again, man. Your family has really helped me out a lot these past few years. The guy on the other end laughed it off. You and I are like family, just don't forget your bro when you hit it big later, Lam Han happily replied. You got it. It is a deal, ending the conversation. Lam Han went back to his bedroom to get some rest and recharge. The next morning, Anat leaned in close and asked, Good morning, Master. Did you sleep well last night? Lam Han was startled by the sight right in front of his eyes. Holy crap. Is it really this stimulating first thing in the morning? Tiankok stood on the other side, hugging him tightly. It is still early. Master should go back to sleep. Lam Han felt uncomfortable because he was nearly suffocating. This really was a sweet embrace. Anat immediately pushed her away. You smelly bird. Doing that will make it impossible for Master to breathe, Tiankok retorted. If it were you, Master would definitely breathe much easier, after all. You are so tiny and flat. The two sides continued to bicker endlessly. Small. Who are you calling small? Master already said it. I am the big sister, if you cannot even understand that. Then it seems your brain is just as laughably small as the rest of you. Both of them lunged at each other, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lam Han could only sigh. What a waste of their mature big sister appearances. Acting this childish. I need to put teamwork training on the schedule immediately. At the Illusory Realm Experience Zone, a staff member led him into the research room. Mr. Lam, your identity has been successfully verified. Just step into the hibernation pod and you can experience the Illusory Realm. The staff member continued to explain. You can choose dungeons with different difficulties based on your personal level. Breaking records will grant rewards, Lam Han thought to himself. Military rewards probably won't be too shabby. As Lam Han lay down in the hibernation pod, she smiled and said, I wish you a pleasant experience. The information panel lit up. User verification successful. Name, Lam Han. Class, Second Advancement Beast Tamer Scholar. Level 15. Recommended dungeon, Silver Rank. A notification appeared asking if he wanted to enter the Silver Rank dungeon. Lam Han chose to accept. Anat. Tiankok. Let's hit the road. Both of them spoke up at the same time, responding enthusiastically to the new journey. The system announced that the Silver Rank dungeon selection was successful. The dungeon is starting to load. The loading progress quickly rose to 100%. A notification confirmed the download was complete. Wishing you a happy journey. The Illusory Realm Arena has officially started in real time, as soon as he set foot inside. Lam Han immediately encountered two wolves blocking the way. Looking at the 3 level 13 wolves in front of him, he calmly spoke up. Hello there? Old friends. A gnat impetuously rushed forward. You smelly bird. I will show you who is truly worthy of being by Master's side. The pack of wolves let out a roar and then simultaneously lunged towards her, with just a simple strike. A gnat knocked all 3 of them back. She turned her head back with a smug look. deliberately provoking Tiankok. Tiankok stood completely still. Her power erupted enough to send the wolf pack flying. Is such a tiny little thing worth bragging about? You little ant. You really are naive. Lightning quickly gathered in Tiankok's hand. Electric currents danced clearly for her opponent to see. This is what you call true power. The pack of wolves in front was immediately suppressed by the lightning, to the point where they did not dare to advance any further. Lamhan saw that the situation was about to spiral out of control and stepped out to intervene. We are all family here. We need to keep the peace. Let's not keep this tension going. Anat spoke up in frustration. Master, I apologize, but there is no way Anat wants to be close with this smelly bird. The other side was also displeased. Different species. Tiankok could never love her either. In the end, Lamhan was left alone to face the pack of wolves charging at him. These two girls really have too much personality. Lamhan angrily threw a straight punch. Even you want to bully me, is that it? Only then did the two of them stop arguing, rushing over to ask, is Master hurt? I am sorry, Master. It is all because Tiankok did not protect you well. Both girls blamed themselves in their hearts because they were fighting for attention. They forgot about Master's safety. They must face the next battle seriously. The next wave of wolves appeared at level 20. Their aura was completely different. A warning popped up clearly. The third wave, consisting of 7 ferocious beasts, is about to arrive. The system reminded that the training pod does not cause physical injury, but pain sensations are transmitted at a 1-to-1 ratio. If you cannot continue, please give up the training immediately. Hearing that, Lamhan became even more satisfied. This difficulty level would be hard to deal with even for rare combat classes, but it suits him perfectly. He knows very well that the biggest weakness of a beast tamer is their own weak combat power. Another purpose for coming to the illusory realm was to overcome this very weakness. Lamhan gathered his strength and threw 5 consecutive punches, all of them landing straight on the face of the wolf in front of him. Its body was knocked flying far away, letting out a howl of pain. The two girls stood behind, watching with pure adoration, their eyes filled only with the image of their master. Lamhan smiled slightly and said, Not bad, huh? It was not a waste to dump all my free attribute points into strength. As the wolves began to howl to call their pack, Lamhan immediately realized the real battle was just beginning. Anat. Activate Enhance. Tiankok. Activate Haste. Both of them immediately coordinated and charged forward. Even though I don't want to fight side by side with that stinky bird, this is the Master's order, and so is mine. I absolutely will not let myself become a burden. Lamhan stood still and observed, thinking, I want to see if these Gale Wolf Kings have strength comparable to Anat, or if their speed can surpass Tiankok. Anat took the initiative to rush into close combat, shouting, You guys just be good and die already. Outside at the Illusory Void Realm Experience Center, the atmosphere was completely different. The crowd around him kept flattering Fong Dung. His greatsword just had to vibrate, and the ferocious beast fell in rows. His majestic appearance made others praise him endlessly. Someone proactively suggested, Next time, Hua Din. Maybe we can form a team together. I'm very willing to accompany you. Hua Ding coldly refused. Sorry, I prefer to fight alone. Fong Dung looked at her with interest, thinking to himself that this aloof flower was indeed just like the rumors said, which only made him want to conquer her even more. When the public announcement board suddenly popped up, he was stunned and blurted out, Holy crap! What are the stats in this room? With this speed, are they trying to break the record? The board clearly displayed the content. Dungeon progress has reached the final stage. Experience time, 8 minutes and 59 seconds. User, Lam Han. Everyone immediately started buzzing. Not even 9 minutes and they touched the final door. Are they really about to break the record? Just who is this Lam Han? Hua Ding surprisingly thought of a possibility, while Fong Dung scornfully thought that a mediocrity like Lam Han wouldn't have the qualifications to enter the illusory void realm. So, it must be someone with the same name. The notification board continued to update. New dungeon record established. Time, 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Record holder, Lam Han. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Did he really break the record? Just how strong is this Lam Han? Inside the illusory void realm arena, the entire pack of wolves had been wiped out. Lam Han was gasping for breath, sweat soaking him. As the reward notification appeared, you received the reward Poison Spike. Using it will summon poisonous thorny vines to rise up within a range of 100 meters, binding enemy targets and causing paralysis. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 20 minutes. The completion announcement rang out, about to automatically withdraw consciousness. Welcome back next time. Lam Han accepted the reward. Discovering it was a skill book, he thought. The illusory void realm is truly interesting. Next time, I'll try the gold rank dungeon. His consciousness returned, and Lam Han left the freezing capsule in the research room. He calmly walked out of the room, his expression having already recovered to normal. As soon as they saw Lam Han appear, someone cheered. He really broke the record. He even shortened the old record by more than half the time. This newbie is just too much. Does anyone know the great god Lam Han? Please introduce me. Lam Han silently avoided the surrounding gazes, feeling annoyed in his heart. This time, even my full name was announced. Isn't that a bit of a violation of privacy? Hua Ding only took one glance and recognized him immediately. There's no mistake. It really is him. Fong Dung's face went dark, and he gritted his teeth, whispering, "It's this brat again, stealing my spotlight. God damn it." At the military's illusory Void Realm Control Center, a serious atmosphere covered everything. The security staff quickly reported. "Sir Commander, abnormal data detected. A second-class beast tamer scholar has broken the dungeon level record. This person's solo time is incredibly hard to believe. Each wave of ferocious beasts was wiped out in less than 3 minutes. This speed is something even some third-class professions might not be able to achieve." Tython pondered deeply. Although beast tamers are strong, achieving this level with only second-class strength means he is truly a genius. We must absolutely recruit him into the military. He immediately issued an order. "Investigate all of this person's information thoroughly. I must have a full report before tomorrow morning." The next day in class, Tian Qiu excitedly recounted his friend's achievements, describing the illusory scene like striking lightning. With the Gale Wolf King kneeling before a mountain of bones at Lam Han's feet, Hua Din couldn't hide her astonishment, thinking, Lam Han is truly strong. Just then, the classroom door was kicked open, and Fong Dung walked in with a dark expression. He shouted a command loudly, "Lam Han, get out here for me." Tian Qiu smirked and blocked him, saying, "Fong Dung, what are you here for? Aren't you afraid of getting your face beaten swollen by little Lam again?" He brushed it off. "Cut the crap. Call Lam Han out here, inside." Fong Dung secretly swore. Yesterday was definitely just luck. My family poured so many resources for me to reach second class, yet Lam Han dared to steal the spotlight. Just wait and see. I'll beat him miserably. Tian Qiu waved his hand to chase away the guest. "Get lost. Little Lam has already gone up Dark Shadow Mountain to grind levels and prepare to break through to third class. He doesn't have time to fight with you." Fong Dung's lackeys started buzzing. Third class. That speed is a bit too terrifying. Could it be that breaking the record wasn't due to luck? Do you guys actually believe that? Truly brainless. Tian Qiu continued to mock. "Types like you who have to rely on family to reach second class. How could you understand the feeling of a genius? It's best to wait for little Lam to finish third class. Then you can ride his coattails and shout that he's the best." Fong Dung pointed his finger and cursed straight out. "You damn fatty. Just you wait for me." He turned around and left in a rage, thinking, "Wait until Lam Han gets back. I'll deal with both of you to vent my anger." On the Dark Shadow Mountain range, heavenly lightning continued to strike down without ceasing. The ferocious beasts in the area were beaten to shreds, completely unable to react in time. Even Lam Han had to exclaim, "With the speed of grinding monsters like these two machines, breaking through to third class is as easy as flipping a hand." The system continuously updated. Eliminated Gale Wolf, received 500 experience points. Eliminated Thunder Leopard, received 1,000 experience points. Eliminated Thunder Roar Beast, received 1,000 experience points. A gnat rushed over and hugged him tightly to show off. "Master, a gnat killed the most ferocious beasts. Am I awesome?" Lam Han patted her head and replied, "A gnat worked hard." Tian Kok stepped forward to report. "Master." Tian Kok just finished counting. "I killed 2 more than Big Sister." Lam Han nodded and praised. Tian Kok is also very skilled. A gnat immediately flared up. "You rotten bird. I counted it over and over. I couldn't be wrong. You definitely cheated." Tian Kok gave a faint smile. "You little brat. Do you even have the brains to count?" Lam Han hurriedly stepped in to stop them. All right. Quit arguing already." Lam Han fell into deep thought. A gnat and Tian Kok are getting stronger way too fast. The beasts in the Silver Zone aren't even enough for a warm-up anymore, let alone actual training. He spoke up and suggested, "How about we move over to the Gold Leveling Zone?" The 3 of them quickly made their way to the Gold Leveling Zone. They hid in the bushes to observe, and immediately ran into a pack of level 21 venomous patterned Kylans. Truly a rare find. Perfect timing. This is exactly what we need to hone our combat skills. Lam Han quickly issued orders. A knot. Draw their attention from the front. Thunder Emperor. Activate haste and strike their weak points. A knot roared and charged straight in, swearing that this time, she would definitely kill more monsters than Tian Kok. The venomous patterned Kylan opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of toxins right at her. The poisonous liquid clung to her face, causing Anat immediate distress. Her footsteps faltered, and she stumbled backward. Anat's body trembled violently. Master, Anat doesn't feel good. The system sent a warning. Heavenly horned ant. Constitution -80. Inflicted with paralysis poison. Continuous health loss for 1 minute. Lamhan instantly grew worried. This is bad. The toxin is causing Anat to lose health rapidly. He shouted an urgent order. Thienkok, use Thunderblast. End this quickly. Thienkok immediately cast Thunderblast, and lightning crashed down right where the Kylans were gathered. However, the pack of venomous-scaled lizards stood firm, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Lamhan quickly realized that Thienkok's Thunderblast was too random. It was hard to hit small targets. To deal with these venomous-scaled lizards, he needed to lock down their movements. He suddenly remembered the skill book he obtained after breaking the record in the illusory Void Realm. Lamhan opened the info panel to take a closer look. Poison Thorn. Skill book type. Intermediate quality. When activated within a range of 100 meters, thorny vines will sprout from the ground to bind enemies, adding a paralysis effect. Lasts for 5 minutes. Cooldown is 20 minutes. Status. Unlearned. He confirmed that Thunderblast struggled with small targets. If he used a crowd control skill first, it would significantly increase Thienkok's accuracy. Without hesitation, Lamhan immediately activated the book to learn the skill. A notification chimed. You have learned the skill Poison Thorn. Lamhan declared in a cold voice. You little lizards, your days of roaming free are over. Poisonous thorns erupted from the ground. Lamhan shouted, Not, Thienkok, let's go, clean up the battlefield. The thorny vines quickly tightened around the bodies of the venomous-scaled lizards. Thienkok received the order and immediately struck with lightning. Understood. Master. The system reported the results. Successfully eliminated venomous-scaled lizard. Experience plus 1,789, times 3. Anat wasn't falling behind either, continuously taking down targets to support her master. Notifications kept popping up. Successfully eliminated venomous-scaled lizard. Experience plus 1,789, times 3. Lamhan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad at all. In the blink of an eye, we went up 4 levels. Plus, all that commotion attracted 2 level 22 saber-toothed tigers. The system reminded him, you have leveled up to 19. All attributes increased, received 140 free attribute points. Lamhan calculated silently. Anat and Thienkok are both level 20 already. Once we finish this bunch off, I'll hit level 22. He immediately ordered, Anat, Thienkok, take care of those 2 tigers, quick. After taking down the targets, Anat and Thienkok simultaneously leveled up the heavenly horned ant to level 20. Thunder Emperor level 20 successfully eliminated the saber-toothed tiger. Experience plus 2,666. A notification appeared. You have reached level 20. All attributes increased, received 140 free attribute points. A warning followed. You have reached the maximum limit of the second job advancement. You need to accept the job change quest. You cannot gain any more experience until you complete the third job advancement. Lamhan muttered. Level 20 already. Grinding monsters now is pointless. I should head back and prepare for the third job advancement quest. The information panel updated. Lamhan, second advancement beast taming scholar, hidden class. Level 20. Strength, 3,290. Agility, 2,570. Spirit, 2,470. Constitution, 2,000. Skills, creature contract level 2. Beast taming space level 2. Beast summoning level 2. Malicious fluctuation level 1. Lightning wings level 1. Skill, copy level 1. Poison, thorn level 1. Free points, 700. At the job change temple, Lamhan stood before the familiar crystal pillar. I didn't expect to be back here so soon. He reached out and touched the crystal, silently praying in his heart. Please don't let it be another 5-star quest. Last time, I almost got absolutely destroyed. At that exact moment, a campus-wide announcement rang out. A 5-star quest has been triggered. The whole school was shaken. Holy crap. Another 5-star quest. It's only been a few days. Are monsters just popping up everywhere lately? The receptionist didn't even need to think. It's definitely Lamhan again. Is he leveling up like a maniac or what? Lamhan read the quest and wanted to curse. Damn it. This time it requires materials too. Quest name, Whispers of the Ghost Ship. Difficulty, 5 stars. Objective, board the ghost ship and eliminate all ghosts. Collect Fire Dragon Flame, Nature Essence, and Eye of the Wind. Location, ghost ship at Crimson Blaze Station. That evening, Lamhan appeared alone at the ghost ship harbor. He sighed deeply, complaining under his breath. Originally, He planned to go home and catch some Z's to recover, but now, that plan is completely ruined. His two tamed beasts materialized to comfort him. Master, don't worry. With a gnat here, these missions will be a breeze. Theankok will also protect Master very well. Lam Han glanced at the countdown timer. I trust you girls, but we are running out of time. Get ready. The target is about to appear. The ghost ship appeared right on schedule at 7 in the evening. The massive hull slowly drifted into the dock. Lam Han recalled the legends he had heard. The ghost ship was a super hot dungeon, attracting countless people to come and challenge it. But most of them were scared out of their wits. No one really knew what was waiting inside. As soon as he stepped inside, a skeleton popped up out of nowhere, making him jump. Holy crap, is that a real ghost? Relying on his reflexes, Lam Han threw a punch right at it. The attack passed right through it. The skeleton just stood there, mocking him. Lam Han got pissed off. Damn it, does this guy dare to laugh at me? You think I can't touch you, don't you? Lam Han immediately activated his lightning wings and shot up into the air. You think flying makes you tough? Today, I'm going to show you what it means to be fried to a crisp. As the ghost vanished, the system panel immediately updated the data. Successfully destroyed the ghost. Experience +0. Attention. You have reached the maximum limit that the second class advancement can sustain. You need to accept the class advancement quest. Otherwise, you cannot break through the limit. Before completing the third class advancement, you will not receive any more experience. Lam Han confirmed his suspicion. What Bang said was absolutely correct. Lightning absolutely counters soul-type creatures, and ghosts are no exception. It's just a pity there is no more experience points. It really feels like a waste of effort to fight for nothing. He decided not to drag this out any longer. It is better to finish the mission early. Delaying it will only make him more impatient. From inside the ghost ship, groups of ghosts flew out one after another. A cold, gloomy aura filled the air. Lam Han gave a decisive order. Theankok, go, purify them. She replied crisply. Understood, Master. A thunderstorm crashed down, and the ghosts instantly vanished. Notifications kept popping up. Successfully destroyed the ghost. Experience +0. Lam Han frowned. These ghosts were absolutely no match for Theankok. This difficulty level was at most 4 stars, so why was it listed as a 5-star mission? Just then, a mournful wail rang out. The lingering sound made the atmosphere suddenly turn heavy. The remaining ghosts began to congregate. Lam Han was startled. I haven't even touched them yet, and they can already merge together. Finally, they condensed into a single entity, the Ghost Captain, level 25. Lam Han immediately got much more interested. With this Ghost Captain added to the mix, the battle might finally be worth watching. He quickly assigned tasks. Anat, you are the main attacker. Theankok, disrupt the enemy's vision and support Anat. Both of them replied in unison. Got it. A gnat pierced straight through the gloomy mist, closing in on the captain from the front. Theankok held her position high in the rear, continuously striking down with lightning to provide cover. The weapon in the captain's hand was knocked away, and he instantly lost control. A gnat's fist slammed straight into the opponent's chest. The captain let out a low, heavy groan. Theankok spoke up to praise her for the first time. Not bad, little ant. A gnat replied immediately. That lightning bolt of yours just now was pretty awesome too. Lam Han helplessly reminded them. You two, finish him off first. They both replied in unison. We know, Master. Anat and Theankok accelerated simultaneously, closing in on the target from both the front and the back. A 5-hit combo accompanied by Anat's violent strike landed simultaneously. The captain's body was knocked backward, his aura weakening visibly. Theankok immediately coordinated, condensing a thunderstorm in midair and bringing it crashing down. The lightning storm poured down like a cascade of electricity, engulfing the entire spot where the captain stood. Lam Han coughed lightly. That is a bit of an overkill, don't you think? System notification. Successfully destroyed the Ghost Captain. Experience +0. Attention. You have reached the highest limit the second class advancement can sustain. You need to accept the class advancement quest. Otherwise, you cannot break through the limit. Before reaching the third class advancement, you will not be able to continue accumulating experience. A gnat stood up high, waving her hands and cheering. Master. A gnat finished off the enemy. A gnat is super awesome, looking incredibly proud of herself. Lam Han silently evaluated the situation. Even though this was the first time Anat teamed up with Theankok, the results exceeded expectations. When ancient beasts join forces, the power isn't just simple addition. The ghost ship had been dealt with cleanly, so there was no time to delay. He had to quickly find the remaining 3 ingredients. A new notification popped up. Mission name: Ghost Ship's Whisper. 5-star level. Content 1. Board the ghost ship and hunt ghosts. Completed. Content 2. Collect Fire Dragon Flame, Grass Spirit, and Eye of the Wind. Location: Yangwing Flame Ghost Ship. The Yangwing Flame curled up into a brilliant, glowing red mass, causing the surrounding temperature to rise noticeably. Inside was the lair of level 22 wind lizards. Lam Han closed his eyes to sense them, and every position gradually became clear in his mind. He opened his eyes to announce the good news. He didn't expect to find the ingredients so quickly. Tien Kok glanced over and immediately recognized the value. Master, that flower must be the Eye of the Wind. Should I use the old method and fly over to grab it? Lam Han instantly refused. No, the branches are too dense. It's not favorable. Standing by the cave, a gnat eagerly volunteered. Master, a gnat can help too. Tien Kok acted first, bringing back the first ingredient. 10 minutes later, she returned holding an orb while a whole swarm of level 22 wind lizards chased behind her. She handed the item to Lam Han and reported. Master, I got the grass spirit essence, he replied. Tien Kok, you did a great job. A gnat's eyes immediately lit up. I want to go too. A gnat wants Master to praise her too. Lam Han didn't hesitate and agreed directly. A gnat. Then go ahead and knock yourself out. A gnat arched her body and burrowed into the ground, digging straight toward the target without a second thought. Tien Kok smiled awkwardly as she watched. What is a gnat trying to do? Lam Han wasn't surprised. A gnat's true form was originally an ant, after all. For a gnat, digging tunnels was never just a skill. It was purely a survival instinct. Before long, a gnat had infiltrated deep inside the lizard's lair, watching a gnat crawl up the tree trunk. Lam Han waited silently. That little ant was actually pretty capable. It looked like the Eye of the Wind would be in his hands soon. Even so, he reminded himself not to get cocky until the job was done. Vigilance was always the top priority, just as a gnat gripped the flower's stem to pull it down. Lam Han suddenly felt a warning sense. Not good. Something's about to happen. A gnat lost her balance and fell straight down, screaming at the top of her lungs in midair. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the wind lizards below, and all their eyes locked onto her. A gnat hit the ground, stumbling. This wind is so annoying. It made a gnat get caught. Surrounded by the lizards, a gnat remained stubborn. Come on then, a gnat isn't afraid of you guys. Lam Han immediately issued an order. There are too many lizards. Fighting is disadvantageous for a gnat. Tien Kok, hurry and bring her back. Tien Kok launched herself forward with extreme speed, practically tearing through the wind. She activated a familiar skill, and the haste state was fully deployed. When Tien Kok scooped her up, a gnat angrily yelled, "Stupid bird, hey." The two girls quickly flew back, and Tien Kok spoke up to reassure her. A gnat. Master told me to save you. Handing a gnat over to Lam Han, Tien Kok reported. Master, I brought a gnat back. He replied, good job. Lam Han didn't stop there. He immediately prepared for the next step. The plan was clear. Run away immediately. Hurry up, let's retreat. Facing the pursuit of the lizards, the two could only obey orders. The glowing red Yangwing flame was violently stirred up, completely losing its initial tranquility. Lam Han muttered as he ran. Damn it, chasing us this persistently just for a single flower. He checked his status panel again. Class, second transfer, Beast Tamer. Level 20. Strength, 3,290. Agility, 2,570. Spirit, 2,470. Constitution, 2,000. Free points, 700. With this status, escaping was still quite difficult. Lam Han made a decisive move, dumping all his free attribute points into agility. His agility attribute instantly skyrocketed to 3,270, and his body felt significantly lighter. A gnat couldn't help but marvel. Did Master's speed just get faster? Lam Han looked back and shouted, a gnat, Tien Kok. Hang in there a bit longer. The nest is right up ahead. Hearing this, both were curious. What exactly is up ahead? What does Master mean? The group rushed deep into the red flame forest. Red fire swirled all around, and the scorching air pressed against their every step. The lizards stopped at the outer edge, their eyes wary and their bodies frozen, none daring to take another half step. They simultaneously turned and retreated, moving frantically as if something deep in the forest terrified them. Tien Kok immediately understood. Master, those big reptiles have left. You ran this way on purpose, didn't you? Lam Han nodded in confirmation. That's right. The fire lizard pack gathered deep in the red flame forest are the overlords here. Even if the wind lizards and grass lizards formed an alliance, they wouldn't dare to face them. He spoke succinctly, stating that their third target ingredient, the fire dragon flame, grew right inside that nest of fire lizards. Lam Han picked up the pace, heading into the high temperature zone, noting they were about to hit the fire lizard herd, and once they were done, they could go home and rest. The view inside the forest cleared up, revealing a group of level 22 fire lizards scattered around, resting quietly. A gnat stood on a high rock observing and reported urgently. Master, master, those big reptiles are bathing in the magma over there. Lam Han narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, his gaze sweeping quickly across the area to lock onto the ingredient's location. Finally, he confirmed the target. Found it. The fire dragon flame. The terrain here is wide and open, perfect for Thien Kok to use her dash skills. The system chimed in at just the right moment. Congratulations, Master. You have triggered a random quest. Quest name, Awakening. Content, wake up the sleeping fire lizard leader and destroy it. Reward, 1,000 beast taming points. Lam Han paused for a moment, surprised that a situation like this would actually trigger a new mission. He quickly weighed his options, thinking the fire lizard leader must be a giant hidden within the herd. The reward was attractive, but getting surrounded would be extremely troublesome. Lam Han immediately assigned tasks. Prioritize completing the class transfer quest first. We'll deal with the leader later. Thien Kok, go get the fire dragon flame. When Thien Kok returned carrying the fire dragon flame, a nut cheered happily. That stinky bird actually got it. She handed the item to him. Master, I got it. Lam Han took it and replied, this mission really wasn't difficult at all. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The next step is figuring out how to handle the fire lizard leader. A glint of light flashed in Lam Han's eyes, and he instantly went on alert, his gaze locking onto an unusual direction. Instinct pulled him to dodge sideways, just as a dangerous force grazed past him. A voice rang out from afar. You've got some pretty good luck there. Kid. A group of arrogant people appeared opposite him, issuing a blunt order. Hand over the fire dragon flame, and I might let you die quickly with less pain. Lam Han questioned them in a cold voice. Who are you people? You open your mouth demanding my stuff. On what grounds? The opponent laughed scornfully and replied, simply because I'm from the Magic Association. Unlike a small fry like you, my future is infinitely bright. I am Lei Dong, a level 18 peak lightning mage. Lam Han had heard that name before. The Magic Association recruited awakened people of all professions to collect protection fees, outwardly acting like a guild but essentially operating as a notorious gang. Lei Dong continued to threaten. If you know what's good for you, hand over the fire dragon flame and I'll let you go. But his underling, Thien Hoa, chimed in from behind. Boss, wait. Look at the girl behind that kid. The two girls with striking figures and eye-catching beauty immediately drew their gaze, making him think excitedly. Those are top-tier goods. He changed his tone to something filthy. I've changed my mind. Hand over your girls, too. Let the brothers have some fun. Lam Han smiled contemptuously. Predictable. Indecent trash. Since the trash has been brought outside, it definitely needs to be directly incinerated to protect the environment. Lei Dong still hadn't realized the danger. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? He coldly ordered. If he doesn't know his place, chop off his limbs and throw him into the fire lizard pack. The minions responded in unison. Yes, sir. Thien Hoa led the minions in a charge. Kid, Brother Lei stealing your women is him showing you respect. That's right. Dare to resist. Then it won't just be chopping off hands and feet. Lam Han stood still, his expression calm, as if everything happening before him wasn't even worth bothering about. A Nat and Thien Kok immediately stepped forward to block them. You dare harm my master, you have a death wish. When the minions were knocked back, Lei Dong was stunned and exclaimed, What the hell? His face darkened as he calculated. How are these two so powerful? Lam Han spoke slowly, his aura imposing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a beast-taming scholar, level 20. And these two girls are my tamed beasts? Realizing his true identity, Lei Dong thought in terror. Ancient beasts, shape-shifting tamed beasts. Is that even possible? He recalled the legends that tamed beasts rarely left their masters, thinking he just needed to critically injure the kid and find a chance to retreat. Lei Dong condensed lightning in his hand, aiming straight at Lam Han to strike. Thien Kok threw a punch to block the attack. With me here, no one lays a finger on master. Immediately after, a gnat shot forward, appearing in front of Lei Dong in the blink of an eye. 5 consecutive punches rained down, making him spit blood. You dare touch master. A gnat will beat you to death. She didn't stop, delivering a rapid series of kicks. Die. You bastard. Lam Han had to speak up to intervene. A gnat. Don't kill him. I still have a use for him. The whole group was quickly tied up. Lei Dong remained stubborn. What are you planning to do? I advise you to release me immediately. If you dare harm me, the Mage Association won't let you off. Lam Han put on a gentle expression. We have no feud or grudge between us. Why would I harm you guys? He continued very softly. Besides, I have a mission that needs your help. Lei Dong's face instantly turned pale as he asked tremblingly, You. What do you want to do? A piercing scream rang out, quickly drawing the attention of the surrounding fire lizards. Each of them was suspended in midair, their mouths agape, screaming for help incessantly. Tiankok held the rope, lowering them down gradually while scolding. Haven't you guys eaten yet? Scream louder. The group panicked and begged piteously. Please have mercy. Don't let go. We were wrong. We were truly wrong. Please spare us. The rope continued to lower, and the whole group curled up in terror, afraid of being snatched by the fire lizards. Lam Han nodded in praise. Tiankok, holding this altitude is actually pretty good. Anat tilted her head and asked, Master? What exactly are you planning to do? He replied concisely, Aren't we planning to deal with the fire lizards? If you want to go fishing, you gotta have some bait. Lam Han continued his arrangement. The next step is to let them make an even bigger commotion. The rope went slack, and the whole group dropped onto a rock situated right in the middle of the boiling sea of lava. 2 fire lizards immediately crawled onto the rock, their eyes locking onto their prey. Loidong Panic released his ability to counterattack, screaming, Stay back. Don't come over here. But that attack was no different than scratching an itch. The fire lizard was completely unaffected. Tien Hoa shouted a warning. Brother Loi, your attacks don't work on them. Another guy screamed in despair. Help me. I don't want to die. As the fire lizards closed in, all they could do was scream at the top of their lungs. Help us. Lam Han shouted coldly. Useless trash. Tiankok, protect them a little. Don't let them die right now. She responded immediately. Understood. Master. Lightning struck down from high above, aiming straight at the area below to save them. The fire lizards were stiffened by the electric shock. Lam Han nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Keep it up. Make the chaos even bigger. The lava layer below began to churn with unusual ripples. Right after that, the lava surface bulged upward, rising into a small mountain-like mass. The level 28 Fire Lizard King officially appeared. Lam Han rejoiced inwardly, finally caught the big fish. Tiankok and Jiate coordinated, striking lightning straight onto its giant back. The Fire Lizard King turned its head and gave a low roar. Lam Han immediately commanded, Very good. Aggro has been pulled. Hurry and drag the target over here. Tiankok turned to retreat. Understood. Master. Anat looked over and asked, Master, how do we handle those 4 bad guys? Lam Han replied nonchalantly. Ignore them. With that little strength, they'll lose their lives to the pack of fire lizards soon enough anyway. He continued without hesitation. Those guys are used to killing and robbing. One look and you know they're longtime criminals. If the fire lizards don't kill that kind of scourge, I'll deal with them myself. For now, prioritize completing the mission first. Then we'll figure out the rest. Anat immediately entered combat mode. Understood, Master. She continued to deploy her ultimate move. Coordinating with the violent strike, a heavy punch slammed into the Fire Lizard King's body. Lam Han cheered her on. Very good. Anat, keep up the suppression. Let's test its strength first. Anat spun around and kicked straight at the monster's head. Lam Han called out to Tiankok. Follow up. Don't give it time to breathe. Tiankok immediately launched lightning into the fresh wound. As you command, Master. Lam Han quickly assessed the situation. Even though the Fire Lizard King is a higher level, with Anat and Tiankok combining forces, as long as they coordinate steadily, they can slowly destroy it. Suddenly, a heavy, deep sound rang out, forcing him to cover his ears. What is going on? The Fire Lizard King roared, and the shockwave blew the 2 girls far away. Immediately after, a giant fireball hurtled straight towards them. Lam Han's face changed color. Tiankok immediately rushed forward, using her own body to block and shield Anat from the dangerous blow. The flames surged violently. Both of them were knocked back but still landed outside the safe zone. As soon as she touched the ground, Tiankok stumbled and then collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing Tiankok collapse, Lam Han immediately ran over and asked, Tiankok, are you okay? Anat stood nearby, unable to hide her worry. He looked at the bleeding wound on her shoulder, his heart heavy. Tiankok and Anat are only level 20. The 8-level gap is too huge. The mission is important, but losing them would be an irreparable loss. Tiankok still struggled to get up, her voice firm. Master, I can still continue. She spoke slowly. Master is doing something very important. We can't give up halfway. Besides, even if we retreat right now, the Fire Lizard King will chase us down. Anat nodded in agreement. Big Bird is right. Master's business is Anat's business too. Anat will definitely help Master complete it. The 2 girls continued to rush toward the Lizard King. Master, rest assured, we will definitely help you complete the mission. That's right. Anat and Big Bird will give it everything we've got. Lam Han froze, moved by emotion. He cherished them, and they also put him above everything else. The more this happened, the more carefully he had to calculate. He absolutely could not let them suffer any more harm. The Fire Lizard King has a massive body and extremely high defense. A Nut and Thien Kok were causing almost no significant damage. Attacking head-on isn't effective. We have to change tactics. Lam Han's eyes gradually locked onto a key point of the battle. He stared at the gash still oozing blood on the enemy's neck. That was definitely the Mark A Nat left behind. Lam Han shouted orders loud and clear. A Nut, Thien Kok, keep up this rhythm. Find an opening and rip that wound on the Fire Lizard King's neck even wider. Both of them switched targets instantly, even if they didn't fully grasp the plan. Following their master's orders was never a mistake. A Nat landed a direct hit right on the wound. Lam Han cheered her on. That's it. Good job. A Nat, stack up that damage and tear it open even more. Then it was Thien Kok's turn to follow up. Lam Han yelled, add your attacks now. She calmly replied, understood, Master. Streaks of lightning rained down continuously, drilling deep into the Fire Lizard King's open wound. Its massive body lost its balance and plummeted straight into the sea of magma below. Thick smoke billowed up from the pit, and the two girls held their breath, waiting in anticipation. When the Lizard King surged back up with terrifying power, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. They had fought for so long, yet the damage was still so minimal. Lam Han stepped forward and cut in. No, that's enough. He realized clearly that A Nut and Thien Kok could only inflict superficial flesh wounds. He burst into speed and charged straight toward the enemy. Lam Han rushed to the front lines, simultaneously activating his copy skill. Wings of Lightning. Thunder Emperor, speed up. He remembered his ace in the hole, the ability to copy and utilize skills. Copy skill, Heavenly Horned Ant. Berserk, copy skill, Heavenly Horned Ant. Giant Strength. Once he finished copying the Heavenly Horned Ant and Explosive Strike, Lam Han could clearly feel he had enough power to deal some real damage now. He used himself as bait to draw the lightning together. Copy skill. Thunderstorm. Copy skill. Heavenly Horned Ant. Iron Bone. You stinky lizard. This is 1 billion volts of pure voltage right here. Lam Han stood firm on its neck and unleashed the decisive blow. This time, you're going to be turned into nothing but burnt charcoal. And with that, the massive boss lizard finally collapsed. The system immediately updated. Quest. Awaken and destroy the sleeping Fire Lizard King. Completed. Quest reward. 1,000 beast taming points. Received successfully. The two girls were overjoyed. Thanks to Master, our levels have gone up. This is great. The notification board popped up. Congratulations on leveling up. Lam Han let out a long sigh, looking at his bloodstained hands. It's finally over. He cracked a satisfied smile as the wings on his back shimmered with light. His energy completely drained. Lam Han fell backward. The two girls rushed to catch him. Master, he reassured them. No, I'm fine. I just overused my skills. I'm just a little tired. Lam Han continued speaking. That trash from the Magic Association is probably still holding out, but a horde of fire lizards is coming. Let's get out of here first, rest for the night, and then head to the job change hall. The next morning, at the job change hall, Lam Han read the notification on the crystal stone. Job change quest complete. He officially reached the third advancement. Third advancement class. Elite Beast Tamer. Third advancement successful. Class talent unlocked. Eagle Eye. Increases vision and motion capture ability. Expands hearing range. His full profile appeared. Name. Lam Han. Elite Beast Tamer. Third advancement. Hidden class. Level 20. All stats and skills were clearly displayed. Achieving this result was definitely not easy. The general notification board updated for everyone. 5-star quest. Whispers from the ghost ship has been completed. The crowd around was stunned. That quest just appeared the day before yesterday. How was it completed in such a short time? The receptionist looked at the familiar scene and spoke casually. Ever since I saw Mr. Lam's leveling speed, nothing surprises me anymore. Lam Han turned to ask them. A Nut. Thien Kok. How much has your strength improved? A Nat excitedly reported. Master. Oh, Master. I feel like I've gotten so much stronger. My whole body is overflowing with power. A Nat's stats appeared. Heavenly Horned Ant. One of the primordial 10 fiends. Level 21. Her strength, agility, spirit, and vitality stats all increased massively. Skills like Berserk, Giant Strength, and Iron Bone were all significantly upgraded. Thien Kok calmly shared. The feeling after leveling up is very stable. Plus, this time I even unlocked a new battle form. Thien Kok's power chart appeared. Insect race, primordial 10 fiends, level 21. Her stats, along with skills like Thunderstorm and Speed Up, were clearly enhanced. Lam Han squatted in a corner with a helpless look on his face. I really am just a power-leveling service. These two are the real beneficiaries of my grinding. He quickly pulled himself together. Even though they're only one level higher, the difference is huge. But they're my tamed beasts, so the stronger they are, the better. A notification popped up. Used 1,000 beast taming points to enhance skills. Iron Bone, Thunderstorm, and Speed Up have all been raised to higher levels. Remaining beast taming points. 0. Lam Han pondered. I haven't looked closely at the third advancement rewards yet. All the skills seem good, so which one should I choose to make the most sense? The system immediately responded. Third advancement rewards activated. Fusion, Telepathy, and Hidden Sense appeared one by one with detailed descriptions. Lam Han gave a decisive order. System. Use all my beast taming points to enhance Anat and Thienkok's skills. The two girls were full of curiosity. Master, what is this? Merging as one with the host. That would surely be an amazing experience. Master. Fusion. Choose Fusion. Lam Han calculated silently. If I combine the strength of the heavenly horned ant and the speed of the Thunder Emperor, the effect will definitely far surpass just simply copying their skills. He spoke up and asked, are your motives actually serious? Anyway, when we reach the fourth advancement later, there will be plenty of other skills. For now, choosing a simple but powerful skill is enough. The two girls happily replied, Master is the best. Thank you. Master. Lam Han was getting impatient. Now that I've chosen the skill, I need to find a chance to test it out immediately. Thienkok glanced at the notification panel, noticing that her master seemed to have received yet another new mission. Lam Han read the information and felt a bit surprised, as the host had completed the third-class advancement, triggering the mission to sign a contract with a third beast, with a reward of 1,500 beast taming points. He immediately felt interested, realizing that signing a contract with a third beast meant receiving an additional 1,500 beast taming points, which was truly a massive bargain. Anat teared up slightly, thinking that this kind of mission was practically guaranteed profit, with almost zero risk involved. Thienkok gently patted her head, her movements looking incredibly natural and comforting. She offered some comforting words, assuring her that even if their master signed a contract with a new beast, he would never abandon them. Thienkok's smile turned momentarily cold as she asked, Isn't that right, Master? Lam Han gave a forced laugh and replied, Of course. But the current priority is to continue leveling up. And besides, there is still one matter that needs to be resolved. Both girls tilted their heads in unison, wondering if it was some kind of major event. A few days later, the graduation exam of Wuchao High School No. 1 officially began, and Dean Tukong stood prominently on the podium. He announced that today was the day the major academies would be coming to recruit students at their school. Lam Han stood in the crowd clapping, thinking that he had been so busy power leveling these past few days that he almost forgot about this exam. But luckily, he still made it in time. Just then, a gnat cried out, startling him, as she whined, Master, a gnat really does not want to be in here. Inside the level 3 beast space, she was sobbing and asking where her master was, while Thienkok hurriedly tried to comfort her, saying, all right, please stop crying. Lam Han sighed, realizing that today's atmosphere was quite serious, so letting them appear wouldn't be appropriate. But keeping them locked in the beast space was also a huge challenge. Tukong excitedly announced, Please give a round of applause to welcome the academy leaders who have come to attend. He introduced them one by one. Director Lai Do-Dat of Northern Heaven Academy and Director Lu Thien-Hat of Azure Saint Academy. The crowd of young prodigies buzzed with excitement, as the two largest academies in the Dragon Empire had both appeared, which was an extremely rare occurrence. Someone leaned in and asked, Little Lamb, do you want to go to Azure Saint or Northern Heaven? As Lam Han noticed everyone's gaze falling on him, he thought to himself, compared to choosing an academy, I am much more curious to know where that other representative comes from. The dean continued his introductions, saying this is the person in charge of the military academy, Director Diep Tai Than. Please give him a round of applause. As Tai Than smiled and said, Hello to all you students. The group of prodigies murmured in admiration, noting that the military academy held an even higher status than Azure Saint and Northern Heaven, proving he was truly a top-tier expert. Fatty Long whispered in his ear, asking, Little Lamb, what level are you now? And have you signed a contract with any beasts yet? Because I reached level 15. So if you are free later, let's go have a blast together. Lam Han smiled and replied, Sure thing. Fatty Long, You have gotten quite a bit stronger lately, haven't you? But Fatty Long quickly waved his hand, saying, "How dare I compare myself to you? Since just a few days ago you said you were about to reach your third-class advancement." Suddenly, a voice cut in from behind, filled with provocative words. Fong Dung stepped forward and sneered. "Third advancement, my foot. Only a simpleton like Fatty Long would believe such boasting. So, Lam Han, if you lack strength, just admit it. There is no need to put on a show." Fatty Long furiously prepared to retort, shouting, "Fong Dung, why do I run into you everywhere? If you want to fight, I am not afraid." But Lam Han raised his hand to stop him, saying, "So it is. Young Master Fong Dung, I did not expect to meet you here." Lam Han calmly reminded him, "Regarding our previous bet where you lost 100,000 heavenly dragon coins to me, you still haven't paid up. So since we are meeting like this, why don't you settle the debt right now?" Fong Dung pointed straight at his face and shouted, "Lam Han, don't get cocky. Today you are absolutely no match for me." To which Lam Han nonchalantly asked, "Is that so?" His voice dropped lower as he added, "I am afraid I am going to have to disappoint you then." On the podium, Tu Kong announced, "The graduation exam officially begins now, and this time it consists of 2 parts, a level check and a practical combat simulation." He continued, "The first round is a level check that does not determine the final result, but it helps you understand your strength to prepare teams for the practical combat. The second round, practical combat simulation, will evaluate your ability to adapt and coordinate with teammates on the battlefield. The top 3 teams will receive a special resource package along with priority selection rights from the academies. Finally, admission is based on 2 criteria, individual combat achievements and a comprehensive evaluation score, to avoid anyone relying solely on their teammates." Tu Kong decisively declared, "This graduation exam has officially begun. I hope you all perform at your best and get into the academy you desire." The level check started as students lined up by class, and the inspection orb detected levels from 10 to 20, making it absolutely impossible to cheat. Class 1, Dian Cone, Profession Chicken Breeder, Level 10. Class 1, Taida, Profession Blacksmith, Level 11. Bak Bang worried inwardly, wondering how far Little Han had prepared his beasts, since this exam would directly impact his future. She felt annoyed with herself, thinking, who cares about him anyway? He didn't even accept the void beast I worked so hard to catch. He really has some nerve. Fong Dung interjected sarcastically, "Teacher Bak, if you are going to favor a student, you should choose someone worth favoring. Every time you open your mouth, it is Lam Han this and Lam Han that. So I really don't understand what makes that piece of trash worth your attention." Bak Bang shouted in annoyance, "If you want to take the test, then hurry up. And if you dare badmouth my student one more time, don't blame me for getting nasty." Fong Dung laughed coldly, saying, "Even if you don't say it, I am still several times stronger than Lam Han. Today, I'm going to show you all what a true God-given talent actually looks like." The testing sphere lit up, and Bak Bang froze for a second before announcing, "Class 4, Fong Dung, Elite Giant Star, Level 16. The students went wild, buzzing about how he hit the highest level right out of the gate. Probably no one can top that, and the big academies will definitely be fighting to recruit him. Fong Dung walked right up to Lam Han, chin held high, and sneered. "Do you see the gap between us now? I am the strongest one in Hat Trung High right now." Lam Han gave a faint smile and replied, "Strongest in Nhat Trung. Huh, I wouldn't bet on that. Your record has already been broken pretty easily." Fong Dung froze in his tracks, only realizing just then what was happening behind his back. The next test result rang out. Class 5, Lang Tuyet, Storm Grandmaster, Level 17. Making the crowd gasp and realize that there's always someone better, Tu Kong introduced her saying, "Student Lang Tuyet is the pride of Nhat Trung. Her achievements and natural talent are absolutely outstanding." 2 directors discussed among themselves. Her level and class are excellent. As long as her combat sense is solid, she'd fit perfectly at Bak Tien, and our Than Than Academy really needs talent like that too. Deep Tai Than spoke up. "Headmaster Tu Kong, I heard your school has a beast tamer named Lam Han who's called one of the twin stars alongside Lang Tuyet. Is he here today?" Tu Kong immediately called out the name. Next up, Class 6, Lam Han. Everyone's eyes locked onto him, wondering what kind of surprise Lam Han, the kid who broke the record in the illusory void realm, would pull off this time. Fong Dung laughed scornfully, thinking that, in front of this testing device, everything would be exposed for what it really is. "Lam Han, I'm waiting to see just what kind of clown show you're gonna put on." Bak Bang thought to herself with a cold tone, "This brat really needs a good beating, or he'll never learn." Lam Han reassured her, "Sister Bang, the only way to handle a disruptive clown like that is to slap him hard enough to make it hurt." His attitude was incredibly calm, but deep down, he was actually itching to get started right away. Bakbang took a deep breath to regain her composure and then urged him, "Go on then." He placed his hand on the sphere, recalling what the headmaster had said about this crystal only testing power below level 20. But since he had already reached the third job transfer, even he didn't know what the result would be. The crystal ball began to operate, proceeding to check Lam Han's level. However, there was no clear reaction. He paused and asked if that shaking level was normal, and Bakbang replied in surprise, "I've never seen a situation like this either." Right at that moment, a clear crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the sphere. Shards of crystal blasted out in front of everyone, leaving Lam Han stunned as he thought, "Damn, why did it just explode like that?" The group of prodigies shouted in unison, "Holy crap, what on earth just happened?" Bakbang hurriedly asked, "Lam Han, are you hurt?" And he replied briefly, "I'm fine." She frowned and wondered why the device would break on its own since it was definitely checked before the exam. While Lam Han silently thought, "Is my level too high or something? Nah, that can't be it." Right. Fongdong seized the chance to mock him. "It's because your power is so pathetic that even the testing device couldn't stand it. Lam Han, if I were you, I would have voluntarily withdrawn from the exam already." Someone immediately chimed in, "Yeah, that's right. Not only did he fail the test, but he also destroyed the only device we have. He really has no respect for anything." Lam Han recognized the person who just spoke. The headmaster said he would deal with Tao Sung, yet he's still here. His backing must be pretty significant. Bakbang understood his look and whispered, "That is Tao Tuong, Tao Sung's twin brother. He's also a proctor for this exam and has been holding a grudge since you reported them. So, be careful." Tao Tuong immediately reported, "Headmaster, directors, Lam Han has damaged public property and failed to complete the level assessment. So, I propose canceling his eligibility to participate in the combat round." Lam Han retorted instantly, "A proctor shouldn't bring personal grudges into the exam room." Tao Sung laughed coldly. "Lam Han, stop trying to salvage the situation." Lu Thien Hut spoke up. "A useless beast tamer like that isn't worth the Academy's wasting their time. His level is so weak it can't even be tested. And as a beast tamer, joining combat is pointless." Dadat nodded in agreement. "Without strong resources, it's very hard to cultivate someone like that." Tukung looked at Lam Han and asked slowly, "Lam Han, did you hear the opinions of the two directors clearly?" His expression was stern, spreading a wave of pressure across the entire stand. Fongdong and Tao Tuong looked clearly smug, thinking that, since he couldn't advance, Lam Han's path was likely coming to an end. Deep Tai Than suddenly spoke up. "Shouldn't a person's strength be judged by their combat performance? The level check is just for reference. The combat round is the main point. If you act like this, flipping the priorities, can you really select true talent?" The two directors paused, as if woken from a dream, thinking maybe they should see this student's performance in the second round. Who knows? There might be a surprise. Deep Tai Than turned to ask, "Headmaster, is there any problem with that arrangement?" Tukong immediately replied, "No problem at all. Thank you, gentlemen, for giving Lam Han a chance to prove himself." Lam Han silently held this military supervisor in high regard, while Bakbang whispered to him, "I heard he is always fair and strict, so getting this opportunity was not easy at all. You have to perform your absolute best later. Make those who look down on you bow their heads in shame." He startled and replied, All right, I get it." Fongdong still would not let it go and sneered, "Lam Han, you really are lucky. But so what if they let you participate? Trash is still trash, no matter where you put it." After saying that, he even burst into a loud, gloating laugh. Lam Han turned back and retorted, "Who do you think you are? Just because you got a little favor. You think you are better than everyone else? Shut your mouth." Fongdong's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. "I do not mind personally taking care of you during the battle." Lam Han replied directly, "If you have the guts, then let us meet in the real combat round." And Fongdong coldly concluded, "Fine. At that time, you will see exactly how I crush you." Tukong loudly announced, "Next is the second round of real combat. Students are free to form teams, with a maximum of 3 people per team. This exam battle will be broadcast live, and all the Academy head teachers will be monitoring your every move." Tien Kyo actively spoke up to invite him. "Hey, little lamb, want to form a team? Your big brother here will lead you straight out of the siege for a thrill." Lam Han clasped his hands and replied, "Then I will rely on you to look after me." "Fatty." And Long Map laughed loudly. "Easy peasy. Easy peasy." Hua Ding blushed slightly as she stepped forward, actively introducing herself in front of everyone. "I am Hua Din from Class 3. May I ask if I can join your team?" Tien Kiu stood next to him and teased, "Little lamb, your luck with the ladies is booming. Even the beauty from Class 3 is actively looking for you." But Lam Han did not have any impression of Hua Din. He felt a brief worry in his heart, as forming a team meant the risk of revealing a nut, Tien Kok, and his true identity. Therefore, Lam Han refused directly. I am sorry, classmate Hua. Our team already has enough people. You should find another team. It would be more suitable for you than us. Tien Kyo leaned in and whispered, Little Lamb, 3 people make a full team. Fighting in a party without a girl is so boring. But he replied, When will you ever drop the habit of choosing people based on their looks? Hua Ding hurriedly said, No, there is definitely no team on the field stronger than yours. Lam Han, I know that the person who broke the record of the illusory void realm a few days ago was you. Please give me a chance. I am only a level 15 elite knight, but I absolutely will not drag you down. Lam Han made a quick assessment. This girl spoke straight and had a sincere attitude, so she probably would not pull any schemes during battle. Long Map also chimed in. Little Lamb, she has already said that much. You should just agree. Tien Q would not stop nagging. Little Lamb, little lamb, little lamb, until finally Lam Han sighed. I agree. Are you happy now? Hua Ding eyes immediately lit up. That is wonderful. Lam Han handed the registration form to Bak Bang and said, Ms. Bang, here is our team registration form. She looked at the information of the third person. Hua Din from Class 3. Lam Han explained, her class profession is quite suitable for our formation, so we let her join. Bak Bang sighed softly. Originally, I intended to pair Lang Tuyet with you, as your chances of winning the championship would be higher, but Fong Dung snatched her away. Lam Han reassured her. Ms. Bang, do not worry. Our team will definitely win the championship this time. Bak Bang turned her face away. Who cares about you? I am only afraid that you will embarrass Class 6. Lam Han laughed along. Right. No matter what, I cannot make Teacher Bak lose face. She continued to advise him. You must be careful if you encounter any unexpected situations. Bak Bang clenched her hand, silently trying to regain her composure. She gathered all her courage to hug Lam Han. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Do not overexert yourself. His teammate stood next to the teleportation gate and called out loudly, Little Lamb, let us go. He replied, coming right now, while briefly listing each name in his heart. Ms. Bang, Fatty Long, Hua Din. With so many people standing behind me like this, it will be hard to hide my true strength in this real combat test. Inside the Flower Origin Forbidden Palace, Tukong announced that the exercise area is divided into bronze, silver, and gold. The higher the level, the more points you get. So remember to keep your scoring bracelet safe. He continued to explain, the device allows you to open notification channels, monitor the leaderboard, and call for help when in danger. Next, everyone please choose an area suitable for your strength and begin accumulating points. Fong Dung team rushed forward first, treating the beast like small fry, and the system updated. Fong Dung team destroyed 2 level 8 fire spirit lizards, receiving 80 points. When the swarm of spirit lizards closed in on Lang Tuye, she simply snapped her fingers gently. Ice and snow erupted, and all the spirit lizards were frozen on the spot. They were wiped out in a flash. The system announced that Fong Dung's team just took down 4 level 8 fire lizards, earning 160 points. Live footage from inside the secret realm was being broadcast to the audience outside. 2 instructors were discussing the match excitedly. Lang Tuyet is incredibly impressive. Only 10 minutes in and already in the lead. High talent combined with strong teammates. The chances of winning the championship are huge. The scoreboard displayed everyone's progress, but Lam Han's team was still sitting at a big, fat 0. Tao Tuong sneered, saying, Every other team has points, yet Lam Han's team is empty-handed. What a disgrace to not Trung Hai. 2 other instructors chimed in, agreeing that there wasn't much to expect from a beast tamer like him. Only Bak Bang remained steadfast in her belief. She knew that, sooner or later, these people would be absolutely shook by Little Han's true potential. When the screen switched over to Lam Han's team, a glaring red warning signal instantly popped up. The monitoring device blared an announcement. Warning, your team has entered the silver leveling zone. Beast levels range from 10 to 20. Tien Qiu's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, Holy crap! Little Lamb, did you seriously lead us straight into the silver zone? Lam Han thought to himself. If Fatty Long knew that the silver zone was where I started my leveling journey, his eyes would probably roll right out of his head. Fong Dung sent a provoking message. Lam Han, I'm the strongest in the school now. You'll never catch up. I've already cleared out the bronze zone. If you want points, come die in the silver zone. Lam Han just smirked, thinking, how childish. Tien Qiu swore angrily. That piece of trash mooches off women and still dares to brag. Hua Ting nodded and replied, he used to harass me, so I know exactly what kind of person he is. Right at that moment, a new notification flashed before Lam Han's eyes. The system chimed in. Congratulations, host. Hunting mission activated. Objective: hunt gold tier beasts. Progress: 0%. Reward: 1,000 beast taming points. He thought with satisfaction. Perfect timing. Lam Han reassured his team. Relax. Even if they wipe out the bronze zone, they can't touch us. The points they get there are barely a third of what silver beasts drop. TNQ was still worried, but with our current strength, can we really handle the silver zone? Hua Ting added. Silver tier beasts usually travel in packs. If we run into them, the pressure will be immense. Lam Han gave a short command. You two just focus on dodging and let me handle the rest. Once we farm enough points, we're heading straight for the gold zone. The two of them froze in shock. Wait, go to the gold zone? Lam Han confirmed decisively. Exactly. Gold tier beasts yield the highest points. If we want to be champions, this is the only way. The first beast appeared. A rotting hyena, silver tier, level 18. TNQ couldn't even react in time. He just thought. That sounds good in theory, but reality is a whole different ballgame. Lam Han clenched his fist, his aura surging visibly. He charged forward and threw a punch straight at the hyena. Noticing a whole pack swarming in behind Lam Han, TNQ shouted, Lam, watch out. In just a moment, Lam Han took down the entire pack. The system updated. Lam Han's team has killed 5 level 18 rotting hyenas. Team points plus 450. His two teammates were stunned. Level 18 beasts, handled so easily. Did they really just get carried by a god-tier player? Lam Han turned back and called out, What are you standing there for? Do you want to go to the gold zone or not? Experience notifications kept popping up. Experience plus 2,700. Both of them nodded without hesitation. Let's go. We're definitely going. The device continued its warning. Team Lam Han, TNQ, and Hua Ting have advanced deeper into the silver leveling zone. A teacher from another class shouted angrily, Ms. Bach, are your students insane? Why are they dragging Hua Ting into the silver zone? If anything happens to her, I will not let this slide. Bach Bang replied calmly, Ms. Lai, please relax. Lam Han doesn't do anything he's not sure of. Tao Tuong took the chance to mock him. I think he knows he can't win the championship, so he's dragging his teammates down with him. His character is truly concerning. Bach Bang retorted, Judge Tao, you constantly belittle the students. Where are your professional ethics? He shot back. I'm just worried about bad apples ruining the school's reputation. Tian Nan chimed in. The silver zone isn't a place for rookies. If something goes wrong, it'll be a huge mess. It's a real pity for his two teammates. Dudat's eyes suddenly went wide. Wait, something's wrong. Why is Lam Han's team's score rising so fast? The scoreboard updated. Lam Han's team has killed 5 silver tier rotting hyenas. Team points plus 450. Deep Tai Than also took notice. Is that Lam Han? The team's score continued to skyrocket. Ms. Lai gasped in surprise. It's going up again, Bach Bang immediately ordered. Switch the camera to Lam Han's team. The staff replied. On it. The screen displayed a gnat in full combat form, closing in on a beast, in the sky. Tiancock flapped its wings furiously, raining down lightning without pause. Ms. Lai whispered in awe. That's beautiful. Are those all Lam Han's beasts? Dudat evaluated. These two beasts are no joke. They must be Lam Han's trump cards. Seems he's not as bad as Judge Tao claimed. Tao Tuong remained stubborn. So what if he has rare beasts? It's not enough to dominate the silver zone. The number of monsters here is overwhelming. The notification updated. Lam Han's team killed 3 level 15 snow nether beasts. Team points plus 225. Lam Han's team continued their streak, destroying 6 level 12 gale wolves for 360 points. Then 4 level 17 snow thunder leopards for 340 points. Ms. Lai realized in shock. Lam Han's 2 beasts are absolute point farming machines. They've practically wiped out the entire silver zone. Tao Tuong calculated in his head. At this pace, their team was very likely to snatch the number 1 spot. Bach Bang turned around and asked, So, do you still think Lam Han pushed Hua Din to his death? The other woman replied awkwardly, No way. I was just kidding earlier. Please do not take it to heart, Ms. Bach. Bach Bang finally understood. No wonder he did not accept the Void Beast. Turns out he already had a better option. Someone shouted. Their team broke into the top 10. No, wait. They already climbed to the top 7. Lam Han coordinated perfectly with his tamed beast, taking down a ferocious beast with just a single punch. The system updated. Lam Han's team successfully destroyed a level 19 Thunder Roar beast. Team points increased by 95. The other two just had to clap and cheer. The team ranking skyrocketed. It hit 5th place. Correction. Currently at 3rd place. Lam Han called out to the two of them. This area is cleared out. Let's move to the next location. Tien Kia questioned his entire life. Little Lam, did you really awaken at the same time as us? Lang Tuyet was already exaggerated enough. But you are even scarier, Hua Din added. A second transition. Having this kind of combat power is something no one in the world can do. Lam Han replied very briefly. Who told you guys I was a second transition? Both of their jaws dropped simultaneously. Not a second transition. Could it be? You are already a third transition. Tien Qiu tried to pat his head. Little lamb, how could you be third transition so soon? Lam Han swatted his hand away. Speak if you want, but keep your hands off. Lam Han led the team forward. The silver area is no longer suitable. Let's go. I will lead everyone to the gold area. Tien Qiu laughed loudly. Whatever Brother Lam says goes. We definitely hit the jackpot getting carried by him this time. This action made Ms. Lai panic. What? Does he plan to go to the gold area to level up? Bak Bang started to get worried. The danger level is too high. Can Little Han really handle it? Tao Tuong took the opportunity to mock. He does not know his place, thinking he is invincible just because he can beat silver rank. Bak Bang retorted in a cold voice. Examiner Tao, do you not see that Lam Han's two tamed beasts are strong enough to crush ordinary gold rank ferocious beasts? Instead of being sarcastic, it is better to trust the student. That is what a teacher should do. Tao Tuong pulled out his phone, a cold glint in his eyes. If not for Lam Han, my brother would not be in jail. This time I must deal with him. Looks like I have to cooperate with Fongdung. At the border of the bronze and silver areas, carcasses of ferocious beasts lay scattered all over the ground. Fongdung laughed smugly. At this rate, our team points will skyrocket. That trash Lam Han cannot catch up even if he rides a horse. Just then, he received a text message from Tao Tuong. The content appeared. Lam Han is currently ranked second in points. About to enter the gold area. Speed up point hunting. Go to silver if necessary. Attached is the distribution location of ferocious beasts. Lang Tuyet reminded him. Let's just deal with the monsters here. Do not go too deep. Messing with silver rank ferocious beasts is very troublesome. She suddenly froze, turned her head and saw no one. Where did he go? Lang Tuyet immediately went on alert. Is a ferocious beast approaching? Fongdung dragged over a level 20 long-armed demon ape. Lang Tuyet, hurry up, let's join forces to kill it. He secretly gloated. Luckily, Examiner Tao gave me the location. If we kill this one, then victory is guaranteed. Fongdung's eyes widened when he saw the demon ape closing in. Damn it, why is it so fast? The mound in the distance was suddenly covered in a layer of cold ice. An ice spike tore through the wind, stabbing straight into the demon ape's chest. Its chest muscles were immediately covered by a thick layer of ice. Lang Tuyet shouted. Didn't I say not to provoke silver rank ferocious beasts? Fongdung cut her off. Stop complaining. Join forces to kill it first. He continued to coax her. Cooperate with me. The power of the Storm Grandmaster will be maximized. Lang Tuyet regretted it. This time she really got dragged into a pit by Fongdung. The demon ape roared, the explosive force shattering the ice layer on its chest. 2 more ice spikes shot out aiming at it, but they crumbled as soon as they touched its flesh. Lang Tuyet was horrified. What? It does not even care about my attacks. The demon ape gathered its strength and charged straight toward the target. Its massive body leaped towards Lang Tuyet. She was sweating with fear, squeezing her eyes shut. At that very moment, a gnat rushed in and stabbed it. The demon ape's health bar dropped drastically, not feeling the pain she imagined. Lang Tuyet paused, eyes opening wide, looking straight up. That moment felt like slow motion. Everything around them seemed to stretch out. Footsteps echoed behind her back. She turned her head in alarm, her eyes revealing clear surprise when she realized Lam Han was appearing right at this moment. He also froze for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the 2 people in front of him. Only one thought popped up in his head. Why on earth is it you guys? A gnat did not hesitate, rushing forward ferociously, his giant body slamming straight into the demon ape, the compressed force making the air vibrate. In the air, Thienkok caught the rhythm extremely fast, a thunderblast striking down from above, coordinating neatly to suppress the target. The demon ape's body was instantly covered in lightning. Violent currents wrapped tightly around it, and purple-blue light flashed non-stop. Fresh blood spurred from the demon ape's back, dyeing a huge area red. The scene happened so fast that the onlookers didn't even have time to breathe. Lang Tuyet thought in panic, a level 20 gibbon demon ape. It just died simply like that. Lam Han's mount, is it really that powerful? Lam Han frowned in annoyance and asked, what is wrong with you two? With this little bit of strength. Yet you dare to provoke a level 20 fierce beast. Who gave you the courage to do that? His gaze quickly stopped on Fongdung standing nearby, and his expression became a few degrees colder. He felt a momentary twinge of self-blame. Just now he had sensed malicious intent and thought some unlucky students were in trouble. But if he had known Fongdung was here, he would have acted sooner. Fongdung bent down, reaching out to touch the pool of blood still warm beneath the demon ape, the sticky sensation making him feel uncomfortable. Fongdung's face immediately turned dark. His breathing grew cold, and his eyes carried an unconcealed anger. He rushed forward, grabbing him tightly by the collar and roaring, "Lam Han, who told you to make a move? You dare to steal my prey. You and I cannot share the same sky." Fong Dung's hand gripped Lam Han's shirt tightly, pulling with enough force to wrinkle the fabric. The atmosphere was as taut as a bowstring. Lang Tu-Yet hurriedly blocked him, her voice urgent. "Fong Dung, did the gibbon demon ape beat your brains out?" "Just now, if Lam Han hadn't saved us, you would have already been smashed into a pile of minced meat." Fong Dung immediately retorted, "Save my ass. I see that he just wants to steal points. Do you really think that with two geniuses like us, we couldn't handle a single gibbon demon ape?" Lang Tu-Yet didn't say another word. She swung her hand with extreme force. The slap was clean and painful, leaving him completely unable to react in time. He clutched his face and asked in resentment, "Lang Tu-Yet, you dare to hit me," she replied. "Is there anything I wouldn't dare to do?" Lang Tu-Yet spoke clearly and bluntly. "Let me remind you, our previous agreement was that if I helped you get first place, your family would give me a piece of level 20 exclusive equipment. You and I are just a transaction. You are not worthy of being on my level." She continued coldly, "If you don't know when to advance and when to retreat, then the one who suffers will be you." Fong Dung was so angry he was speechless. You. Lam Han turned around to leave immediately, his voice indifferent. "It was truly a good show, but I don't want to waste time with you people. My team is still waiting for me right now." Fong Dung watched his retreating back, laughing coldly in his heart. "Lam Han, oh Lam Han, just keep being arrogant for now." He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Just wait until we enter the golden area, then you can slowly experience the big gift I have prepared for you." At the golden leveling area, the border zone, Tien Q was restless, his voice full of impatience. Why has Lam Tu been gone for so long? He should have been back by now. Lam Han called out loudly as soon as he appeared. "Hua Din, is everyone all right?" Seeing him return, the whole group was overjoyed, and Hua Din said emotionally, "Lam Tu, Father Lam, Grandpa Lam, where did you run off to just now?" He spoke quickly, his voice tense. "This is the golden leveling area. At any moment a fierce beast could appear and eat us alive." As soon as the words fell, heavy footsteps rang out. A level 28 netherworld wolf had approached from behind, right while he was still speaking. Right. Didn't I come back already? Lam Han immediately sensed the danger approaching, his body reacting even before he could think. He spun around, throwing a straight punch at the netherworld wolf, his movement clean and decisive. The wolf's body was knocked flying backward, completely unable to put up any resistance. The system chime sounded a reminder. Successfully killed the netherworld wolf. Experience points plus 2,136. Accepted quest to kill 10 golden level fierce beasts. 1 out of 10. His two teammates spoke up in shock. "Is that a wolf? A netherworld wolf? A level 28 fierce beast? I remember netherworld wolves are pack animals, which means," Lam Han calmly confirmed, "that is correct. We have already been surrounded by the wolf pack." Tien Q despaired. "A pack of level 28 fierce beasts. We are doomed this time." However, in his heart, he was secretly rejoicing, having killed quite a few beasts earlier. Both Anat and Thien Kok had leveled up, so this pack was just a warm-up exercise for them. Lam Han immediately issued an order. "Anat, Thien Kok, do not hold back. Turn them all into experience points within 10 minutes. Anat responded with excitement. "Anat, activate gigantification. Beat them to death," she chimed in enthusiastically. "Okay, a gnat will help Master beat them up big time." Under the continuous sweep, experience points rose unceasingly. Successfully killed netherworld wolf. Experience points plus 2,136. Congratulations, host, for rising to level 26. All attributes increased. Received an additional 200 free attribute points. Capable of free distribution. Heavenly horned ant. Insect race. Primordial species. Level 26. Strength 6,230. Agility 5,120. Spirit 5,130. Physique 7,000. Skill gigantification. Level 20. Increases all basic attributes by 50%. Colossal strength level 20. Increases strength attribute by 60%. Ironbone level 20. Increases physique attribute by 40%. The Thunder Emperor of the insect race manifested clearly, spreading an ancient aura, level 26 stable with strength, agility, spirit, and physique stats fully displayed. While the Way of Thunder and haste skills operated smoothly within the system. System information updated immediately. The Netherworld Wolf was eliminated. Experience points were added correctly. Level increased to level 27. All attributes increased evenly, with additional free points waiting for distribution. The ground was covered with the corpses of netherworld wolves, the aftermath of the battle stretching across the area as the atmosphere gradually settled down. The quest was confirmed complete. The number of golden level fierce beasts was sufficient, and the beast taming points reward was automatically distributed by the system. Lamhan's personal information panel appeared fully, with identity, class, level, along with stats and skills listed clearly without any errors. Lamhan realized something was abnormal. He had not been in the golden area long before encountering netherworld wolves. This density defied common logic, so despite leveling up quickly, he remained vigilant. The system displayed that the free points had been used to strengthen power, the stats increasing visibly. Lamhan considered the situation ahead and decided to prioritize increasing his strength to prevent risks. A knot returned to Lamhan's side with an enthusiastic aura, its joy clearly displayed. It rushed straight over, pressing against Lamhan's chest and calling out, "Master!" It bragged triumphantly. "Master, I beat that big dog to death." Lamhan lost his balance and leaned backward. "A gnat. Be a good boy. Get down from my body first." It sniffed the lingering scent of blood, emotions surging uncontrollably, and a dangerous thought flashed through its mind before it suddenly stopped itself. Tiankok immediately shouted in annoyance, "Hey, you little ant. I already told you that you are not allowed to monopolize the master." Lamhan quickly smoothed things over. All right. You two need to calm down a bit. We still have to keep grinding monsters." Hua Ding exclaimed with a trembling voice. "Tien Qiu. Brother Han not only has godlike combat power, but also tamed a ferocious beast as a pet. Completely different from the beast tamers in my old impression." Lamhan spoke up decisively. "That is right. You two followed me the whole way. You cannot go back empty-handed, so leave these two netherwolves to you guys to handle and gain some extra experience." The two of them immediately stared at the remaining wolf. "Got it. Thank you, Daddy Lamb." Lamhan then urged them. Okay, hurry up and clean this up. We still have to continue fighting monsters." Tien Qiu felt a surge of curiosity, with so many ferocious beasts destroyed. Our current ranking must have changed quite a bit. When the leaderboard appeared, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, when did we climb to first place?" Hua Din replied calmly, "Probably about half an hour ago." The two of them discussed in low voices. "The score is incredibly high. The teachers will surely be startled when they see it. And it is all thanks to Lamhan leading us." Tien Hat observed Lamhan with a completely different look than before. "This Lamhan. Our Thanthan Academy wants him." The Bakthian side immediately retorted harshly, showing clear disdain. "Does Thanthan even have experience teaching beast tamers? Obviously, he should join our Bakthian Academy." Both sides continuously questioned and challenged each other, exchanging tense words, as everyone insisted their academy was stronger than the other. Tukong beamed with pride. The academy's fighting over a student right in front of him made him feel proud, while Bak Lang still could not believe it. "My little Han actually has such a bright future." Both instructors rolled up their sleeves, preparing to fight. The atmosphere heated up noticeably, and challenges were thrown out without any hesitation. Right at that moment, they both felt a sudden discomfort, and their eyes turned toward the back at the same time. Taithan slowly walked forward and spoke. "You two are talking like that, but it seems you have forgotten the most important person." Both sides called out his name in unison. Director Diet. Knowing well in their hearts that Thanthan and Bakthian still could not compare to the military academy, Taithan stated his position clearly. "I certainly appreciate Lamhan, but the choice of academy must be based on his own wishes," he demanded decisively. "Now sit down obediently for me, whatever happens. Wait for Lamhan to come out and we will talk later." The two of them did not dare to cause any more trouble, so they could only agree to stay silent. Tukong could not control his emotions, seeing that Thanthan, Bakthian, and the military academy all valued a student from his school. While Bakbang patted the principal on the shoulder to reassure him, he sighed and admitted, "Little Han is truly excellent. His achievements today are completely worthy of his abilities." Tao Tu stood behind them full of jealousy, his heart in turmoil. Why did Lam Han become so strong? "Fong Dung, please fight to get me some dignity. Kill Lam Han for me." In the silver leveling zone, Fong Dung looked at the leaderboard bitterly, unable to accept that Lam Han's team was ranked first. He turned to call Lang Tu Yet. "Let's go. We still have a chance. We must even out the score and snatch the first place back from Lam Han." Lang Tu Yet laughed sarcastically. "Snatch back first place? Are you daydreaming or something?" Fong Dung questioned loudly. "Lang Tu Yet, what do you mean by that? Do you not want a level 20 weapon?" Lang Tu Yet coldly refused. "My stamina is almost depleted. I have no strength left to keep fighting. If you are so capable, then go get the points yourself." Fong Dung grit his teeth in hesitation, finally only able to console himself. "Lam Han will encounter danger sooner or later. so letting him be smug for a little longer is fine. Not long after the trial ended, Tu Kong stood in front of the spatial gate to welcome the students. Welcome back, safe and sound, everyone. In this summary, the current ranking of Fong Dung and Lang Tuyet's team was announced, securing a stable second place, an achievement notable enough among all the participating teams. He directly praised them. Fong Dung and Lang Tuyet coordinated quite well throughout the journey, especially Lang Tuyet. Her movements were skillful, knowing how to seize the moment to kill strong enemies. Regarding Fong Dung, he commented that overall it was not bad, just a bit too impatient for achievements, leading to provoking the long-armed demon ape and almost causing an accident. He concluded that these two students were talents the school put full effort into nurturing, then suddenly asked, "Those two teachers were only paying attention to you." Not bad. But where is student Lam Han? Why have I not seen him come out yet? Fong Dung felt gleeful when he heard that. Lam Han. Earlier I intentionally smeared the blood of the long-armed demon ape on him. He secretly calculated. The blood of the long-armed demon ape can attract a large number of monsters, so he must have been torn to pieces by the beast pack already. Just then, someone reported that Lam Han's group had come out, and his face turned pale as he immediately turned his head to look toward the gate. The update notification rang out. Team of Lam Han. Long Tien Qiu. Hua Din. Current score. First place. Tien Qiu exclaimed. I really did not expect this. We were actually able to take first place. Fong Dung dropped his jaw in horror. Lam Han actually did not die. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. His thoughts were in chaos. Weren't they in the gold leveling zone? How are they not dead yet? Could it be that my method didn't work? Du Giat reacted first, rushing forward and calling out loudly, Student Lam Han. The two of them immediately competed to invite him. Student Lam Han. Our Thanthan Academy wants to invite you to join. I can apply for the highest level scholarship and resources on your behalf. The other person did not back down. Student Lam Han. As long as you join Bacthian Academy, we can handle the entire summoning beast contract process for you. Please consider it. Lam Han stood frozen on the spot, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Hey, these two academy directors are being a little too enthusiastic. Those two still refuse to stop. Continuing to make a racket. Student Lam Han. Choose our Thanthan Academy. No, our Bacthian is the best choice for you. The three students standing nearby looked completely fed up, all sharing the exact same thought. Are these really teachers from Northern Sky and Saintly Azure? They look more like a couple of old con artists fighting over a victim. Tython stepped forward at just the right moment, his voice calm and steady. Gentlemen, let's put aside which academy Lam Han chooses for now. Do you mind if I exchange a few words with him first? He turned to Lam Han and asked him point blank, Lam Han, would you mind revealing your current level? If my guess isn't wrong, you have already reached your third awakening, haven't you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire scene fell into dead silence. The atmosphere instantly froze solid. Everyone was simultaneously stunned, clearly unable to process those two words. Third awakening. The two teachers gasped almost at the same time. If that is true, then we have truly unearthed a priceless treasure. Ms. Lai draped her arm around her colleague's shoulder, laughing with a sigh. Ms. Bach, you knew Lam Han was at the third awakening all along, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known his strength earlier, I wouldn't have been so stressed out before. Bach Bang forced a smile on the outside, but inside she was fuming. If I told you I didn't know either, would you believe me? That little brat. He even hid it from me. Fong Dung gritted his teeth in silence. Third awakening. How could Lam Han possibly be at the third awakening? It is obvious he isn't even as good as me. He suddenly shouted in protest, cheating. Lam Han is definitely cheating. He only awakened a few days ago. How could he be at the third awakening? Teachers. Don't let him fool you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes simultaneously shifted toward him. They had almost forgotten Fong Dung even existed. The two teachers looked at each other, their gazes exchanging hidden meanings. Clearly, they both picked up on the same irregularity. Tython raised his hand to signal, and Lam Han immediately understood. It seemed that Officer Deep had also realized Fong Dung was secretly plotting against him. He quickly made a decision in his mind. Since it has come to this, he could not miss the chance to expose his opponent. Lam Han stepped forward to show him clearly. Fong Dung, I haven't even come looking for trouble with you yet, but you jumped out on your own. First, take a good look at exactly what level I have reached. The crowd was instantly shaken by such a terrifying leveling speed. Level 27 was clearly displayed. Someone who was once considered trash had reached this level in such a short time. Lam Han pointed to the bloodstain remaining on his chest. Were you that certain I would die? Why is that? Is it because of the demon ape blood you intentionally smeared on me? Fong Dung was so tense he broke out in a sweat, his voice stammering. You. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Bak Bang immediately stepped up to stand beside Lam Han, directly showing her stance to protect her student. She calmly announced, denying it is useless. All of your actions during the combat exercise were recorded by camera. We just need to watch the replay and everything will be clear. Fong Dung suddenly burst out laughing, a forced smile that was the complete opposite of his tense look from a moment ago. Lam Han immediately went on alert, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Something was very wrong. Fong Dung turned and called out loudly, Examiner Tao, please open my monitoring device so they can see clearly. Lam Han suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Tao Tu spoke up to explain. Earlier, when Fong Dung left the field, he handed his monitoring device to me. His device was damaged during combat, so it can no longer play back the content. Bak Bang was so angry she snatched the device, her voice full of disbelief. That is impossible. Let me see it. He gloated inwardly. You bunch of idiots. How could I possibly leave behind evidence of Fong Dung harming Lam Han? From the moment I left the combat zone, I cleaned everything up. If the monitoring device is broken, knowing the truth is useless. Just then, someone spoke up. Is that monitoring device broken? I still have another camera over here. Maybe we can open it and see. Fong Dung instantly froze, his mind going blank. Tython had been prepared all along to monitor the performance of every student. The military had installed cameras in many areas beforehand. The device was turned on for projection. Originally, it was just to avoid errors in evaluation, but unexpectedly, it became the key evidence. The playback image was clear, and the dirty behavior was quickly exposed. Fong Dung was intentionally smearing the demon ape blood. The scene erupted into commotion, it is true. He really did smear demon ape blood on Lam Han. Tython analyzed coherently. Although the demon ape is only silver rank, its blood has the ability to provoke high-level beasts. This action was clearly intended to lure gold-rank beasts to kill Lam Han's group. His voice turned cold as he issued a warning. You should count yourself lucky that you are not one of my soldiers, and that no serious consequences occurred yet. Otherwise, someone who betrays their teammates like you would wish they were dead. Fong Dung was completely tongue-tied. I? Tu Kong shouted in anger. Fong Dung, I never expected you to do something so despicable. You have damaged the reputation of the school. You are not worthy of being a student here. Lam Han spoke up proactively. Dean, Fong Dung is just a pawn. He pointed out the anomaly. How could a student like him know the specific effects of demon ape blood so well? And, coincidentally, the camera broke at that exact moment. Lam Han looked straight at Tao Tu. Examiner Tao. Your older brother has clashed with me many times, and now the camera breaks while in your hands. When there are too many coincidences, it is no longer accidental. Tao Tu hurriedly brushed off the suspicion. It has nothing to do with me. I am an examiner. How could I possibly do something like this? He even put on a look of disdain. Besides, I would be ashamed to be associated with a despicable person like Fong Dung. Fong Dung panicked and confessed everything. Uncle Tao, you can't treat me like this. From the beginning, I only wanted the accumulation points from the demon ape. He continued, trembling. It was you who texted me, explained the effects of the demon ape blood, and told me to smear it on Lam Han. Tao Tu furiously kicked Fong Dung away, roaring. When did I ever do that? Fong Dung fell backward, his face pale from both pain and fear. Bak Bang bent down and picked up the phone that had fallen on the ground. She quickly opened it up to check the saved text messages. Bak Bang held up the phone as evidence and said, Fong Dung was telling the truth. There really are text messages in his phone sent by Tao Tu. Tao Tu panicked and lunged forward, screaming, That is slander. Give me that phone right now. Tu Kong could not accept this behavior and said, Tao Tu, I never expected you to be just as despicable as your older brother. He sternly announced, A person like you must accept the punishment you deserve. Hand Tao Tu over to the military for processing. Tython coldly concluded, You abused your authority for personal gain and harmed a student. You are not worthy of being a teacher, and the punishment coming your way will be far beyond your imagination. The other two instructors sneered sarcastically. Serves him right. And as for Fong Dung, with such rotten morals, Thanthan Academy will absolutely not recruit him. And Bakthian Academy rejects his entire family as well. With the conspiracy shattered, Fong Dung and Tao Tu were not only exposed, but their futures were also ruined, leaving Fong Dung sitting there in a daze, muttering, It is over. It is all over. Only Lam Han understood clearly that if Anat had not been stimulated by the demon monkey blood, he himself would have had a hard time discovering this plot so quickly. A new thought gradually formed in his mind. Tython saw through everything so quickly, truly worthy of being a high-ranking manager of the military academy, so joining that place might not be a bad idea. Tython called out, Lam Han, and he immediately responded, Here. He issued a direct invitation. You performed excellently during the drill, and the military academy welcomes you to join at any time. But once you enter, you will have to undergo extremely harsh training. Tython emphasized, whether to join or not is entirely up to you, so take your time and consider it carefully. The two instructors behind them immediately stepped forward to advise. Lam Han, do not rush to a conclusion. Our Bak Thien Academy has the strongest faculty in the Thien Long Empire, Lam Han replied. I will consider it very carefully. While Tu Kong stroked his chin and exclaimed, it is rare to see two major academies and the military academy fighting over a student like this. He announced loudly, listen up students, this competition has officially ended, and now we will begin distributing the rewards. The rankings were called out one by one. Third place goes to Du Hao Nam, Dian Kon, and Nguyen Bak. Second place goes to Fong Dung and Lan Ngung Tu Yet. First place goes to Lam Han, Long Thien Q, and Hua Din. Student Lam Han, based on your recent performance, all of these rewards belong to you, including a villa located right in the city center and a high-level skill book called Heaven-Piercing Fist. In addition, there is a gold-tier support necklace, which increases all attributes by 20% for 3 minutes. With a usage limit of 3 times, Lam Han stepped forward to speak. Receiving such generous rewards today, I want to thank the principal for his training, thank the school for its nurturing, and especially thank Vu Chao City. Lam Han happily thought to himself, I did not expect first place to be gifted an entire villa. It is truly extravagant. So does that not mean I can hug a Nat and Thien Kok to sleep every day? Tu Kong smiled and advised, you can save the thanks for when you are successful later. It is not too late. So let Bak Bang take you to see the villa first. The car rolled away, taking him to the villa area, the new residence that officially belonged to him. Bak Bang asked with concern, have you thought carefully about choosing an academy yet? And Lam Han replied, I am not sure. I was actually planning to ask you. She analyzed clearly. If you want stable development, then Thonbak is very suitable. But the military academy is a place that forges people. So if you have higher aspirations, that place is also worth considering. Lam Han thought to himself, if I did not have the system, then entering Thonbak to receive resources would indeed be the optimal choice. But now he had the system, and moreover, he possessed a special atavism ability. Compared to resources, he was more in need of beast taming points, and to get those, the only way was to fight non-stop. Lam Han quickly made his decision. No more hesitation. I choose the military academy. And Bak Bang smiled and replied, you really always surprise people. So if you need help in the future, just find me. He thought to himself. No matter how strong Bak Bang is, it would be difficult for her to intervene deeply in the military academy. Perhaps she just did not want to put more pressure on me. But thinking about it carefully, he did not feel any pressure at all. With a Nat on his left and Thien Kok on his right, his thoughts suddenly drifted, and an image of the two girls competing to show off appeared. Big sister, we will definitely serve our master well. But Lam Han immediately extinguished the thought. Not good. The pressure is actually very high. Suddenly, the driver steered in another direction. The car immediately swerved sharply, and the body of the vehicle tilted heavily. Lam Han lost his balance, his body swaying, unable to hold on. He fell over and landed right on Bak Bang's lap. Bak Bang took the opportunity to suggest, you must still be lacking a beast right now. Do you have a target yet? Let me help you catch one. Lam Han nodded and replied, I actually do have something in mind. Sister Bang, do you know any place that has powerful fire element ferocious beasts? Bak Bang thought for a moment and said, the neighboring Sun Kai City has the Flame Forest, and inside there is a platinum rank Blazing Eagle, which is quite suitable for your current level. Moreover, your level is about to reach the threshold for the 4th class advancement, so you can conveniently use that dungeon to meet the requirements. She glanced at him and smiled, saying, hey kid, have you enjoyed yourself enough yet? Lam Han was startled and sat up straight immediately. That is enough. Bak Bang blushed and whispered softly, all right then. Let us head to the Flame Forest together now. The Flame Forest appeared right before their eyes, with flames surging and scorching heat filling the entire space. Bak Bang walked ahead to lead the way, hoping the intel was correct. She said if there is no Blazing Eagle, she would help him find an equivalent beast. But for now, just focus on leveling up for the 4th class advancement, Lam Han replied. Thank you, Sis Bang. The ferocious beasts in the forest roared loudly as soon as they detected the intruders. A pack of fire lions slowly closed in on them from the front. Bak Bang turned her head to remind him, saying if you are scared, just hide behind my back. The pack of fire lions immediately charged forward with aggressive momentum. Bak Bang waved her hand, unleashing sharp and cold ice beams. The ice light pierced straight through the lions' bodies. Lam Han was amazed, thinking, is Sis Bang really this strong? An ice attribute user can actually suppress fire attribute beasts like this. Not only that, she controlled her power perfectly, keeping them in a near-death state, so just one more hit would finish them off. Lam Han asked curiously. Sis Bang. Just how strong are you exactly? Several lions were already frozen, and she urged him, saying, I will tell you later, hurry up and harvest them. You are about to reach the 4th class advancement. So, the experience points should be enough. Lam Han stepped forward to start the harvest, saying, all right, here I come. He silently exclaimed in his heart, leveling up like this is just too easy. The system updated. You have leveled up to level 28. All attributes increased by 210 points, and you received an additional 240 free attribute points. The system continued to remind, you have leveled up to level 29. All attributes increased by 210 points, and you received an additional 250 free attribute points. Successfully destroyed the Raging Firefox, received plus 2,258 experience points. You have leveled up to level 30. All attributes increased by 300 points, and you received an additional 300 free attribute points. The Raging Firefoxes were completely wiped out. The system returned the result of no additional experience points gained, and the combat state quickly closed. The system immediately warned, you have hit the ceiling of the 3rd class limit. Need to accept the class advancement quest. Otherwise, you cannot break through, and experience will not accumulate before reaching the 4th class advancement. Bakbang asked with a look of anticipation. How is it? Is the level enough? Lam Han nodded to confirm, saying it is enough. I have hit the level limit. She took the initiative to grab his hand, pulling him straight forward, her movements decisive and without hesitation. Bakbang spoke quickly. Then let us keep going. The area where the blazing eagle appears is still further ahead. In the center of the flame forest, on the trunk of a giant ancient tree, a blazing eagle was occupying the highest position. Bakbang confirmed the intel, saying, not wrong. The blazing eagle is indeed here. Lam Han was excited, saying, all right, this time it is my turn. Suddenly, a pair of brilliantly glowing wings opened up behind Lam Han. He left the ground, rushing directly into the air, heading straight for the blazing eagle. Bakbang stood below, looking up, with a surprised look on her face, wondering since when did this kid have the ability to fly. Lam Han was excited, thinking the moment to show off my strength in front of Sis Bang has finally arrived. He summoned a gnat to the battlefield, and his aura immediately exploded outwards. In the blink of an eye, a gnat closed in on the blazing eagle, erasing the distance between them. A gnat concentrated power and struck straight down on the opponent's head, the movement neat and heavy. The blazing eagle crashed heavily to the ground, sending shockwaves spreading all around. Lam Han immediately seized the opportunity and began to sign the contract. Information displayed clearly. Blazing bird. Insect race branch. Crimson flame. Blazing bird. Level 35. Strength 2,966. Agility 2,564. Spirit 2,100. Constitution 2,350. Lam Han felt a bit let down, thinking these stats are really low. It is a higher level than ANAT, but not even half as strong. It seems I still have to rely on ancestral regression. Bakbang smiled and praised him, saying, you really do have strength. Now I can rest assured and leave. Lam Han asked in surprise. Sis Bang, are you leaving soon? Is it because of work or something else? She spoke softly, saying, in a few days I will leave Wuchao City. The next meeting might be a long time away. You have to walk the path ahead by yourself, and I believe you will not stop here. Bakbang's footsteps suddenly stopped, and a brief moment passed in silence. She turned her head and instructed, saying, I will wait for you to come find me. And by then, you must definitely surprise me. Lam Han replied firmly. I will definitely come. The car quickly left the forest, leaving behind only a quiet space. Lam Han spoke up. All right, then let us start the ancestral regression. The blazing bird spread its wings high, flying straight up into the sky. Come on. Its appearance began to change, and its aura became completely different from before. The system announced clearly, blazing bird ancestral regression successful. True phoenix, insect race, 10 archaic ferocious beasts, level 35, combat power 45,860, agility 78,690, spirit 74,520, constitution 59,620, skills phoenix flame level 10, lightning circuit level 10. The blazing bird affectionately huddled close to Lam Han, saying, Master. Hug, hug. He laughed and urged, is it another one of the 10 archaic ferocious beasts? That is truly top tier. Let us go accept the class advancement quest. Lam Han returned to a familiar place, and the class advancement shrine appeared right before his eyes. A new quest immediately popped up. Turtle proliferation. Quest level 5 stars. Content. Eliminate 50 turtles at the bitter water swamp to improve the ecosystem. Lam Han let out a breath. Thinking. Another 5-star quest, but I am not the same person I used to be. The general notice board in the lobby updated instantly, showing a new 5-star class advancement quest. The crowd around him buzzed with excitement, as 5-star quests appearing one after another made everyone gasp in surprise and start gossiping. Lamhan led his tamed beast out of the lobby without stopping. The extraordinary aura of the whole team quickly attracted gazes from everywhere. Lamhan whispered. Next is completing the 4th class advancement quest, straight ahead to the Bitterwater Swamp. The Bitterwater Swamp was shrouded in a gloomy and heavy atmosphere. Lamhan observed the bubbling water before him. Thinking. So this is the Bitterwater Swamp. At a glance, I do not see any obvious danger yet. Beneath the murky water, a large snake was slithering. Its movements were silent but full of pressure. It was not just one, but many snakes appearing at once. Their intertwined bodies caused the water surface to ripple continuously. Their eyes were cold, and their bodies looked ferocious. Clearly, these were the familiar beasts of the bitter water swamp. Lamhan immediately gave the order. Teutron, leave those snakes to you. She accepted the command. Guaranteed. Master will be satisfied. Firepower erupted from Teutran's feet as she shouted, "You bunch of scum, get out of this world!" The snakes underwater were instantly engulfed by the undying flames. Their bodies sank into a sea of crimson fire. They writhed in the flames, steam rose thickly, and the water boiled violently. Lamhan sat aside, leisurely eating dinner. His voice sounded bored. Why are there only snakes? I do not see a single turtle. Teutran quickly spotted a new target. Master, I found the turtles, right over there. Lamhan nodded in praise. Good job, Teutran. No more hesitation. Let's head out immediately. The swamp sank deep into the gloomy night, and looking at the dense swarm of turtles underwater, Lamhan could not help but get goosebumps. He blurted out a complaint. Oh my God, why are there so many turtles? My fear of crowds is acting up again. Thinking it over, he immediately changed his mind. But being this crowded is actually good. I do not have to search everywhere. Lamhan gave the order. Anat, Tien Kok, I will leave those turtles to you girls to handle. Both of them immediately rushed into the water, shouting, Master, rest assured, leave it to us. Teutron waited and asked, Master, what about me? Lamhan replied. You just stay by my side. It is a good chance for them to level up. A gnat charged into close combat, and every punch took down a turtle neatly. Tien Kok dominated the sky, as lightning blasts continuously struck down, stiffening the herd of turtles. Lamhan leisurely enjoyed Teutran's service, just lying still and completing the quest. As the system updated, 75 turtles eliminated. Quest progress reached 60%. Suddenly, on the opposite side, the water shot up high, creating a violent pillar of waves. At the same time, the Lizard Turtle King, level 49, emerged, and its oppressive aura spread across the swamp. Lamhan was startled and exclaimed, Damn, is it really that huge? He quickly regained his composure. Thinking. A normal person seeing a level 49 Lizard Turtle King would probably run away. But I am different. I have the system backing me up. The system immediately broadcasted a notification. Mission target. Defeat the Lizard Turtle King. Reward. 1,500 beast taming points. Lamhan assessed confidently. If all 3 beasts charge together, it is not like we cannot put up a fight. He ordered a gnat to use giant strength. A heavy punch slammed into the turtle shell, and cracks began to appear. Then Tien Kok followed up with lightning blast, and lightning struck straight down onto the Lizard Turtle King's body. Finally, Teutran unleashed surging firepower, delivering a decisive finishing blow. The Lizard Turtle King was engulfed in scorching flames, and its armor burned red hot. Gasping for air, it fell back into the water, sending huge waves rippling out. Lamhan quickly evaluated, taking a full-force combo from 3 beasts and still surviving. As expected, of level 49, he silently concluded. But this is the end. I will happily accept the reward from the system. Right at that moment, another monster suddenly rushed out and bit the Lizard Turtle King. Lamhan cursed for having his kill stolen. Damn it. My 1,500 beast taming points. The system updated immediately. Defeat Lizard Turtle King mission failed. Defeat Abyssal Water Python King. Reward, 2,000 beast taming points. Lamhan cursed furiously. You bastard. Daring to steal my prey. Just wait. I will make you pay back both the principal and the interest. He got an idea, deciding to use this guy to test out the system's new skill, Fusion Body Level 1. Lamhan started the fusion process, first merging with the power of a nut. Next, Tien Kok became the second target for the fusion. Finally, it was Teutran, her body gradually turning blurry and indistinct. Lamhan completed the full fusion, power gathering together as he commanded. Listen to my orders. A cold silver light reflected on Lamhan's face. and the aura around him became unusually heavy. Lam Han completely transformed into the beast armament form, a layer of armor covering his whole body that looked tough and sharp. He was the fusion of 3 power sources, fire, lightning, and the pure brute strength of a nut, all merged into one. The system updated the fusion status. Lam Han was in the human insectoid form, level 30. His stats for strength, agility, spirit, and vitality all skyrocketed simultaneously, reaching a terrifying level far beyond imagination. The Blackwater Python King immediately went on high alert, its eyes locking tightly onto Lam Han. A few level 39 Blackwater Pythons crawled out to block the path. A gnat warned, "Master, be careful." Lam Han remained calm, replying confidently, "Don't worry, I can handle these guys." Firepower quickly engulfed his arm, the temperature rising sharply. Dense waves of power shot straight at the pythons like a meteor shower. The system announced the defeat of the Blackwater Pythons, but no experience was gained. It also reminded him that he had reached the limit of the 3rd class advancement and could not accumulate more experience yet. Lam Han said in a cold voice, "The lackeys are dealt with. You're next." The Python King roared furiously, using its scream to demonstrate power before the strong enemy. Lam Han gathered his strength, activating Imperial Flame Assimilation. A stream of berserk power poured straight down onto the Python King's body. One punch slammed down, causing its body to shatter into pieces. The tamed beast couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, you're so cool." Lam Han frowned, still not dead. The fragments of the Python King began to vibrate unusually. An anomaly occurred. A fusion monster appeared. A special mutated beast revealed itself. The king of the Bitter Water Swamp manifested. The level 49 Bitter Water, Black Tortoise. The disturbance immediately triggered the central warning. An incident occurred in the Bitter Water Swamp dungeon. Suspected presence of the rare beast, Black Tortoise. The receptionist was shocked. Bitter Water Swamp? Isn't that where Mr. Lamb is? A rare beast. And it's a black tortoise. Lam Han was stunned. What is this? Why did a black tortoise suddenly appear? The tamed beast spoke up to explain. "Master, that's not a true black tortoise. It's just a simulated beast formed by fusion." Lam Han realized. So that's it. But how could it fuse into such a massive form? The beast replied, "I'm not sure either, but please be careful." "Master, the bitter water." Black Tortoise suddenly launched a sneak attack. Lam Han was startled. What the? Lam Han was absolutely furious. "I was planning to keep you alive for research, but you dare sneak attack me," he roared. "With the system's support, I can even bind the 10 great beasts. I'm not inferior to you." Lam Han didn't hesitate to rush straight in. Die. Phoenix Flame. Thunder Blast. 5 consecutive punches carrying lightning and flames slammed straight into the Black Tortoise. A violent explosion erupted, firelight engulfing the entire swamp. Lam Han stood still, waiting for the results of his all-out attack. The system updated. Defeated Bitterwater Black Tortoise. Received Platinum Tire Item. Black Tortoise Shield. The Black Tortoise Shield's effects were displayed. Drastically reduces fatal damage based on level difference, while also improving luck and lifespan to a certain extent. Lam Han nodded with satisfaction. Mission accomplished. The rewards aren't bad. Next, I should go to the temple for my class advancement. His strength drained. His body began to clearly show signs of weakness. The system reminded him of the fusion's side effects. Weakened state lasts for 3 hours. Lam Han thought to himself, this skill is only suitable as a finishing move. Returning to the quest area, the system announced the class advancement was complete. Lam Han officially stepped into the 4th class. The Job Class Beast Battle General was activated. The talent skill panel opened up. Stealth, invisibility, transposition appeared. Lam Han was amazed. These abilities are totally insane. The system continued updating. Host has activated the 4th class reward. A list of options appeared. Borrowed Might, Telepathy, Sensory Barrier. Each skill carried completely different effects. Lam Han analyzed quickly. Stealth isn't enough. The Sensory Barrier is the perfect support, so I choose the Sensory Barrier. The system update is complete, and the new skill has been successfully integrated into your body. The status panel appeared clearly, showing the name Lam Han, Class Beast Taming Warlord, a 4th transfer hidden class, level 30, with all stats, equipment, and skills operating steadily. Lam Han already had a clear plan in mind. Next up was officially reporting to the military academy. He activated teleportation, instantly returning to the familiar campus of the school. Lam Han glanced at the shrunken Ah Not standing on his shoulder, thinking that the beast forms of Tiu Tran and Thien Kok were too eye-catching to appear in a crowd. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind, Lam Tu. Lam Han turned around in surprise and asked, Long Tu, Hua Ding, why are you guys here? Tien Kio laughed and explained, Lam too. Didn't we agree last time to attend the same academy? Hua Din immediately added. I told you back then that I would definitely stick with you from now on. Tian Qiu affectionately draped his arm around his shoulder and said, I originally planned to surprise you after we got into the academy, but who knew we would run into each other right here? What a coincidence. Lam Han laughed and replied, that is great. Then let's stick together from now on. That night, the group stayed at a hotel in the city. Lam Han covered his ears in annoyance, tossing and turning, thinking, screw this. I never expected this damn fatty to snore so loudly. Thinking about having to enter the Vanon forest to report tomorrow morning, he felt even more frustrated because he could not get any sleep. His beast spoke up to reassure him, Master, do not worry, we have a way. The three girls simultaneously closed their eyes and began to gather their energy. A shield quickly formed, creating a completely soundproof enclosed space. And Lam Han rejoiced, thinking, wow, beast energy can actually do this. Tu Tran unhappily remarked, Thienkok, move over to that side. I still need to hug Master. A knot immediately squeezed in, saying, Master, I want to as well. Lam Han tried to mediate, saying, do not rush. Everyone gets a turn. Thienkok, you can get on top of me. The atmosphere immediately turned tense as the struggle began, with shouts of, no way, Master belongs only to me, and, what did you just say? Tu Tran yielded slightly before retorting, I only let you have your way out of respect for Master, so do not push it. Well then try me. I am not letting go of Master. The three of them immediately started wrestling, yelling, take this. Today I will teach you a lesson on Master's behalf. Lam Han hurriedly hugged all three of them tightly and said, all right, settle down. We are all friends here. Why has it come to this? He proposed a compromise. How about this? Each of you takes turns hugging me for 3 hours. Hearing that, all three immediately settled down and said, we will listen to you, Master. The next morning, at the edge of the military academy, just outside the Vanon forest, Tian Qiu asked with concern, Hua Din, how are you holding up? Did you sleep well last night? Hua Din groaned in annoyance. I have no idea who was snoring so loud, but I could not sleep a wink. Tian Qiu quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, we still have to cross the Vanon forest to report in, so let's get moving. The three of them had no idea that from a high tree branch, a pair of eyes was silently watching them. Yendong transmitted an order through the communication device, spotted 3 new students entering the Vanon forest. Get ready. The Huandao team is nearby and can take action at any moment. At the same time, Lam Han received a notification from the system stating that a malicious fluctuation had been activated. He immediately pulled his 2 friends close to his side. Suddenly, a fierce burst of firepower flashed right before their eyes. A massive paw with sharp claws stomped heavily onto the ground. The fierce beast revealed itself as a level 40 flame black panther, and Lam Han said in a low voice, prepare for battle. The 2 of them were startled, not expecting to encounter a level 40 beast right on the outskirts of the military academy. It turned out the rumors about the entrance exam were true. Lam Han immediately stepped forward and said, you 2 protect yourselves, and leave the rest to me. The flame black panther began to move, its silhouette becoming a blur. It activated instant teleportation, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Lam Han was surprised to recognize the opponent's trick. Thinking, is that teleportation? Tian Qiu panicked as he saw it lunging towards them and shouted, Hua Din, watch out! Lam Han activated displacement, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared right in front of her to block the attack. He gave the opponent a cold smile and said, you are not the only one who knows how to teleport. Lam Han immediately ordered a gnat to use giant strength. A gnat charged straight into close combat, clashing head-on with the Black Panther. The Black Panther was slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and Lam Han thought with disdain. This is what they call an entrance exam. It is way too weak. Hua Ding was full of admiration. Brother Han, you really are the best. You made getting through the military department's entrance exam look so easy. Lam Han grinned and replied, you bet. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll never regret it. A system notification suddenly rang out. Malicious energy fluctuations detected. A large number of hostile units are surrounding the host. Lam Han froze. Could it be that the exam isn't over yet? He immediately shoved Tian Qiu behind him. Watch out. Lam Han's fingers snapped shut, catching a needle that came flying out of nowhere. Hua Ding shrieked in panic. Holy crap. Look at the size of that needle. The 3 of them instantly went on high alert. Lam Han warned them. Something's wrong with this trial. You 2 stay sharp, Tian Qiu speculated. Is there an enemy nearby? Suspicion rose in Lam Han's mind. The malicious energy detection couldn't pinpoint the location. Does the enemy have a way to hide their presence? High above. Yentong watched from the shadows. I didn't expect him to catch that with his bare hands. Probably just dumb luck, he thought. Even so, in his eyes, a trick like that wasn't nearly enough to threaten him. Yentong shifted from his hiding spot on the tree branch, getting ready to make his move. He unleashed a dense rain of needles. Here, have a taste of this. The three were forced into a defensive position as needles rained down like a storm. Lam Han barked out a command. Careful. Lam Han erected a shield in front of them. Hidden weapons were much harder to block than a frontal assault, and stalling wasn't an option. Thienkyu couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Is this really just a training trial? The entire barrage of needles clattered uselessly against the sturdy shield. Yentong switched targets, continuing to fire needles at a fixed position. Interesting, he muttered. But every single needle was stopped cold by the shield. Nothing could get through. Lam Han let out a small breath of relief. With the shield up, they were safe for the moment. He spoke quickly. You two stay here and draw his fire. I'll flank him from the side. They both nodded. Got it. Be careful. Brother Han. Yentong frowned at the shield. That damn turtle shell is tough. My hidden weapons can't even scratch it. Suddenly, Lam Han's voice rang out right next to him. How about we try a little fire? Yentong panicked and replied instantly. No, that could kill someone. Lam Han gave a cold smile. I didn't expect you to actually have a conscience. Yentong jumped back in shock when he saw Lam Han standing right in front of him. Lam Han grabbed the wrist that was aiming at him, still trying to fight. He raised his fist, deciding it was time to teach this guy a lesson. Yentong was completely overwhelmed and could only defend. Lam Han's voice was icy. So, you like playing dirty little games? Huh. He slammed his opponent straight into the ground. Lam Han planted his foot squarely on the guy's chest, pinning him down so he couldn't move. Lam Han threatened him. Tell me exactly what you're doing here. If you don't, I won't hesitate to end you right now. Do you understand? Yentong stammered quickly. Junior, don't be rash. We're family. We're all on the same side. Lam Han frowned. Family, what do you mean? Explain yourself. Yentong rushed to explain. Junior, I'm a student at the military academy too. I'm a third year, so I'm basically your senior. My name is Lai Yentong. Can I please stand up and talk? Lam Han retracted his foot, allowing the guy to slowly sit up. He crossed his arms, eyes narrowing. If you're from the military academy, why did you ambush us? Yentong quickly pleaded his innocence. Junior, you've got it all wrong. Those were just tranquilizer needles. At worst, you would have napped for a bit. It's a military academy tradition. According to the enrollment rules, seniors are responsible for screening the freshmen. Every new student enters with 100 points. If you get caught, the seniors instantly steal 80 points. The rules are simple but ruthless. Lam Han squinted at Thienkyu, asking, what exactly are these accumulation points? Yentong quickly explained it to the freshmen. Points are the internal currency of the military academy. The exchange rate with Thien-Long currency is 1 to 1,000. That's not all. If a freshman makes it to roll call without getting caught, they get a bonus of 300 points. But if you get caught within 100 meters of the forest gate, you're expelled immediately. Thienkyu grabbed the guy's collar in a fit of rage. So only the upperclassmen have the right to rob points from the freshmen. Is that it? Yentong shook his head. No, if you're strong enough. Freshmen can absolutely hunt the seniors. Every ID card you steal can be exchanged for 500 points. Lam Han immediately understood. So, all that hostility at the beginning stemmed from this one rule. A reckless plan sparked in his mind. What if the freshmen turned the tables and hunted the seniors? Fatty, Hua Din, how about we try being the hunters for once? Senior, since I've caught you, according to the Academy's rules, that's 500 points for me. Yentong suddenly felt a wave of unease. Junior, what exactly are you planning to do? Mr. Vong Vumber, 500 points is equivalent to 500,000 heavenly dragon currency. That is not a small amount for you, right? His face turned pale. 500,000 was almost his entire savings. But if he joined hands with a freshman to ambush others, how could he live peacefully in the academy later? Lam Han threw out an offer that was hard to refuse. I won't let you lose out. Just cooperate to take down a senior, and I will give you 50 commission points for each person. How about it? He hesitated. 50 points. And I just have to call people over without fighting. The boy confirmed. That is right. Of course. If you want to fight, I won't stop you. But I am not paying extra. Hua Ding cut in. But hey, after defeating other seniors, how do we prove it to the school? Yentong dusted himself off and replied, it is simple. Everyone has an identity card. We rely on that to exchange for points. Lam Han nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. Identity cards. Huh. Senior, you can start now. Yentong handed the identity card to her. He opened his phone and selected the first target. Sorry, old Vuong. I am being forced too. Hope you all understand. At this moment, Lap Thuong was exactly 50 meters away from the target. Vuong Lap Thuong, a third-year student at the military academy and a student council officer with the power to nominate scholarships. This position was exactly as Li Yendong had mentioned. Sure enough, they are freshmen, completely unguarded and just sitting there, resting. Let this senior teach you guys the cruelty of battle. Seeing two prodigies and Hua Din sitting under the tree, he rushed forward without thinking. I will gladly take these 160 points, but on the very first step. Lap Thuong stepped right into a hole. His face instantly turned pale when he realized he had fallen into a trap. His whole body fell straight down into the deep pit below. Lam Han spoke up to praise him. Good job. Senior, keep it up, he replied. Not at all. It is you who is amazing. Junior, you solved it in one move. Lap Thuong sat in the pit and screamed, Yendong, you have got some nerve. You dared to trick me. Don't even dream of getting a scholarship this year. Hearing that, he got angry. Haven't you leached enough off me usually? Every year, my scholarship gets taken by you to chase girls. Lam Han asked with feigned concern. Senior, hasn't your anesthetic taken effect yet? Yendong forced a smile. This bastard has a body enhancement skill. So the numbing drug is working slowly. I will increase the dose for the unlucky ones later, the boy replied. All right. Let us deal with the next one quickly then. Lap Thuong's body inside the pit began to go limp and weak. In his daze, he heard Yendong trapping the second person. Damn it. Old Dian. I found 3 freshmen in the southeast. I can't handle them alone. You take 2. I take 1. How about it? I thought of you first for such a good thing since we are close. The second person collapsed. He rejoiced. We took down another one. The third and fourth fell in succession, Yendong said excitedly. We really are the best partners. His eyes lit up as he continued scanning the list. Wait a moment. Let me call a few more people over. Deep in the dense forest, the atmosphere was gloomy and silent. Tian Nam, a member of the reconnaissance team, ran over to report. Captain, several teams are reporting lost contact with their teammates, suddenly. A lot of people have vanished. There are even teams that lost all their members. Taitian immediately concluded. It looks like a monster has appeared in this year's batch of freshmen. On Yendong's side, inside the silent forest without a sound, his voice rang out. Old Tran. I reported the freshman's tracks to you first. Don't forget my share of the benefits when it is done. The other guy laughed comfortably. Sure, after we succeed. I will split half the accumulated points with you. Yendong pointed at the 2 strangers. It is them. One is a melee fighter, and I don't know the background of the other one. Old Tran smiled confidently. No problem, I can knock both of them out with just 1 move. Just then, Captain Taitian's announcement rang out. All interception teams, attention. A special situation has arisen in the southeast. A red target may have appeared. It is time for real action. Old Tran was stunned. Red target. Does that mean a freshman this year managed to hunt a senior? Wait, isn't the southeast our current location? Yendong hurriedly covered up. Could there be a mistake? How could a freshman beat a senior? The other guy immediately raised his guard. Anyway, the captain has given the order. Let us regroup first. Lam Han rushed down from above and delivered a clean kick straight at the opponent. You just stay here, he asked suspiciously. Senior, why did he suddenly get alert? Did you say something? Yendong shook his head. No. The captain issued a red target order. We are about to be in big trouble. The red target is a stimulation policy from the Academy for seniors. Wherever many seniors fail, they are allowed to team up and wipe out the freshmen in that area. I know you are very strong, but once the seniors team up, you won't be able to withstand them alone. Lam Han deduced that is why they just started sensing something was wrong. For now, we haven't been exposed. Senior, you 3 just hide well. I will go scout the surroundings. Remember to give this senior another injection. Yendong hoisted the person onto his shoulder. Leave this place to me. Junior, be careful. There are quite a few experts among the participating seniors this time. Lam Han turned to leave. I am going. I will be right back. In another direction, Niamvi was running for her life. Didn't Dad say blocking freshmen was just for show? Why are there so many people? The group of seniors behind her followed closely. Not letting go. Junior sister, stop running. You are surrounded by people trying to catch you. She gritted her teeth and retorted, I am not stupid. Do you guys think I am an idiot? If I get caught, what chance do I have left to enroll? A senior student raised his gun, ready to make his move. Running was useless for her. Catching just 1 target would net a reward of 1,000 accumulation points. The bullet grazed Niamvi's shoulder. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. I'll gladly take your points with a smile. Niamvi leaned to the side, barely dodging the shot, but she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Niamvi sprang back up instantly. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make sure to peel a layer of your skin off. A net dropped down from above. You've got some moves, huh? But I think it'd be better if you just obediently took a nap. Suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion rang out. Bone spur trap activated. Who goes there? Lam Han appeared just in time, a hero saving the beauty. Niem Vi, looks like I got you involved in my mess this time. After checking, he realized Senza had been knocked out by a senior's stun attack. A gnat got jealous and whined. Master, give me a head pat too. One of the seniors exclaimed in shock. I can't believe he took our attacks without a scratch. Is he really a freshman? Could it be? Lam Han gathered lightning in his hand. Let's end this quickly. A thunderblast surged straight toward that senior student. He didn't hesitate. Since his cover was blown, he decided to strike first. He brought Niem Vi back and explained to his teammates. This is a friend I knew from before. She's also a first-year student at the military academy. Tianqi's eyes went wide. I didn't expect you to have such luck with the ladies. Lam too. Niem Vi stumbled to her feet and asked, Lam Han, why are you here? Did you save me? He explained. We are also freshmen at the military academy. We just happened to be passing by. So I lent a hand. Niem Vi was confused. But didn't I fall into a trap set by the seniors? Besides, the last time we met, you were only at the second transition. How did you pull that off? He calmly revealed the truth. Oh, you mean this? Actually, I've already reached the fourth transition. Niem Vi gasped sharply. What? She was shaken to the core. He's already at the fourth transition. Tianqiu spoke up proudly. That's my brother for you. Hua Ding looked at Lam Han with admiration. He really is a carry. Yendong stood frozen for a few seconds. Now this is what you call a true genius. Lam Han laid out the next plan. Instead of hiding, we should turn the tables and hunt them. We can even take the senior students' ID cards to exchange for points. He invited her. So, how about it? Are you interested in joining us? Niem Vi was shocked. What? You mean we're going to hunt those third-year students? She thought to herself. Since entering the Vanon forest, I've been relying on stealth to escape. But now, we're actually going to hunt the seniors. Niem Vi immediately got excited. That sounds awesome. I've been sick of those seniors for a while now, Lam Han continued. Great. Let me introduce you to the team. This is Long Tianqiu, a warrior class, and this girl is the knight, Hua Din. He quickly analyzed the new strategy. With Niem V's abilities, our team can actively lock onto the seniors' positions. Everyone else will act as bait. And leave the sneak attacks from behind to me. Also, I'll need to bother you, senior, to help gather inside information. This time, it's definitely going to be tougher than before, Lam Han declared decisively. The operation officially starts now. On the senior side, Tian Nam reported. Captain, we've picked up the device signals of the missing members near this area. He immediately ordered scouts to verify the location. A team member passing by the unconscious Lap Thuong reported in. Missing student found. After checking, they concluded the target was only anesthetized and suffered mild electric shock. Not dangerous, but strangely, his ID card was gone. Titian mused. Is the one targeting accumulation points a lightning element freshman? But how are they pinpointing the seniors' locations? When Lap Thuong woke up, he was immediately urged. Lap Thuong, report the details of your ambush. Lap Thuong's voice trembled as he reported. Captain, a senior is colluding with the freshman to set up ambushes. The traitor is Yendong. He quickly grasped the situation. All right, you return to the academy and rest. Leave the rest to me. Tian Nam asked furiously. A senior betrayed us, Captain. Should we announce this on the public channel? Titian raised his hand to stop him. No need. These freshmen obviously want to surround our reinforcements, in that case. As their senior, I'll teach them a lesson about beating someone at their own game. Keep quiet about Yendong. At the same time, contact the squads from other directions to converge here. Tell them this is a chance to school the newbies, he responded excitedly. Roger that, Captain. A knock sounded on the door of Diep Taithan's office. He called out, Come in. Kan Hai rushed in to report the news. Director Diep, something unexpected happened in the hunt. He frowned. Did the seniors go too hard and isolate all the first-year students from hundreds of meters away? Kan Hai shook his head. It's not the seniors hunting the freshmen. It's the other way around. Taithan got interested. Not bad. Finally, someone dares to pave a new path. That's a good thing. Kan Hai hesitated. But the problem is, that freshman is hunting the seniors like a madman. At least 20 seniors have been taken down. One squad was even completely wiped out. Taithan shot up from his seat in shock. What did you say? Who did it? Kan Hai replied. It's the student you personally recruited, the Beastmaster Lam Han from Wuchao City. Estimates say the points Lam Han earned today alone would amount to several million Thian Long currency if converted. He fell silent. Lam Han, have you really grown this fast? Kan Hai asked worriedly. Director Diep, do we need to intervene? Taithan calmly patted the plan table. What are you panicking for? Don't forget who the captain over there is. Lam Han isn't the only genius. We just need to set the right stage, then provide resources for the geniuses to reveal themselves. That is enough. In the forest, Lam Han's team was excited after taking down more seniors. The teamwork was spot on. This amount of points is really a lot. We struck it rich this trip. The system issued a notification. Received points 500 times 30 equals 15,000. Yendong said happily. If we convert this to Heaven Dragon currency, there will be a lot of zeros. Looks like I hitched my wagon to the right star. Just then, a new message popped up on the phone. The content displayed. Freshmen are continuously hunting old students to promote healthy competition. The target being hunted will be rewarded an extra 10,000 points. Yendong reported in a panic. Junior, our information has been leaked. He calmly replied. It's fine. Our specific location hasn't been revealed yet. If this area has alerted the upperclassmen, there's likely an ambush ahead. Next, we have to change tactics. Start fighting guerrilla style. The forest gradually returned to its original silence. The sound of light footsteps stepping on tree trunks rang out. The whole group hid on the ancient tree branches. He signaled Niem Vai. Use your skill to scout that direction. The seniors are probably gathering there. A notification rang out. Malice fluctuation has been activated. Niem Vai immediately activated her tracking skill, starting to zone in on the targets. She quickly reported the position. Found them. 1 person. 2 people. 10. 15. 26. 30. Lam Han. Ahead, there are nearly 50 people ambushing. He asked further. Is there anyone in this group we handled yesterday? Niem Vai replied. No, the auras of these 50 people are completely different. Lam Han speculated. It seems that once they lose their identity card, the old students will lose their qualification to participate in the freshman hunt. Senior. If the commander of the hunt loses their qualification, does the operation continue? Yendong said. According to the rules, it should probably end. But in the Academy's history, such a thing has never happened. Lam Han quickly came up with a new idea. In that case, no need to beat around the bush. Let's go big and make a scene worthy of it. Inside the silent forest, the area controlled by the seniors was strangely quiet. Someone reported via the communication device. Detected a freshman. Appearance doesn't look like the red target. The other end coldly instructed. Deal with him. That person immediately rushed down from above. His movements decisive. The freshman panicked, seeing the senior blocking the way. The senior said, Hey, classmate. Sorry to trouble you to take a nap here. When you wake up, you'll be at the military academy. Seeing the opponent approaching, the freshman shouted loudly, Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Lam Han suddenly appeared right behind this person. The whole group simultaneously jumped down to his position. The freshman asked fearfully, Who are you guys? Lam Han waved his hand and said to him, We're just a group of freshmen passing by. He quickly explained the plan to the opponent. He was in heavy shock. What? You guys want to hunt the old students? Lam Han immediately set the condition. If you agree to support, I'll split 10% of the benefits this time with you. The freshman nodded immediately. I agree to help you guys. Forget the benefits. You guys saved me once anyway. Lam Han nodded. Good. Then act according to plan. The communication device rang. What's going on? Taking care of a normal freshman takes that long, huh? He picked up the device and answered. Hello, senior. I'm Lam Han. Your friend can't wake up right now. Tien Nam threatened in a cold voice. Lam Han. Your position has been surrounded. If you return the card now, I might consider giving you a way out, he replied. Senior. Everyone is an adult here. How confident are you in those words? Tien Nam changed his tone. What's not to believe? Tell me where you are. Let's meet and talk. Lam Han replied calmly. Don't rush, senior. We'll meet sooner or later. Remember to bring your identity card. Hearing that he was so angry, he was speechless. Lam Han, you, Tien asked coldly. Have you zoned in on his location yet? Tien Nam reported. Based on the headset positioning, we've successfully zoned it. But there's a possibility he's fishing on purpose, Tien replied. It doesn't matter. Post this news on the forum. No matter what tricks he plays, it's useless before absolute power. Lam Han tossed the communication device back to the senior's spot. He handily removed the identity card from the opponent's body. Yendong was stunned as soon as he saw the news. Holy crap. Junior, you guys really made it big. The news climbed straight to the top search of the forum. Freshman Lam Han. Comments exploded. Wasn't there a bounty on the freshmen? How come the third-year students are being counter-hunted? Truly embarrassing. The second-year students want to join in too. From now on, there's only one target. Catch Lam Han. Tien Kyo and Hua Din were full of admiration, famous across the whole school before even enrolling. That is Brother Han for you, Lam Han frankly declared. Since we are playing, I am going all in. I am definitely taking every single ID card from the older students. Taithan highly rated this bold move. Brilliant, facing an enemy 10 times his size. Lam Han still chose to strike first to seize the initiative. He nodded in praise. The younger generation is truly a force to be reckoned with, Kan Hai observed through the satellite screen, judging by the positions. The green dots representing the freshmen are all surrounded by the red dots of the upperclassmen. An orange light spot also appeared. Commander, it looks like the upperclassman Captain Tae Tien is very close to Lam Han. Taithon lowered his voice in anticipation. Lam Han, let me see just how strong your true power really is. Inside the forest, the group hid themselves on the branches of ancient trees. Niem Vai checked and reported. I can sense a lot of upperclassmen closing in. He focused on reading the notification. Malice waves are increasing sharply. A large amount of malice has appeared in the host's area, Lam Han whispered. The fish have taken the bait. The rest depends on Hua Din and the others. She was a bit worried. Is this really okay? What if the trap cannot hold the upperclassmen? He replied firmly. As long as we stall long enough, I will control the third-year commander and end this hunt. The system reminded. Stealth has been activated. Looking into the distance where a few seniors appeared, Lam Han whispered. Someone is coming. Tien Kyo waved to say hello. Hey, seniors, are your ID cards ready for us yet? Tuhiat, disguised as Lam Han, thought to himself. I didn't expect Senior Lai to have an appearance-changing item. This disguise mission is extremely important. I absolutely cannot ruin the big plan. Two seniors quickly confirmed, that is right, according to Lap Thuong's description. The guy on the right is definitely Lam Han. Well then, let's teach him how to speak to his seniors. Yendong quickly introduced, Junior. Those two are the commander and the intelligence officer of this operation. They are both key figures. Watching the opponents rush in, Lam Han calmly waited for the right moment. Very good. Just a little bit more. Immediately after, he actively activated Herculean strength, his whole body tightening like a drawn bowstring. As soon as the two seniors stepped forward, they fell straight into the trap prepared below. Anat shouted excitedly, the rest is up to Tien Kok. Remember clearly what the master instructed. Tien Kok stood up high, directly casting the enhanced lightning storm. Wave after wave of lightning storms poured down into the bottom of the trap without stopping. The seniors down below trembled in the lightning glow, their cries of pain echoing chaotically. Seeing that all three had lost the strength to resist, Tien Kok huffed coldly and ordered the end. Anat immediately stepped forward to collect all of their ID cards. The system updated. Score. 500 times 48 equals 24,000. Anat was visibly delighted. This amount of accumulated points is huge. Master will definitely be very satisfied this time. From afar, Tien Nam observed that scene and exclaimed in anger. We fell for their trap. They had no idea that Lam Han was hiding on the tree branch right above their heads. Very good. The timing is perfect. He dashed down extremely fast, his intent clear. Finish off these two with a single strike. Stealth was pushed to the maximum level. Synchronization activated. Spiritual hearing opened simultaneously. Attribute power enhancement reached 200%. Thenam instantly became alert. Enemy attack from behind and above. Glacial Stone Fist activated. Tien threw a punch straight toward Lam Han. Lam Han felt the terrifying impact force. It was completely on par with the Black Python King at Tier 4. His body was pushed back violently, his 2 feet plowing deep into the ground. Lam Han spoke up and asked, How did you guys detect my ambush? Logically speaking, I did not reveal a single opening. Tien Nam gave a faint smile and replied, Junior, you still have a lot to learn. Even though I could not catch your aura, the movement of the air cannot escape my spiritual hearing. Tien continued, I didn't expect you to dare ambush a Tier 5 like me. Your strength isn't bad, but you are still green. Your plan has failed. Hand over the ID cards. Lam Han replied in a cold voice. What nonsense are you spouting? The battle is not over yet. The opponent cut him off. Look at your teammates. Lam Han was stunned to see his 3 teammates completely frozen. Glacial Seal had been activated. All of his teammates had fallen at the hands of Tien Qiu one by one. Even Hua Din could not escape that outcome. Lu To Giat, disguised as Lam Han, was also controlled and frozen stiff on the spot. Niem Vai and Yendong fell into a similar situation. No one had the ability to resist anymore. Only then did Lam Han understand. He had slipped up badly. The whole team had fallen into a trap. Tae Tien spoke with unbridled arrogance. Telling the kid that he was all alone now, he demanded a choice. Would he abandon his teammates and run for his life, or would he stay? His eyes suddenly turned cold as ice as he finished his sentence, daring him to fight. A system notification popped up, warning the host that he was facing a challenge from a powerful expert. If he could secure a victory, he would receive a special reward. Lam Han did not hesitate for even a second, accepting the challenge instantly. He smirked and said, All right then, let us see what you have got. Tien gave a faint smile of approval, noting that, instead of running away, the The kid had actually initiated the duel. He found that quite interesting. The live broadcast on the altar began recording the entire scene, beaming the confrontation out for everyone to see. Tien declared that, as a senior, he would teach the boy his very first lesson at the military academy. But Lam Han cut him off mid-sentence, telling him to stop talking and get on with it. He immediately launched the ice explosion Divine Palm, shouting that the kid better not regret this later. Seeing his opponent charge forward, Lam Han was startled by the sheer speed. So this was the true power of a fifth-turn warrior. Their fists collided in mid-air with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves of energy rippling out in all directions. The system sounded an alarm, warning that his agility attribute had been reduced by 300 points for a short duration. Lam Han looked down at his arm, which was covered in a layer of frost and emitting a faint mist. This was not good. Those ice crystals were dragging down his speed. Tien spoke in a cold voice, asking if the kid had realized it yet. That is right. My ice crystals create a slowing effect the moment they touch a target, but my power does not stop there. The Spirit Gathering Break has been activated. If the target is lower level than the caster, one random skill is sealed and they take massive damage. If they are higher level, all attributes drop by 30%. Lam Han froze as he read the notification, exclaiming in disbelief. His Vitality Contract skill had been frozen. One of his legs was quickly encased in a thick layer of ice. As the ice spread up past his knee, Lam Han gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, saying, "Damn it." Tien Nam lowered his voice and reminded his captain. He asked if using the Spirit Gathering Break on a rookie was a bit excessive. What if the kid ended up in the hospital for 10 days or half a month? Tien replied nonchalantly. Saying this, Brat needed to be a lesson for the entire younger generation. If he did not punish him strictly today, future freshmen would follow suit and disrespect their superiors. However, he added that if the kid agreed to apologize publicly and clean the teaching area for a whole year, he might consider lifting the skill and letting him go. Come on, just bow your head and apologize to your senior in front of the camera. Otherwise, if a beast tamer cannot even control his beasts, what kind of beast tamer is he? Watching the broadcast, Kan Hai concluded that the excitement was over, since Tien had played his trump card. But Tython asked him if he was sure about that. He was confused, wondering if his friend was being too subjective. Could there still be variables? Tien was already a fifth-turn warrior, while Lam Han was at most a third turn. If Tien wanted to, he could end this right now. Tython spoke calmly, pointing out that the admission records clearly showed Lam Han had recently broken through to the fourth turn. Furthermore, his third beast was a fire type, which was the perfect counter to Tien. Kan Hai widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "What? He is already a fourth turn at that age." Tython chuckled softly and told Kan Hai that this show was only just beginning. Back in the arena, Tien also realized that Lam Han's arm was gathering fire energy. He gasped, "What is that?" Before the ice-shattering fist could make contact, he immediately leaped high into the air to dodge. A sense of horror rose in his heart, screaming that this was impossible. Tien landed on the ground in the opposite position. He could not help but ask what on earth had happened, and how the boy had managed to break his Spirit Gathering Break. The system announced that the skill replication from the avatar behind him had been activated. Lam Han replied, telling his senior that there were plenty of impossible things in this world. Fire energy surged in his hand as he declared that it was now his turn to make a move. The copied Imperial Flame skill was activated, sending a stream of firepower straight at his opponent. Tien instantly erected an ice wall to block the attack. However, the thick layer of ice quickly developed countless cracks. He panicked and shouted that the ice wall was breaking. The area where he was standing suddenly exploded violently. Tien escaped by a hair's breadth and said in a cold voice that it was not over yet. He closed in on Lam Han and unleashed the Diamond Ice Fist. But Lam Han's movement technique was agile to the extreme, allowing him to dodge with ease. Tien missed repeatedly, his fists hitting nothing but empty air. He wondered frantically why he could not land a hit. A scorching flame erupted around Lam Han's fist. Gathering his momentum, he unleashed the Imperial Flame Fist straight toward his opponent. He slammed his fist continuously into that arrogant senior's face. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud. Lam Han stepped right on his opponent's chest, his eyes cold as ice. He calmly declared, "Looks like I won this match." The group of seniors behind him was totally stunned by the scene that just played out. Lam Han turned his head and asked, "Anyone else want to challenge me?" The seniors all shook their heads in unison. "No way. We are done fighting. Junior, you win this hunt. The ID cards are all yours. Just let our captain go." Lam Han bent down and grabbed Tien tight by the collar with one hand. He lifted him up and threw him straight toward Tien Nam. "Catch him." Tien Nam hurriedly caught his unconscious captain and said, "Junior, we will meet again. Let's get out of here." Lam Han chuckled softly. Finally, everything is over. Outside. Kan Hai was dumbfounded. This is truly unexpected. Lam Han's combat power alone is this strong, clearly. A beastmaster does not just rely on beasts. His ability to command is probably terrifying. He pointed toward Tiu Chan, especially this beast. Its appearance almost perfectly matches the legendary phoenix. Tython could not hide his surprise either. There is no denying it. Lam Han's strength is truly powerful, even among the most elite students in the academy. It is rare for anyone to be able to face him head-on. Kan Hai continued, "You really have foresight, recruiting such a talent. Perhaps he will become the strongest ace of our academy." Tython lowered his voice. "It has been a long time since the Tianlong Empire has seen such a powerful beastmaster. Could it be that this kid is the next one?" Kan Hai asked tentatively. "So, will Lam Han be put on that list?" Tython nodded in approval. "Just let him join the other candidates. Start observing him from now on." The next day, at the new student registration room at the main gate of the military academy. System update. Activating cognitive interference. Surrounding Lam Han were 3 beast girls chattering away. "Master, touch me. Master, hug me. It is my turn next," since they were invisible. He was very relaxed. It seems this skill is quite useful. Outsiders cannot see their true bodies, nor can they hear their voices. Remembering yesterday's battle, Lam Han awaited his reward. System update. Detected host completed the mission. Now providing 2 rewards. Choose one. Cognitive interference after binding. Creates a cognitive interference field, allowing the host to chat with beasts in their beast form. Content will not be eavesdropped on. Daily experience growth. Provides the host with 1 experience point. Lam Han considered. Looking at them, they both seem fine. 1 extra experience point every day, although small, will add up over time. As for cognitive interference, they would not need to stay invisible anymore. He asked, "System bro, what is the effective range of cognitive interference?" The system replied immediately. Operating range within 100 meters around the host. Ignores all reconnaissance skills of the same level. Lam Han decided right away. "Chosen, I will take cognitive interference." At this moment, Yendong came over. "Junior, so registration is done. If you have any problems later, just come find me." Lam Han patted his shoulder and replied, "Thanks for your hard work. Senior, when the points hit my account, I will transfer your share." The people around recognized him and buzzed with excitement. Is that the legendary Lam Han, the guy who destroyed the Year 3 students? Let's see what he is really made of. If that doesn't work, there's still us second years. The threat was dropped briefly and coldly. We have to show him just how formidable his seniors are. Yendong was worried that Lam Han being too conspicuous would cause trouble, so he immediately advised his junior. "You should head back to the dorm quickly. If too many people gather later, it'll be hard to handle." Lam Han nodded, thinking that of the 36 stratagems. "Fleeing is best. I'll listen to you." "Senior." Tien Qiu waved his hand to call Long Tu to leave. His steps hurried. "Long Tu, let's go." Then he turned back and grinned. "Come here, little lamb Tu." Night fell very quickly, and the dormitory lights turned on all at once, plunging the entire area into a quiet golden hue as soon as he entered the room. Lam Han felt totally relieved. Luckily, the senior had drawn the crowd's attention. Otherwise, it would have been really hard to get into the dorm. Tien Qiu asked curiously, "We still don't know what our roommates are like." "Do we?" The 3 of them stepped fully inside and introduced themselves clearly one by one. "My name is Lam Han. My class is Beast Tamer." Next was Tugiat, a healer, and Tien Qiu, an archer warrior. The other guy also smiled and waved. "Hello, everyone. I am Tan Tien Kai. My class is Gunner." Tan Tien Kai looked closely and then recognized Lam Han, his eyes clearly lighting up. "Are you that legendary Lam Han?" Lam Han was slightly surprised. "You know me." Tan Tien Kai held up his phone and pointed at the screen, his voice firm. "Of course. You are the hot topic on the military academy forum right now. It is full of posts like #1 freshman. Cleared the hunting competition. Our 3rd year's not good enough. No, it's just that man is too strong." And just how strong is Lam Han exactly? Lam Han froze after reading it, his mouth stiff, and he almost couldn't swallow his rice. This. Tien Qiu stood behind him and laughed with delight. "Little lamb too. You really are hot." Lam Han sighed in his heart. People fear fame just like pigs fear getting fat. Thinking about the future, he feared that all his activities in the academy would be scrutinized. The dormitory gradually quieted down. The deep night dragged darkness to cover everything, and the whole room sank into gloom. Tien Qiu on the next bed quickly fell fast asleep, the sound of his even breathing echoing softly in the room. Lam Han quietly covered his ears, secretly calculating that next time the system offered a custom reward, He definitely had to choose something that could block his divine sense. The Beast Girls appeared one after another. Tutran snuggled up close and whined, "Master, I finally get to see you. Tutran missed you so much. Give me a hug, and don't let go." A gnat stood nearby and seriously counted the time. "It has been 9 hours and 48 seconds since I last saw Master." Lamhan hurriedly soothed them. Okay, I'm sorry, before. There were outsiders, so I had to leave you girls alone. In the future, I will definitely let you out to relax more often." Tien Kok spread her arms to hug him, her voice full of grievance. "Master, without you by my side, my core energy becomes extremely unstable. I am so jealous. They can maintain such a stable standby state, counting the days hoping for your return. But I just can't do it." A gnat looked at that scene and immediately felt annoyed, dropping a cold remark. Clumsy acting. Tutran squeezed in to block the front of Lamhan, hastily acting obedient. Master, I am still the good girl who makes you feel most assured. I won't argue with my sisters." Lamhan spread his arms to hug all three, his voice softening. All right, stop arguing. All three of you are my precious treasures." Hearing Tien Q's steady snoring, Lamhan sighed softly. "What a pity. If only I could quietly hold you girls. That would be so nice." Tutran tilted her head and suggested, "Why don't we use the method from before? We can combine our power to create a sealed space." The group coordinated to erect the familiar shield layer. Lamhan was moved to the point of tears. "It is so good to have you girls here. Finally. I don't have to suffer the torture from that fatty anymore." The system sounded a brief notification. Perception modes are initializing. The next morning, the freshman square of the military academy gradually filled with people passing by. Yendong came over to ask, "Junior, are you used to it over here yet?" Lamhan replied briefly, "It's okay. It is a bit hotter here than in Wuchao City, but I can adapt." Yendong lowered his voice to reveal, "You guys are new, so you probably don't know yet. Let your senior tell you a little bit." He explained clearly, unlike academies like Thonbak, the military academy is directly managed by the military, not by the Ministry of Education. Teaching here applies a 4-person squad system, from competitions and activities to classes and final exams. Everything is conducted in team units. Even subject tests are no exception. So, in the military academy, choosing teammates is extremely important. After forming a team, you will be prioritized to be in the same class. Specific rewards will be handed to the team captain to distribute. You will understand this later. Since you happen to have exactly 4 people, you don't need to waste effort choosing anymore. Unghiem Vai spoke up hesitantly. Teammates. With my combat strength, I will probably just drag everyone down." Lamhan immediately reassured her. "Don't say that. Your tracking and detection abilities are truly #1. I was actually worried you wouldn't want to join the team." Lamhan looked straight at her and spoke clearly. "Without you, the 4-person squad wouldn't be complete. I am officially inviting you to join the team now." Unghiem Vai regained her spirit, and the 4 of them high-fived, her voice firm. "Okay. I will definitely try my best to keep up with you guys." Yendong added one more reminder. "You'll register the team after this. You can think about the team name in advance. After class assignment comes the freshman assembly." He continued, "The freshman assembly only has first-year students participating. Usually, each class will send a team to compete, facing off through 2 rounds. The first round will eliminate 2 classes, and the winning team in the final round will receive the ultimate reward." Lamhan concluded the decision. "All right, then let's win the championship in the freshman assembly. I have also already thought of a team name." His voice was crisp, without hesitation. He spoke seamlessly. "Then let's call it the Night Watchman Squad, so we can protect the myriad lights of every home." The 3 of them responded. Agreed. Their rhythm lively. Huading smiled brightly and chimed in. "Well, please look after me in the future, Captain," he urged them. "All right, let's go register the team first." In front of the military academy registration area, the line of people stretched long, the ranks packed tight, and a bustling atmosphere covered the walkway. Tien Kyo was a bit worried, tilting his head to say, "Lam too, there are so many people queuing. Say, do you think a team ahead of us might have also taken the name Night Watchman?" Lam Han replied simply, "It's no problem. In that case, I will just think of a few backup names." Just then, Kan Hai walked up and said, "Hello there. Student Lam Han. I'm Kan Hai, an instructor here at the military academy." Lam Han paused for a moment, realizing who it was. "Oh, it's Mr. Kan. Is there something you needed to see me about?" He leaned in close and whispered, pointing to the side. "Director Diep Tai Than wants to have a quick word with you. Do you have a moment to go see him?" Lam Han understood immediately. If Director Diep was looking for him, it had to be about the recent hunting competition. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that he wants to hand out my reward points? He nodded quickly with a happy expression on his face. Sure thing. Let's go right now. He followed the instructor without a second thought. On the way there, Kanhai asked casually, Lam Han, you're a fourth-turn beast tamer now, aren't you? Lam Han gave a short reply. That's right. I just broke through a little while ago. He looked genuinely surprised, reaching the fourth turn less than half a month after awakening. Even the elites from major families can barely pull that off. You really are a prodigy, Lam Han responded humbly. I didn't expect you to think so highly of me. Mr. Khan. Kanhai shook his head and continued. No need to be so modest. That day, you even punched above your weight class to defeat Tetien, the top-ranking third-year student. Your beast must have some special traits. Could you tell me a little about it? He pushed up his glasses. And the level 3 information scouting skill was secretly activated, just as Kanhai tried to inspect him. Lam Han secretly activated his cognitive interference skill. A silent veiling state was immediately deployed. He felt a brief moment of tension. If it got out that he possessed 3 of the primeval 10 evils that had gone missing, trouble would definitely come knocking. Lam Han kept a calm smile on his face. My beasts are all pretty standard, nothing special about them really. A notification popped up in Kanhai's vision. Information scouting unable to determine target status. Skill activation failed. Kanhai was startled. The skill failed. This is the first time I've ever seen this happen. It seems Lam Han really is hiding some big secrets. He continued to probe, trying to dig deeper. It's hard to believe a normal beast has such power. Would you mind letting me take a look? I have a feeling your beast might have mutated. Lam Han realized immediately that Mr. Khan was suspicious, even with cognitive interference active. Drawing attention was still a hassle. He needed to find a way to smooth this over. Right at that moment, Tython opened his door and called out. What are you two doing standing there? Lam Han, come in here. I have something I need to discuss with you. Once inside, he got straight to the point. Your beasts are powerful, but as long as they don't harm the interests of the Empire, the military won't interfere too much with your affairs. Tython went right to the heart of the matter, back in the hunting competition. Do you remember how many upperclassmen you defeated? Lam Han replied. I remember it was 88. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. 88 upperclassmen. You know that taking their ID cards allows you to exchange them for points. Right. Lam Han realized what was happening, so it really was about this. Tython continued. That amounts to over 20,000 points. Have you thought about how you're going to spend them yet? Lam Han answered bluntly. I'd like to claim them first. Then I'll figure it out later. Internally. He had already decided that he needed to use those points immediately. Tython sighed softly. It's embarrassing to say this, but the Academy probably can't pay out that many points at once, even though points are an internal currency. We can't just issue them in bulk like that. Hearing this, Lam Han felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. He couldn't believe his ears. Tython continued his explanation. Today, I want to apologize to you on behalf of the Academy. Regarding compensation, are there any specific items you need? I'll try my best to provide them, and we can deduct the cost based on market price. Lam Han rubbed his chin in thought. I'll go along with the Academy's arrangement. But right now, I can't really think of anything specific I want. He briefly recalled how standard items didn't seem to have much effect on him. Tython proactively made a suggestion. You're a fourth-turn tamer now, so you must be missing a beast for that slot. Right. As long as it's within my power, you can ask for a beast of any level, he added. And all your expenses during your time at the Academy will be waived. I'll also cover all the food costs for your beasts. How does that sound? Lam Han considered it for a moment, since he didn't really have any other choice. He decided to accept this arrangement. His heart was bleeding just thinking about it. The food reserves in his beast space were running dry, especially a gnat. His appetite was enough to terrify anyone. Tython reassured him repeatedly. Don't be too discouraged. I'll try to make up the remaining points. You can also ask Kanhai to get you more cultivation materials for the entrance assembly. He wrapped things up quickly. All right, you should head back now. Don't miss the team registration time. Lam Han bowed and said, I'll be going then. When the door closed, Tython muttered to himself. This is the Academy's mistake. I definitely have to make it up to Lam Han later. I can't let Thon laugh in my face. As soon as Lam Han left, Kanhai turned around and headed straight for Director Diep's office. He knocked lightly. Director Diep, I have something to discuss with you, a voice from inside replied. Come in. What is it? Kanhai stated his intention clearly. I would like to apply to be Lam Han's homeroom teacher. Director Diep looked surprised. You haven't taught new students in a long time. What's the reason for this sudden interest? Kanhai only revealed half the truth. With a standout freshman like Lam Han, I believe that under my guidance, he will go even further and develop in a stable, correct direction. Taithon thought for a brief moment and then agreed. All right, you will be in charge of Lam Han's freshman class. He assigned the task decisively. Without dragging it out, Kan Hai thanked Director Dieppe, then turned and left. His steps were quick and brisk, not lingering in the office for a second longer. In his heart, he silently swore a vow. Lam Han, I will be watching you closely until your true secrets regarding those beasts are finally revealed. Lam Han returned just in time. His squad had just completed the paperwork and received their official team badges. Tien Qiu held up the badge excitedly to show it off. Lam 2, look at this, we got our squad badges. His voice was full of enthusiasm. Tien Qiu continued, I just joined the class group chat a moment ago. I wonder what our instructor is going to be like. Curiosity was written all over his face. Nehiem Vai reminded him immediately. Lam Han, everyone has to introduce themselves in the class channel. Make sure you do it. Okay, she urged him on. Lam Han did as asked and sent a message to the group. Hello everyone, I'm Lam Han, captain of the Night Watchman Squad. Beast Tamer class. The group chat immediately blew up. Did you see that? A beast tamer. Tien Qiu looked on in admiration. Oh my god. Lam 2, so many girls are sending you friend requests. Why isn't anyone adding me? A few girls replied quickly. It really is Lam Han. I can't believe we're in the same class as this big star. Hey handsome, are you looking for a girlfriend? Why don't you give me a chance? A gnat nearly lost it inside the spatial zone, itching to burst out. Where the hell did this fox come from? I'm gonna tear him to shreds. Thien Kok immediately intervened. Chill out. A gnat. That's just Master's status panel. Kan Hai dropped an introduction message into the class group chat. Listen up, students. I'm your homeroom teacher, Kan Hai. You have 10 minutes to assemble at the Merit Square for the class monitor competition. The military academy's regulations are strict if anyone is late. I won't hesitate to teach them a very memorable first lesson. Lam Han stared at the message, completely stunned. The new homeroom teacher turned out to be none other than Mr. Kan Hai. At the Merit Square of the military academy, the freshmen had gathered one by one, and a heavy, serious atmosphere blanketed the entire area. Lam Han accepted this reality. Though he never expected Mr. Kan Hai to be his homeroom teacher, he silently reminded himself to be much more careful from now on. Standing on the high platform, Kan Hai announced, you have 5 seconds. Each horizontal row, 2 squads, form a square formation. If you go over time, the whole class runs 10 kilometers. Hearing that, the students shrieked in panic. 5 seconds. The atmosphere instantly became suffocatingly tense, seeing everyone complete the task on time. Kan Hai nodded in approval. Not bad. Then he got straight to the point. I called you here today to elect a class monitor. He continued to explain. Everything that happens in the class, the monitor will summarize and report to me and coordinate with me to handle it. The selection process is simple, a martial arts contest. The last one standing becomes the monitor of Class 4. Tien Qiu said with total confidence. Lam 2, with your strength. Grabbing that monitor spot will be a piece of cake, Lam Han replied. That's hard to say. Who knows if there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this academy? Besides, I'm really not interested in being the class monitor. An hourglass appeared in Kan Hai's hand as he started the timer. If you haven't elected a monitor before the sand runs out, everyone does 500 frog jumps, he added, his voice remaining flat and even. By the way, the class monitor receives an extra 100 points every month. Hearing about this benefit, the students immediately got excited. 100 points a month converted to a huge amount of dragon currency. Someone whispered, I have to get this position. But who can beat Lam Han? He's practically invincible in a one-on-one fight. Lam Han sighed internally. People always say fame brings trouble, and they sure weren't kidding. Because right now, the eyes of every other student were locked onto him, carrying undeniable pressure. Lam Han's 3 teammates instinctively moved into formation behind him, taking up support positions with watchful eyes. A decision rang out from the commanding group. With Lam Han here, we won't have a chance. Let's take out Lam Han first. Then we can decide the winner fairly and pick the monitor. Lam Han raised his shield to block the incoming attacks, speaking quickly. Long 2, you guys pull back first. Leave the rest to me. His partner replied. All right, Long 2, you be careful. 2 other students rushed forward, shouting loudly. Everyone keep attacking. Don't stop. Even if he's strong, he's alone. With this many of us, we can definitely exhaust him to death. Almost simultaneously, 2 streams of attack struck. Water ball jutsu, eat my spear, ice spike. The pressure closed in from all sides. 2 powerful forces tried to pierce through the shield in front of Lam Han, causing the air to visibly tremble. Seeing the 2 attackers bounce back, the classmates panicked. He's perfectly fine. How is that even possible? Lam Han gathered lightning in his hand, speaking calmly. Are you guys done? If you're done, then it's my turn. Don't worry. I'll go easy on you. Watching the vanguard get paralyzed by the lightning, those behind lost their courage. Holy crap. He's actually serious. I surrender. Just as I thought. We're no match for him. Kan Hai's calculations shattered in an instant. Lam Han hadn't even used his beast-taming skills and had already wiped out all the opponents. Kan Hai spoke up to announce, this match goes to your squad. Have you guys thought it through? Who will be the class monitor? TNQ stepped up and said, the three of us will pass. If Lam 2 is the monitor, I'm totally convinced. Lam Han followed up. Well then, I'll respectfully accept. Kan Hai added a reminder. However, being a class monitor won't be easy. The Academy's freshman grand tournament is coming up soon. Lam Han asked, what exactly do I need to do? Kan Hai stated the requirement as if it were nothing. You just need to lead Class 4 to victory in the freshman grand tournament. Lam Han accepted without hesitation, his attitude completely relaxed. No problem. Leave it to me. He acted like it was a trivial matter. Kan Hai glanced at the deep craters on the field and slowly reminded him. There's also the issue of the grounds. If it were minor damage, I'd let it slide. But you ruined nearly half the field. The repair fees still need to be calculated. Lam Han gave a faint smile, feeling zero pressure. Just deduct it. I have plenty of accumulated points right now, so just use those to cover it. Kan Hai turned to leave, but spoke one last time. Lam Han, your individual ability is indeed strong, but true combat doesn't rely on just one person. I look forward to seeing your performance at the tournament. Meanwhile, at the Military Academy's training grounds, the atmosphere was heating up with every step the freshmen took. Tien Qiu excitedly imagined, with this many people. If I take first place, won't I be able to get contact numbers from a whole bunch of girls? Hua Din rolled his eyes at him. In that case, you can go to the tournament by yourself this year, inside the spatial zone. Anat asked tentatively. Master, can we go out and watch? Lam Han replied briefly. Sure, we have the cognitive interference active anyway. The system activated cognitive interference. As soon as they came out, they clamored, Master, I want to fight too. Okay, I'll definitely let you charge in later. Lam Han frowned slightly, sensing waves of malice drifting towards him. Where is this malice coming from? Could it be older students? Tien Qiu looked in surprise at the group approaching. Who are they? Even in his observational state. Lam Han found it strange. Why would freshmen from the same year have malice towards me? The leader lifted his chin arrogantly. You're Lam Han, that idiot who got hyped up to the sky. Do you know who I am? Lam Han crossed his arms and retorted, whether I'm hyped to the sky or not, I don't know. But I've never heard of you. Are you supposed to be famous? The guy sneered and introduced himself. Let me tell you, I am from the Zhao family. Lam Han replied nonchalantly. Which Zhao family? Never heard of it. Acting so stuck up. Did your family open this academy? Inside, he thought. If I let him insult me when I have a system, I'm living my life in vain. Trio Fong's face darkened as he shouted, Lam Han, listen clearly. Class 3 is definitely taking first place in this tournament. Lam Han smiled faintly. So, taking first place just requires running your mouth. He kept on provoking me. I heard you were pretty scary during the freshman hunting competition. You are a beast master, and I am a beast trainer. Sooner or later, we will have to see who is on top. Lam Han silently calculated. A beast trainer. A class that lives with ferocious beasts from a young age. In the early stages, they are slightly stronger than a beast master. But no matter how strong he is still no match for me. Thinking this, he remained silent and observed. Trio Fong sneered. What? You do not dare to accept my challenge. If you are afraid of losing, then get the hell home, you useless piece of trash. The students of Class 4 immediately flared up. You dare to insult Lam 2. Are you looking for trouble? Our Class 4 is not afraid of anyone. Who among you can even match the achievements of our class monitor? Teutron and Anat were also annoyed. Today, this lady is going to snap your neck. Master, can I burn this piece of trash to ash? Tiankok hurriedly stopped them. Calm down. Making a move now will only cause trouble. Lam Han reassured them. Anat, Teutran, stay put. Let me handle this. Lam Han nodded in agreement. Fine, I accept your challenge. What are the stakes? Trio Fong proposed a childish condition. We will bet on who takes first place in the freshman tournament. The loser has to kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and call the winner Grandpa 3 times. Lam Han turned to leave. If you like being a grandson that much, then I agree. In his mind, he calculated a plan to lure him into attacking first to test his strength. Trio Fong instantly flew into a rage. Who the hell are you calling a grandson? He rushed forward and threw a punch. "You dare to play me. You want to die." Lam Han chuckled inwardly. What an idiot. He took the bait. From a distance, Tython sensed a strong skill fluctuation and immediately frowned. What is going on? I should go check it out. Trio Fong had made up his mind. Today, he would definitely teach Lam Han a lesson he would never forget. But his hand was firmly caught by Tython. Her voice boomed out. "Stop it right now. Are you two planning to fight without permission?" Lam Han immediately withdrew the skill he was channeling. He raised his hands and replied, all right, I am stopping." But inside, he felt regretful. I almost had him. Trio Fong broke into a cold sweat looking at the lingering lightning in the air. When did he even cast that skill? Tython reminded them coldly. Teachers of each class, manage your students well. Do not let them cause trouble. Kan Hai stepped forward to end the scene. All right, do not just stand there staring. Class 4, return to your positions. Trio Fong gritted his teeth, holding a grudge. I will let Lam Han off the hook for now. Wait until the tournament. When he loses miserably, I will trample him and make him lose everything. Seeing the system notification pop up, warning of intense malice, Lam Han understood immediately. Trio Fong was still not convinced. If you are looking for death, then do not blame me. Kan Hai secretly evaluated the situation. If Tython had not intervened in time just now, who knows what consequences Lam Han's attack would have caused. This kid really hides his cards deep. An announcement rang out. The freshman tournament will begin in 30 minutes. Kan Hai stood on the podium and announced the rules. This tournament is completely different from previous ones. This is a realistic combat simulation training, specially approved by the Academy. The competition will not keep the original teams. Everyone will be shuffled and reorganized. The sole objective is to learn how to quickly build trust, assign clear roles, communicate effectively, and coordinate to win. These skills are extremely important when facing emergency situations on the battlefield, such as when teammates are injured or when you have to form a temporary squad. Lam Han listened with interest, as expected of the military style. Even the assessment method is full of surprises. This is really interesting. A spatial gate opened. A vortex of dark green energy swirled around, spreading pressure throughout the square. He gestured forward with his hand, his voice ringing out clearly. Next, I will introduce the detailed rules of the competition to everyone. Each of the 4 classes will select 3 teams of 4 people. The lineups are randomly rearranged, and opponents are decided by drawing lots. 2 teams will enter into individual duels on the ring. The winner keeps the stage until a team has all 4 members defeated. Each person can only hold the stage for a maximum of 2 rounds. The team that eliminates all opposing members first will win, Lam Han silently assessed. This is a test of tactical arrangement. The order of deployment is extremely crucial. He enthusiastically added, after the tournament concludes. An MVP will be chosen based on performance throughout the event, voted on by the Academy leadership. The winner can request a reasonable reward, the teacher emphasized. With our class's strength, the only team to watch out for is Class 3, led by Trio Fong. I believe you boys will win. Get ready to split into groups, and do not let me down. Tian Kyo smiled brightly and bragged. Lam too. We are still in the same group. Then he turned around curiously. Let me see who our other teammates are. Lam Han nodded in satisfaction. This team composition does not look bad at all. 2 new faces approached to say hello, and the atmosphere quickly became more familiar. Uyen Thu stepped forward and said, I did not expect this. We got sorted into the same team again. Please carry me. Big shot. Standing next to her was Truong Tran. Not long after, the freshman tournament began. Tian Q excitedly pointed at the stage. Lam 2. Look, they are starting the draw. Tython announced the results. Class 1 versus Class 4. Class 2 versus Class 3. Class 1 had drawn Class 4 again. Someone gasped in shock. Me versus Lam Han. Is this for real? Hongbao turned to ask Trio Fong. What do you think? He replied coldly. It is a pity. I cannot eliminate him directly right now, but our 2 classes will meet sooner or later. He quickly calculated in his head. No matter how strong Lam Han is, he is limited by the rules. He can fight twice at most. Class 3 is full of main combat forces. His teammates cannot compare. Plus, with the contract granted by the family, his beast will belong to me sooner or later. Tython declared loudly. Now, I officially declare that the freshman tournament has begun. The lights converged, and the arena shone brightly amidst the buzzing of the crowd. The referee raised his voice. First match of the first round, Class 1 versus Class 4. Will the first contestant of the first team please step onto the stage? A contestant with bulging muscles stepped out and introduced himself. I am Truong Dung, an elite Tier 3 barbarian warrior. Lam Han was just about to suggest that he take the first win, to conveniently establish dominance for Class 1, but Tian Q raised a hand to stop him. Lam, let me test the waters and check this guy's strength first. Lam Han nodded with trust. All right, give it your best shot. Tian Qiu calmly stepped onto the ring, standing right in front of his opponent who was still busy showing off his strength. He gave a brief introduction. Long Tian Qiu, third transition warrior. You're no match for me. So surrendering now wouldn't be a bad idea. The referee waved his hand decisively. Let the match begin. Truong Dung charged forward, his voice booming. Eat this hammer. Tian Qiu leaned back to dodge, snapping back quickly. Do you think I'm stupid? Missed me, Lam Han observed closely. They were both warriors, but Truong Dung clearly had the advantage in raw power. Tian Qiu had to be extremely careful. Tian Qiu leaped high to counterattack, slashing straight down. Taste my blade. Truong Dung swung his iron mace, and flames erupted around the weapon. The mace and blade collided, sending a harsh, metallic clang echoing across the arena. Tian Qiu was pushed back, shaken to the core. Damn it, is he really that strong? I almost lost my balance there. He quickly regained his composure, deciding not to change his fighting style too hastily. Right at that moment, 3 blasts of energy shot toward Truong Dung in rapid succession. Truong Dung leaned to the side to dodge, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Lam Han analyzed the situation quickly. Dragging this out to exhaust the opponent would be a winning strategy. But Truong Dung obviously knew that too. Wait a second. He hadn't used his skills yet. Truong Dung activated his skill. Iron Chain Entanglement. The chains in his hands glowed with a crimson light. The chains lashed out straight toward Tian Qiu, and he immediately sensed the danger. Tian Qiu's body was bound tight, leaving him suspended in midair. A worried teammate blurted out, "We're done for." It's hard for a melee fighter to go up against an elite barbarian warrior. The power gap is just too huge. But Lam Han remained calm. No. Fatty still has an ace up his sleeve. Truong Dung's fist flew forward, the heavy pressure crushing the air in front of it. The punch landed square on Tian Qiu's chest, the immense force knocking him backward. Tian Qiu's body slammed hard against the arena wall with a dull thud. His injuries were racking up quickly. His condition had reached a critical level. Qian Thu cried out in worry. Referee. Pause the match, if this goes on. His life could be in danger, the referee asked. The contestant hasn't lost the ability to fight yet. Do you want to forfeit? Tian Qiu pushed himself up, his voice hoarse but determined. No forfeiting. I can still fight. Lam, trust me. Lam Han thought to himself. We've known each other since we were kids, but this is the first time I've seen Fatty this serious. Even if he fails, I can handle the rest. He spoke up to confirm, I trust Fatty, we are not forfeiting. Truong Dung scoffed. You had such big talk earlier. I actually thought you might be something special. Someone in the crowd mocked. If it were me, I would have quit already. Getting beaten like that in front of everyone, I wouldn't have the face to stay. Nguyen Thu was still worried sick. Class president. You need to talk some sense into Long Tian Qiu. Lam Han cut her off. Don't worry. I know what Fatty is doing. He's planning to use that skill. Sure enough, the aura around Tian Qiu exploded. Try this on for size. Berserker's Heart. Berserker's Heart was activated. It constantly drains stamina in exchange for power and speed. The heavier the injuries, the greater the boost. The skill only deactivates when the user's stamina is completely drained. Tian Qiu gathered all his strength and threw a punch straight into Truong Dung's face. Truong Dung was sent flying backward, his body staggering as he was knocked far from his spot, his whole body aching. Truong Dung stared in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Nguyen Thu was stunned. What just happened? Lam Han explained. This is Fatty's trump card. The more cornered he is, the more his potential explodes. He took those hits on purpose just to trigger this state. Tian Qiu picked up his blade, his eyes calm. Did you have fun beating on me earlier? Berserker's Heart was still active, seeing his opponent charging at him. Truong Dung suddenly panicked. This isn't good. Tian Qiu swung his blade down, his voice low and dangerous. Now it's my turn. Truong Dung had no other choice. He could only stand there and accept his fate. But the pain he was expecting never came. Truong Dung stared in shock at the blade stopped right in front of his face. Why? Why did you stop? Why didn't you finish the attack? Tian Qiu replied simply, there's no need. The winner is already clear, isn't it? The air in the arena seemed to freeze. Truong Dung bowed his head and admitted, I lost. Tian Qiu sheathed his blade and replied, accepted. The referee immediately shouted out loud, Match 1 of the first round. Class 4 takes the victory. Up in the stands, Hong Bao's eyes went wide. That fatty actually won again. While Trio Fong gritted his teeth, looking down. It was just pure luck. Over on the Class 4 side, Lam Han nodded slightly in satisfaction. Not bad. A bit risky, but a beautiful win. Nguyen Thu jumped up in joy. and Truong Tran cheered. Long Thien Q, you did great. Deactivating Berserker Heart, Thien Q clutched his chest, gasping for air. Man, I am dead tired. Covered in injuries, Truong Dung looked at his opponent. Next time I won't make any mistakes. Then Triu Thien Than stepped onto the ring, saying, All right, Truong Dung, leave this match to me. He put his hands in his pockets, standing casually in the middle of the arena, introducing himself. Class 1 Monitor, Trio Tien Than, Class Flame Mage, please teach me a lesson. The match continued. Thien Q gripped his weapon tight, trying to regain his momentum, and replied, Fine. Let me school you then. Below the stage. Lam Han crossed his arms and frowned. A flame mage has skills that counter melee fighters. This round might be trouble. On the ring, the referee announced briefly, let the match begin, right as the words fell. Thien Q reactivated Berserker Heart, his aura flaring up violently as he rushed straight at his opponent, calculating in his head. Stamina is running low. I gotta end this fast. Trio Tien Thun stood still, calmly raising a hand. A brilliant ring of fire appeared surrounding his body. Fire resistance ring. Thien Q's attack couldn't penetrate that defense. All his force was completely blocked. A powerful recoil force knocked Thien Q back a good distance. Lam Han was anxious down in the stands. He is being countered. Fatty is having a hard time getting close, and his hidden throwing knives are running out too. Thien Q stumbled as he fell, muttering, This skill is just way too unreasonable. While Trio Tien Than shrugged calmly, Just give up. You are not my opponent. He was absolutely not one to give up easily. Call me Grandpa once, and I will forfeit. His attitude was tough without a single step back. Provoked by those words, Thien Than actively closed in to attack, his offensive barrage giving the opponent no room to breathe. A chain of fireballs was thrown out continuously. Thien Q swung his blade non-stop to parry, retreating step by step. Lam Han observed very quickly. The timing is off. Fatty's stamina is about to hit its limit. Without opening Berserker Heart, he can't dodge the fireballs, but using the skill drains stamina super fast. The only way is to hold on. Even if he doesn't win, he has to wear down the opponent. Seeing the opponent still trying to resist, Thien Than condensed a giant fireball, the heat spreading across the arena, his voice full of threat. Hurry up and admit defeat. Giving Thien Q no chance to maneuver, Thien Than threw the fireball straight out. Then have a taste of this. Thien Q gritted his teeth, gripping his blade tight, pouring all his remaining strength into defense. The pressure from the fireball made him clearly feel the danger. Oh crap, this move is even stronger than I thought. In the stands, the Class 1 students were stunned. Taking that hit means a long hospital stay for sure. Trio Fong laughed coldly. At least half a month. If he insists on enduring it, he can't blame anyone else. Uyenthu screamed in panic, Fatty, give up now. But at that exact moment, Lam Han beside her had already vanished. A loud explosion rang out. Lam Han appeared in front of Thien Q, raising a shield to fully block Thien Than's giant fireball. Thien Q gasped for breath. Before he could even finish speaking, Lam Han cut him off. You did a great job, Fatty. Leave the rest to me. Lam Han retracted his shield, calmly introducing himself. Class 4 Monitor, Lam Han, 4th Job Beast, Tamer Warlord. Please teach me. Thien Than paused, recognizing the person in front of him. Lam Han, huh? I have watched all your recordings, Lam Han nonchalantly interrupted. Make your move quickly. I am busy. Seeing his opponent put away the shield. Thien Than smirked, summoning his staff. Lam Han, you will pay the price for this arrogance. The Phoenix Dance staff glowed brilliantly, boosting its user across the board. Lam Han looked at the opponent's weapon, curled his lips, and curled his finger provocatively. Then let's see if you have the skills to back that up. Thien Than attacked immediately. Fireball spell. Down in the stands, Hong Bao got excited again. With offense and defense this well-rounded, will Lam Han get eliminated? Triu Fong rubbed his chin. That's right. Without an ice attribute beast, it is going to be tough this time. A small fireball was thrown out at extreme speed, its power even stronger than before. Lam Han stood still on the spot, reaching out his bare hand to catch the attack. The system updated. Copied skill from Heavenly Horned Ant. Iron Bone. He looked straight at Thien Than, his voice cold and concise. Is that all you got? Thien Than was stunned, unable to close his mouth. He couldn't believe someone blocked a fireball with their physical body. The stands exploded in uproar. What kind of beast-mare is this? He is even stronger than a warrior. Trio Fong gritted his teeth. Go ahead and be smug. Wait until I steal your beast and see what you have left to be proud of. Thien Than refused to accept the truth, constantly throwing fireballs. I don't believe you can block them all. Uyenthu was restless with worry. This skill is too strong. Will the monitor be okay? Tianqiu reassured her. Don't worry. Just trust Lam Tu. Amidst the rain of fireballs, Lam Han opened his eagle eyes, his figure gliding diagonally like a ghost, dodging every single hit. Too slow. You couldn't even hit a mosquito. Lam Han stopped at a safe distance. Maintaining a reasonable proximity, he lowered his center of gravity. Locking onto the target. Then try this one. System signal copying skill. Sprint has been activated. Explosive force erupted beneath his feet, and Lam Han shot forward at a speed the naked eye could barely track. Tianthan frantically threw up a flame shield and activated his ring of fire resistance. Still believing deep down he could knock his opponent back, Hongbao held his breath as he watched. The Class 1 monitor was incredibly strong. Even Trio Fong felt the pressure, realizing this guy was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Lam Han charged straight through the wall of fire, completely unhindered thanks to the iron bone skill he had copied. His fist shattered the shield. Lam Han's voice was cold as he said, "That move is interesting, but it won't stop me." Tianthan panicked, stammering, "Impossible." "You blocked the shockwave too." The system continued to run. Skill copy. Giant strength activated. Lam Han continued. "If you don't have any tricks left, then it's my turn." Tianthan retreated sharply and launched a fireball at close range, shouting, "Don't get cocky, the winner hasn't been decided yet." A massive explosion engulfed the arena, with fire and smoke completely obscuring the view. When the smoke cleared, Lam Han had vanished. Tianthan looked around in panic, thinking, did he get blown out of the ring? A chilling voice rang out right behind his neck, close enough to make his skin crawl. "Hey, where are you looking?" Tianthan whipped around in frustration, his entire body tensing up as his guarded gaze locked onto the space behind him. Lam Han's lightning wings had unfurled, with electric sparks flickering ominously behind his back. Lam Han threw the final punch, staring straight at his opponent. "It's over." Tianthan screamed in panic. "What the?" He only saw a fist closing in on his face, less than a few inches away. A terrifying shockwave swept past him, blasting him backward with a heavy, booming sound. When the aftershocks faded, Lam Han remained in his striking stance, his voice calm. "The winner is decided. If you don't want to embarrass yourself further, just admit defeat." Behind Tianthan lay a pile of rubble, completely pulverized by the force of the blast. Tianthan broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. Just the residual force of that strike had nearly destroyed the entire arena. His legs trembled, and losing control of his body, he slumped down onto the floor. Tianthan gritted his teeth in humiliation, bowed his head, and said, "I concede. You win." The referee immediately announced Lam Han of Class 4 as the winner, and called for Class 1 to send their next fighter, causing the stands to erupt in cheers. The crowd cheered ceaselessly, but Hongbao gulped nervously, thinking, is this his true power? Do we even stand a chance? Trio Fong remained silent, his eyes flashing with calculation. Lam Han is this strong because of his beast. I must take it from him at all costs, sensing the malicious intent. Lam Han glanced over and let out a soft scoff. He swept his gaze across the stands, his voice ringing out clearly. Anyone else? The stands instantly went dead silent. No one dared to speak up or step forward. Only Trio Fong's gloomy gaze remained glued to Lam Han. Lam Han frowned in thought. What kind of dirty trick is Trio Fong planning now? Just then, a student from Class 1 rushed up with a weapon, breaking the silence. He pointed straight at Lam Han and yelled, "Lam Han, don't get so arrogant. The captain might have lost, but I'm still here. I'm going to take you down." Lam Han didn't even bother to reply properly, saying coldly, "Stop wasting my time, you cannon fodder." He raised his hand, thunder roaring as the skill copy signaled that Thunderstorm had been activated. The opponent, completely oblivious to the danger, swung his weapon and charged, shouting, "What did you say?" Lam Han brought his hand down, and lightning instantly struck. I said, "You need to get off the stage." A boom resonated as a bolt of lightning the size of an arm crashed down. The guy panicked, dropped his weapon, and screamed, "I surrender. I surrender." But Lam Han didn't stop there. The thunderstorm expanded, engulfing both the arena and the spectator stands. The crowd near the arena scrambled in terror, shouting, "Run, hurry." Only Triu Fong and Hong Bao stood frozen, stammering, "What the hell?" Lightning struck right where they were standing, shocking them violently and making their hair stand on end. With his hair singed, Hong Bao tried to rush the stage but was held back. He screamed, "Referee, Lam Han is intentionally hurting people. I demand he be disqualified." Lam Han casually picked his ear, looking completely indifferent as he drawled, "My skill is a random wide-area attack. You guys were just unlucky. Or maybe you did something to piss off the heavens." The referee immediately stepped in to settle things, declaring it an oversight by the organizers for not expecting a freshman to break the protective barrier. The winner was still Lam Han. Afterward, the referee announced a temporary pause to repair the arena and reinforce the barrier. Humiliated by getting electrocuted in front of the whole school, Triofong pointed and yelled, "I don't accept this. I want to report fraud." The referee replied coldly, "You can take it up with Chief D. If you continue to cause a scene, I will disqualify you." Threatened directly, Triofong had to swallow his rage, glaring daggers at Lam Han as he left the stage amidst the cheers of Class 4. Inside, he gritted his teeth and swore, "Lam Han, for the humiliation today, I'll make you pay back double." Once the arena was repaired, the referee announced the resumption of the tournament. Lam Han quickly conferred with his teammates. Each person can only fight 2 matches, so who's up next? Uyen Thu stepped up immediately to analyze. Class 1 only has Do Yet left. Like me. She's a support class. Let me take this one. Cap. Remember to cheer for me. Lam Han nodded, signaling her to go ahead. Tien Qiu, exhausted after 2 matches, watched the 2 girls take the stage and let out a long yawn. Supports, fighting each other. This is gonna take forever. Lam Han gave a sly smile. Not necessarily. Sometimes girls play way dirtier than guys. As soon as the match started, the 2 immediately grabbed each other's hair. Do Yet screamed in pain. Let go. Uyen Thu shot back. In your dreams. Below the stage, Tien Qiu sighed. You even predicted this. Lam Han replied modestly. Just standard stuff. Then, Do Yet let go of Uyen Thu, retreating to create some distance. Do Yet sat cross-legged on the arena floor, focusing intensely. She activated a series of buff effects, then shouted with determination. Class 1 only has me left. I absolutely have to win this match. As soon as she finished speaking, she sprang up and charged forward, her speed skyrocketing. She threw an enhanced punch straight at Uyen Thu. Eat this. The explosive power far exceeded predictions. Even though Uyen Thu defended, she was knocked backward. The shockwave from the blow shook her internal organs, and Uyen Thu couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Below the stage, Tien Qiu's eyes went wide with horror. Is this really a support match? Looking at this. We're in trouble, Lam Han reassured him, his voice calm but his eyes certain. No. Do Yet has emptied her tank. Uyen Thu still has one last move, after the explosive attack. Do Yet braced her hands on her thighs, panting heavily right there in the ring. Anxiety rang in her head. That hit didn't take her down. Meanwhile, she had almost completely drained her stamina, giving Uyen Thu no time to rest. Do Yet mustered her remaining strength to charge, yelling, "Just give up." Right then, a blue circle of light appeared beneath Uyen Thu's feet. The system signaled healing activation. Uyen Thu smiled and replied, "You're the one who should give up." As Do Yet's exhausted fist came flying in, Uyen Thu skillfully dodged to the side. She grabbed her opponent's arm tightly. Her strength had clearly recovered. She smiled and asked, "That punch used so many skills. You're out of stamina, aren't you?" Having said that, Uyen Thu delivered a precise chop to the neck. Do Yet couldn't react at all. The clean hit knocked Do Yet unconscious. The referee immediately announced, Team 1 of Class 4 wins. Tien Qiu stood stunned below the stage. That actually worked. At the same time, Hua Din, Niem Vai, and Tagiat ran over to report the good news. "Captain, Brother Han, our squad won too." Niem Vai beamed. Class 1's elite combat power was all drawn to your side, so the rest were nothing special. Lam Han nodded in praise. Great job, everyone. On the arena, the referee announced the results. Class 4 defeats Class 1 to enter the finals. Class 2 has forfeited. The finals will be Class 3 versus Class 4. The finals will take place in one day. Contestants are required to prepare thoroughly. Hearing this, Lam Han looked forward to it even more. Hong Bao angrily pulled Trio Fong back. "Are they just gonna leave like that? Young Master Trio, are we just letting this slide?" He fumed. "Letting it slide? No way. I can't let this go." The two aggressively blocked Lam Han's group's path. Tien Qiu frowned. "That guy wants trouble again," Lam Han replied calmly. "Whatever he wants, we'll handle it." Trio Fong stood in front of them, roaring, "Lam Han, my hair is ruined like this. This isn't over." Lam Han answered coldly, "I told you it was an accident. The referee made the ruling. If you're not happy, go find the ref." A stream of blue frost energy poured out as a level 49 Ice Frost Wolf was summoned. He shouted to suppress them. Trio Fong sneered, "I don't care about the referee. You made me lose face. Today, you have to give me an explanation." A giant silver wolf appeared, its body massive and its aura ferocious. Truong Tran gasped in horror. A level 49 Ice Frost Wolf, Lam Han mused. So this is his trump card. Trio Fong grew even more arrogant. Kowtow and apologize, then shave your own head. Hong Bao immediately chimed in. Do it now, or else don't blame us. Tian Kyo couldn't hold back and stepped forward, shouting, The Academy forbids private duels. Aren't you afraid of punishment? Trio Fong laughed scornfully. Punishment? I've never been afraid. Behind me is the Tria family. Tian Kyo drew his blade, pointing it straight at the opponent. If you want to touch Lam, you have to go through me first. Lam Han raised his hand to stop him. Fatty, don't be rash. Trio Fong laughed loudly. You think a mere tier 3 like you can compare to my level 49 beast? Lam Han stepped up, his gaze steady. Fatty. Just stand back and watch. This guy isn't my match. Tian Q stepped back but still warned. Be careful. Lam. Trio Fong, having achieved his goal, ordered the Silver Wolf, his voice full of resentment. Today, I'll show you who the #1 freshman really is. Just then, the listening system activated. Lam Han heard hurried footsteps behind him. It was Mr. Kan Hai. Kan Hai rushed over to stop them. Stop. The Academy forbids fighting. Kambok also appeared, shouting, Trio Fong, Hong Bao, recall your beasts immediately. Trio Fong immediately recalled his beast. The atmosphere fell into silence. Hong Bao immediately accused, Mr. Ungi, Lam Han faked an accident to harm us, and now he's ganging up on us. You have to save us. Lam Han's group was completely stunned by the blatant slander. Lam Han thought helplessly, just my luck. The surveillance cameras are broken and haven't been fixed yet. Trio Fong pretended to be weak and added, I almost had to go to the hospital. Please protect me. Teacher. Otherwise, it'll be hard to explain to the Trio family and the Magic Association. Kambok didn't investigate and turned to threaten Kan Hai. Trio Fong has a clean background. I will report this matter to Manager Dieppe after speaking. He pointed a finger right at Lam Han, his voice dripping with determination. This guy, Lam Han, absolutely has to be expelled. Kan Hai raised a hand toward him, calmly firing back. Excellent character. By your own admission, Lam Han is also the top ranker of the freshman hunt. You want to expel my student based on a one-sided accusation. I absolutely will not agree to this. Trio Fong flew into a rage at having his character questioned, waving his arms in protest. Mr. Ungi, I don't accept this. Just because he's #1 doesn't mean he gets special treatment. Even the referee is biased toward him. He pointed straight at Lam Han, revealing his true colors. I demand a fair fight with Lam Han. The finals can't be held here. They have to be moved to the Grey Wind Plateau. Tian Kyo heard this and immediately snapped back. Bullshit. You're twisting the truth in front of everyone. Do you really think Class 4 is that easy to push around? Lam Han's expression darkened as he calculated. The provocation is clumsy, but the Grey Wind Plateau is a different story. That place is crawling with highland wolves and wind bats. Changing the location so suddenly. He definitely has a scheme up his sleeve. Trio Fong suppressed a sinister smile. He had trained Ice Plains wolves since he was little, so he understood the wolf species perfectly. Once they got there, the wolf packs wouldn't dare attack him. He just needed enough chaos to steal Lam Han's tamed beast. Just then, Taithan stepped forward, asking in a deep voice, What is everyone gathering around here for? Kambok hurriedly made an accusation. Manager Dieppe. You're just in time. Mr. Khan's student deliberately tried to harm Trio Fong from my class. Trio Fong immediately chimed in. That's right. Lam Han is the one who wanted to hurt me. Tian Kyo shot back instantly. Manager Dieppe. He's lying. He was the one who started provoking us first. Our entire class can testify to that. Taithan didn't take a side, asking coldly, Old Khan, what exactly happened here? Inside. He sighed quietly to himself. It's Kambok causing trouble again. Kan Hai stepped up to recount the whole incident. Here is the story. After listening, Taithan nodded. I get the general idea. Both sides have a point. Young people are hot-headed, so a little friction is normal. Taithan went along with Trio Fong's suggestion. Competition breeds progress. I agree to move the finals to the Grey Wind Plateau, and I'll also adjust the rules to have 2 rounds. Round 1 requires the class monitor to lead the team to the location on their own. Anyone who doesn't arrive within half a day will be eliminated. Trio Fong grinned maliciously. This is the perfect chance to ambush Lam Han. Taithan continued. Round 2 will keep the original arena format. Lam Han watched Trio Fong's expression, his guard going up a few notches. Finally, Taithan announced, the competition will resume in 1 day. Everyone dispersed, and Lam Han immediately gathered the elites of Class 4 at the training ground. Tian Q asked in confusion, Lam, why did you bring us here? Lam Han just smiled. If we lose to Class 3 in the finals, will you guys be okay with that? His words were like pouring oil on a fire. Truong Tran clenched his fists tight. Losing to that bunch would be humiliating. Niem Vai nodded in agreement. We don't want to lose. Seeing their spirits rise, Lam Han nodded. Then let's have a practice match. Tianqiu paused, stunned. A practice match. Lam Han called Anat onto his hand and explained briefly. Right. Pressure training. Your guy's biggest weakness is poor coordination. Anat jumped off his hand as Lam Han continued. If you can withstand a combined attack from me and Anat, your strength will increase significantly. A loud boom echoed out. Anat instantly transformed into a giant ant, landing in the middle of the training ground and leaving the group dumbfounded. Tianqiu and Niemv pointed at themselves, completely bewildered. Us. Withstand an attack from you and Anat. Lam Han kept pressing them, 7 of you attacking together, and you still don't have the confidence. Provoked. The group's spirit wavered for a second before Tianqiu forced a smile. Of course not. Truong Tran took a deep breath. It's just coordination. We can do this. He grabbed his shield and weapon, getting into stance. Class monitor. I won't go easy on you. Be careful. Lam Han stood opposite him, his gaze steady. Then let's begin. Immediately, Lam Han made the first move, his voice ringing out, I'm attacking. Copy skill, giant strength, iron bone. In the blink of an eye, Lam Han's body shot into the air, closing the distance in a split second. The first punch slammed straight into the shield. Truong Tran strained with all his might to hold it, the shield vibrating violently. The force was too strong. He was forced back. But right then, 3 teammates from behind rushed up to support him. Class monitor, take this. The combined strike missed its target because Lam Han had already leaped up to dodge, using the timing perfectly. Tianqiu retorted immediately. That's because Lam's speed is just too fast. At that moment, Lam Han clenched his fist tight, channeling his whole body's power into the punch. The slam into the ground created a massive shockwave, sending the whole group flying in all directions. Tianqiu finally understood what it really felt like to face Lam Han head-on. Nguyen Thu immediately ran to Truong Tran, placing her hands to cast a healing spell. A soft light spread out, and the color quickly returned to his face. Thanks. I'm okay now. At the same time, Thien Kai in the back decided to go big, controlling a tank to charge forward. Cover me, I'm going to charge up my strongest move. Truong Tran suddenly noticed Anat had closed in and rushed forward to warn them. Watch out. He raised his shield to activate a barrier. Block it for me. Blessing of light. Enhance self-defense. Right after, Truong Tran turned to signal his teammates. I blocked it. The rest is up to you guys. Contrary to the tension that was tight as a guitar string. Anat remained relaxed, thinking to herself. Master said not to go all out, so I'll just tap them lightly. But with just a glancing touch, the opponent went flying dozens of yards away. Her eyes went wide in shock, while thinking to herself, I definitely went super easy on them. The defensive line crumbled, causing Thien Kai to scream in panic. Damn it, at this distance, I can't reach the class monitor. Anat pressed closer and closer. He stood there, frozen, only managing to cry out, I'm toast. Luckily, Tadat reacted extremely fast. Teleportation gate. Thien Kai turned to look at him, sighing in relief. Old Lu. In the blink of an eye, both of them vanished, leaving Anat standing there in a daze in the middle of the field, with a giant question mark hanging over her head. Across the field, Tianqiu was in a tense standoff with Lam Han when he suddenly saw those 2 teleport right next to him. Startled out of his wits, he immediately turned tail and ran, realizing exactly what was about to go down as he frantically backed away. Lam Han glanced back in confusion, only to see Thien Kai had already activated his energy cannon, locked and loaded in a firing stance. Shouting, sorry about this. Class monitor. Immediately after, a sky-shaking explosion erupted, causing the ground to tremble as billowing dust clouds completely obscured the view. Everyone thought the winner had been decided, jumping up and cheering wildly, saying, Lam, old buddy, looks like your day has finally come. But as the dust settled, Lam Han was still standing firm, holding his shield with a satisfied smirk, thinking, I never expected Lu Duat, a mere healer, to use space teleportation and coordinate with Thien Ki to create a mobile fortress. I really underestimated them. That scene left the whole group dumbfounded, eyes wide and jaws dropping when they saw he was completely unharmed. Muttering, what the hell? Anat flew into a rage and charged forward to give chase, yelling, how dare you shoot my master, while Thien Kai ran for his life, screaming, ow ow, damn it, class monitor, please spare me. Seeing everyone had performed well, Lam Han gave the order, Anat, "Come back here." And she stood still with her arms crossed, her face still annoyed because her anger hadn't subsided yet. Then he turned to the others with a praising smile, saying, "Your teamwork wasn't bad at all. You even made me struggle a bit. Today's special training session ends right here." The whole group immediately cheered in joy, their laughter echoing across the practice field, shouting, "That was awesome." After the session, Lamhan called Lu Duat for a private chat while secretly adjusting his concealment skill to prevent leaks, activating cognitive interference. Thinking. Lu Duat performed the best in this training, but he is just a healer. So how could he use space teleportation? Lu Duat scratched his head and answered honestly, "This is a teleportation charm I just bought. It allows normal classes to use teleport skills and is super effective at key moments, just like earlier, but it is a pity it is so expensive, or else I would have bought a few more." Lamhan picked it up to examine it and nodded, saying, "So that is it. This prop isn't bad at all." While Anat stood behind him staring daggers at the charm, looking unhappy because that skill was the reason her master got hit by the cannon. As the training ended, Tianqiu and the others were in high spirits, saying, "I have to admit, after this special training, I feel like I can control my power way better." And NiMV nodded in agreement. "Me too. I can clearly feel I have gotten stronger." Kan Hai stood silently in the corner with a deep gaze, thinking, "I didn't expect him to easily shatter Truong Tran's shield. That ant beast of Lamhan is truly not simple." Time flew by to the next day, and Lamhan stood prominently on the stage while the crowd below buzzed with whispers, wondering. Standing behind Mr. Ungi and Mr. Khan. Could those be the two new students everyone is paying attention to? Another voice chimed in. "Haven't you heard? This year's freshman tournament is no joke. That freshman who took down a third-year student is currently in a conflict with the young master of the trio family." I heard about that too. The freshman forum has been blowing up these past few days, and everyone is talking about it. Everyone exchanged looks of astonishment, not expecting the destination to be the Grey Wind Plateau, a place where wolf packs and wind blades are definitely not easy to deal with. On the podium, Trio Fong glanced over with a cold warning, saying, "Lam Han, it is not too late to regret it now, because once we are on the Grey Wind Plateau, don't blame me for showing no mercy." But Lam Han just calmly mocked him. "Worry about your own mess first, or do you want to end up with that bird's nest hairstyle again?" Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in fury, his face turning dark and unpleasant. Right at that moment, Tython's booming voice cut through the air, shouting, "Attention everyone, I now declare that the final round of this year's freshman tournament officially begins." After speaking, he explained the rules, saying, "For the first round, the class monitors will lead their teams to the competition venue. Any student who doesn't arrive on time within half a day will be eliminated and won't enter the second round." As soon as the shout ended, Lamhan immediately led the team out, saying, "Let's head to the Grey Wind Plateau." And Tianqiu smiled brightly, responding enthusiastically, "You got it." The teams one by one advanced deep into the Grey Wind Plateau, where drifting fog blanketed the vast landscape. The quiet atmosphere made Tianqiu relax, laughing as he walked. "Is this really the Grey Wind Plateau? We have walked for 30 minutes without seeing a single beast. Seems pretty safe to me." While NiMV walked beside him and asked softly, "Doesn't that mean we are about to reach the exam point?" But Lamhan didn't let his guard down at all, waving his hand to remind them. The academy chose this place for the first round, so it definitely won't be simple. Everyone be careful, and absolutely do not get cocky. To which Tianqiu immediately replied, "Understood." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the deep, prolonged roar of a pack of level 45 Highland wolves echoed from afar, making Lamhan instantly alert. Whispering, "Highland wolves." On the hilltop, the teachers were closely following the formation. Kambach clasped his hands and observed, saying, "It is just a pack of normal Highland wolves. I guess we don't need to step in yet." And Kan Hai nodded, agreeing. Leaving it to the kids to train is a good idea. Down below, Tianqiu eagerly boosted morale, shouting, "Lam, let us handle this," while Truong Tran quickly raised his shield into a battle stance, adding, "Perfect timing to test the results of our special training." And Lam Han calmly instructed, "All right, be careful. Keep an eye on the time, and call me if you need support." Immediately after, the wolf pack charged down in unison with terrifying speed, their roars mingling with the loud clang of metal clashing all across the hillside. The attack came so suddenly that Class 3 was thrown into chaos and their formation shattered. One student panicked and screamed, "This is bad. The wolves are rushing us. Class monitor, what are we supposed to do?" Hongbao reacted extremely quickly, immediately summoning a war beast to charge forward, shouting, The class monitor is nowhere to be seen, but don't panic. Reorganize the formation first. On another hill, Trio Fong stroked the wolf beside him with a smug look, saying, "Sure enough. These beasts aren't attacking me. The family heirloom is truly useful. This wolf mist charms wolf-like creatures nearby, making them see me as one of their own and lose the will to attack, though it doesn't work on bosses." He also had a binding scroll hidden away, allowing the user to force a contract with a tamed beast. Trio Fong curled his lips slightly, his eyes flashing with a scheme. Thinking, next I just need to wait for Lam Han to get beaten by the wolves here, and then I will use this item to force him into a beast contract. At the same time, Tian Qiu swung his sword decisively, the sound of slashing echoing continuously as he shouted, "Eat this move, you bunch of mutts," while Truong Tran immediately raised his shield to block, coordinating smoothly as they pushed back. As the first battle ended, Truong Tran was still pumped, saying, "Thanks to Lam's special training, we didn't mess up our formation like Class 3 did." To which Lam Han calmly crossed his arms and replied, "This is all the result of your own hard work." But over at Class 3, things weren't going so smoothly. The scene was so chaotic that a student fell to the ground, his face pale as he screamed in panic, "Stay away, someone save me." Just then, Hak Moi quickly drew her bow from the back, knocking an arrow brimming with energy. In a flash, she leaped up, drew the string, and fired a shot, making the student rejoice like he had caught a lifeline, shouting, "Hak Moi." The Class 3 freshman archer, Hak Moi, landed neatly and asked with concern, "Can you stand up?" Tian Qiu watched from a distance, unable to hide his surprise, remarking, "I didn't know Class 3 had someone like that. She looks even stronger than their class monitor." Lam Han remained silent, just carefully observing and secretly evaluating, figuring her power was at least at the peak of Tier 3. Suddenly, a roar echoed out, making Trio Fong jump in fright and fall right onto the ground. Lam Han immediately noticed something was wrong and shouted a warning. "It is the Wolf King. You guys need to back up right now." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy as the level 50 Highland Wolf King revealed itself, its eyes cold as ice, locking its killing intent onto the prey ahead. That roar caused the wolves to break free from control, and Trio Fong retreated in panic, thinking, "This is bad." The Highland Wolf King's pressure made them resist the wolf lure bone. In the blink of an eye, the pack turned and charged, so he put his head down and ran toward his classmate, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Save me." Seeing the danger, Hak Moi instantly teleported to Trio Fong's side and signaled, "Class monitor, hold off the pack for me. This skill of mine needs time to charge up power." But he left her as a human shield and continued running frantically, yelling, "That is a Highland wolf. How can I stop it? I leave it to you," leaving Hak Moi frozen in shock, unable to believe he was that kind of person, stuttering, "You." She just turned her head to see the Wolf King pouncing, unable to react in time. She could only let out a scream. The situation spiraled straight into danger. And watching from above, Kambok felt her heart tighten, thinking, "This is bad." These new students lack real combat experience, while Kan Hai beside her was also anxious, saying, "If we do not act, it will be too late." But Lam Han had already appeared in time, shouting, "Careful," while activating Copy Skill, Thunderblast, and Giant Strength. Lightning wrapped around his fist as he charged straight in, delivering a punch heavy as a thunderclap onto the monster, shouting, "Get the hell out of my way." A deafening explosion rang out, and the Wolf King collapsed after just a single strike. Hak Moi was still in shock and asked, "Class 3 and Class 4 have had conflicts for a long time, so why did you save me?" Lam Han turned back, his gaze calm as he replied, "The grudge between me and your class monitor will not drag others into it. Everyone is a student here. Do I really need a reason to save you?" Seeing their king fall, the remaining wolves instinctively flinched and retreated backward. Immediately after, the whole pack turned tail and ran, disappearing from sight. He watched them go, casually putting his hands in his pockets, and added, "Once the Wolf King dies, the pack will completely scatter," while Hak Moi stepped closer, her voice soft, saying, "Lam Han, thank you." Lam Han waved it off, saying, "No problem. When the exam is over, ask the school doctor to check your body to see if there are any injuries left." And she watched his retreating back, whispering a quiet, "Okay." In the distance, Trio Fong gritted his teeth watching that scene, his heart full of resentment, thinking she actually asked Lam Han for help, that damn Hak Moi. While on the hill, Kambok watched with suspicion, thinking, "This kid, Lam Han, before he planned to kill Trio Fong but now he acts like a hero, I definitely will not be charmed by him." When Lam Han prepared to leave, The system popped up a notification. Detected silver rank item. Wolf lure bone, which can make wolf-type creatures nearby consider you their own kind and lose the desire to attack. But it has no effect on a boss. He walked over, bent down to pick it up, and recognized immediately that this belonged to Trio Fong. Realizing no wonder he wanted to come to the Grey Wind Plateau to fight. Just then, Tianqiu ran over asking, "Lam, are you okay?" And Lam Han hurriedly hid the item, scratching his head with an awkward laugh, saying, "I am fine. We have passed the wolf pack's territory. Let's get ready to move on," to which his friend replied, "Got it." In that moment, his gaze turned cold, faintly flashing with killing intent, thinking that for personal gain he pushed a teammate into danger. This type of person is truly the most despicable. It is time to teach that guy Trio Fong a lesson. After that, everyone continued moving, heading deeper into the Grey Wind Plateau, where the arena was located. Tython was already standing there waiting, hands clasped behind his back, his voice clear as he said, "Very good. Class 3 and Class 4, to think that every team has safely passed the first trial." Everyone in Lam Han's team wore a smile, their eyes filled with confidence. Meanwhile, on Trio Fong's team, some were gloomy, while others frowned in anger. Tython quickly spoke up to cut through the heavy atmosphere, announcing the rules. The rules for the second arena round are the same as before. Groups of 4, individual matches on the ring, and each person can hold the ring for a maximum of 2 times. If a group of 4 loses all its members, it is considered a defeat. Each class has 3 teams, and whichever class accumulates 2 victories will be the final winner. So the second round officially starts now. Who will go out first? Tianqiu confidently raised his hand to volunteer, saying, "Lam, let me go first." And Lam Han replied in a steady voice, "All right, do not push yourself too hard. Even if you cannot win, it is fine. I will handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianqiu hoisted his blade and jumped straight onto the ring, shouting loudly, "Do not look down on me. Watch me bring the first victory home for Class 4. On the other side, Hak Moi also wanted to fight, saying, "Let me take the first match," but Trio Fong immediately shut her down, saying, "No, let Duong Min go first." She frowned in protest, asking why. "If we lose the first match right away, our position will be very passive, and with my strength, it is enough to help Class 3 win this round." Trio Fong's face darkened, his voice cold as he said, "I think you intend to lose to Lam Han on purpose to repay his favor." "Right. Do not think I did not notice how you were getting cozy with Lam Han when you fought the Highland Wolf King." Hak Moi turned red with anger, immediately retorting, "You. It was clearly you who lured the Wolf King over. Lam Han only helped in passing, and this matter involves the benefit of the whole class. I would not mix in personal business." But Trio Fong remained firm, saying, "Who knows if you have some secret feelings for him? I am the class monitor. I decide. Duong Min goes out first." Duong Min gripped his sword and stepped up, calmly replying, "Understood." Both sides stepped onto the ring, and the introductions followed. Class 3 Greatsword Warrior, Duong Min, versus Class 4 Berserker, Tianqiu. As soon as the greetings were over, Tianqiu instantly charged forward, closing the distance in a blink, his blade slashing straight down with surging momentum. Duong Min was taken aback by the preemptive strike, but managed to block it, thinking, "I did not expect the speed of a fatty like you to be this fast." Without waiting to stabilize, Tianqiu leaped high into the air, pouring all his strength into the blade, growling, "The things you have not thought of are still coming up." Below on the ring, Duong Min dropped into a stance, gripping his sword tightly, thinking, "You are seeking death." Right after that, he spun his body to execute Blade Storm, the sword edge whirling around to create a massive tornado of sword wind. Tianqiu was caught off guard in midair, unable to defend in time. He took the hit, gasping, "What the hell?" He was flung down to the ground, rolling over several times. Tianqiu lay flat on the ground, breathing heavily. His energy was completely depleted, making the crowd in the stands below worry. They hurriedly called out his name loudly, "Tianqiu." Seeing this, Trio Fong laughed smugly. "You guys are only stronger than that bunch of trash from Class 1. Nguyen Thu worriedly asked, "Class Monitor, what should we do?" Lam Han remained calm and softly reassured her, "Don't panic. Fatty's combat experience far exceeds Duong Min's. I believe Fatty will win." On the arena, having gained the upper hand, Duong Min slowly walked forward with his sword on his shoulder, in the face of absolute power. All speed and moves are useless. Hurry up and admit defeat. But Tianqiu was not one to give up easily. He pushed himself up with his hand, gripped his saber again, and his expression quickly regained confidence. "Did your teacher never teach you that until the winner is decided? You must absolutely never let your guard down." Right after that, Tianqiu threw a series of blood-colored flying knives. Eat my flying knives. The attack was too fast, leaving Duong Min unable to react in time. What the hell? He spun his sword desperately, barely managing to block the strikes one by one, despite trying his best. Duong Min still could not dodge completely. Two flying knives embedded themselves into his legs, causing him to kneel down as the sword slipped from his hand. The blood-colored blades seemed to drain his vitality. His face gradually turned pale, and he slumped forward, having no strength left to stand up. The match ended. Tython waved his hand and announced, Duong Min has lost combat ability. Kambok, take the student down for healing. Class 4, prepare your next contestant. Tianqiu stood on the field and breathed a sigh of relief as the stands erupted in cheers. I won. How was that? Lam. Lam Han gave a thumbs up and smiled. You did a great job. The unexpected result made Triofong grind his teeth in anger. Damn it. To win, the only option left is to send Hak Moi out, but I have to make sure she obeys completely and does not dare to go easy on Lam Han's side, with no other choice. He pointed his finger and gave the order. Hak Moi, you are up for the next match. Take down that fatty for me. Hak Moi immediately refused coldly. At first, I wanted to fight for the class, but you suspected me of betrayal, now that we are losing. You want me to risk my life. Sorry, but this lady is not serving you. Trio Fong immediately threatened her, his voice deep and sinister. Whether you fight or not is not up to you. Your younger brother is still in middle school. Right. The Trio family only needs to lift a finger to get him expelled. Hak Moi was stunned. She did not expect him to be so shameless. Finally, she had to bow her head and give in. Fine. Don't touch my brother. I will fight this match. Is that enough? Tianqiu waved his arm back and forth and spoke up jokingly. Hey, aren't you the beauty that Lam saved? How about we exchange contact info? On the other side, Hak Moi replied calmly. Class 3. Archer, Hak Moi, please guide me. The situation made Lamu Yenthu confused, and she turned to ask, Class Monitor? Who do you think will win? Lam Han observed intently and then replied. It is hard to say. Hak Moi is stronger than Fatty, but one fights at range and the other in close combat. If Fatty can close the distance, he still has a chance. Suddenly, Hak Moi immediately unleashed the shadow-chasing arrow skill. The arrow automatically tracks its target, and the damage increases with the flight distance. She shouted a warning. Watch out for the arrow. As soon as Tianqiu saw the arrow, he panicked and yelled out, Damn it, you are playing this dirty right from the start. But he quickly regained his composure. He raised his saber high, his voice firm. You won't hit me. Or maybe you saw how handsome this fatty is and got distracted. Lam Han observed the situation and calculated. It seems that in the future. I cannot let Fatty fight against girls. This guy only cares about showing off. He immediately spoke up to warn him. Fatty, watch out behind you. Hearing the warning, Tianqiu turned his head in panic. Watch out for what? As the arrow rushed towards him, he still had time to exclaim in curiosity. Why does this arrow know how to change direction? The situation was becoming increasingly lopsided. Tianqiu could not hold on to his saber. The weapon slipped from his hand and fell onto the arena floor. He looked down at his slightly trembling hands and gasped for air. The power is too terrifying. The web of my hands has been shocked into paralysis. On the opposite side, Hak Moi continued to unleash attacks. Green spiritual energy flashed densely, showing no sign of stopping. Successive attacks slammed straight into Tianqiu, forcing him to grimace in pain as he endured them. Hak Moi's eyes were filled with certainty, and her voice rang out cold and crisp. It is over. Standing outside the arena, Trio Fong did not stop spewing vicious words. Dealing with trash and you are still joking around. You have to beat this fatty until he can't lift his head to crush Lam Hian's spirit. He shouted loudly to urge her on. Hak Moi, don't eliminate him yet. Teach that damn guy a few more lessons. Hearing this, Hak Moi spoke up in response, but he has already lost the ability to fight. Trio Fong frowned and ground his teeth in warning. Did you already forget the words I just said? Recognizing the threat, Hak Moi's face gradually turned pale. She pursed her lips tightly, trying to endure the forced choice. Her arms slowly raised, and green spiritual energy radiated around her body. Hak Moi drew her bow right in front of him, not forgetting to whisper, I have no choice in this. But Long Tianqiu did not accept this outcome. The fighting spirit within his body flared up violently. He roared at his opponent. It was a waste of effort for little lamb to save you. You are truly ungrateful. I don't need you to go easy on me. Tianqiu unleashed his aura, his eyes turning red with rage as he rushed straight forward. As soon as he closed in on Hak Moi, he yelled loudly and swung his hand down in a chopping motion. Taste my blade. Lu Bienthu stood in the distance and shouted happily. Class Monitor. Fatty activated his skill and even broke through to approach his opponent. This time he is sure to win. But Lam Han calmly evaluated. No. Before, he had a 50% chance of winning. But now it is less than 30. Nguyen Thu was full of confusion upon hearing that. According to the analysis, Fatty's skill provides a comprehensive boost. However, facing this wave of attacks, Hak Moi is still calmly responding. That shows that she has not yet unleashed her full strength. Hak Moi was clearly a tough nut to crack. Every move she made was solid, and her composure was unshakable. An attack flew straight at TNQ's face. A panicked cry rang out. Oh no, this looked bad. Another wound opened up on his body, and blood started trickling out non-stop. After landing the hit, Hak Moi immediately widened the gap, retreating backward in a flash, seeing his friend get hurt right before his eyes. Lam Han called out, his voice filled with worry. Fatty. In complete contrast, Trio Fong laughed gloatingly and urged her on. Keep shooting. Turn him into a human pincushion for me. Hak Moi followed orders, but before striking, she whispered a quiet apology. Even so, every subsequent strike drew more blood from Long Thien Q. Lu Bienthu shut his eyes in worry and pleaded, Fatty, stop taking it. Just give up. But Lam Han immediately shut that down. No. The poison has already spread. I'm afraid Fatty can't even speak right now. Just as things reached a crisis point, Commander Deep stepped in just in time. He signaled the end of the match and announced, Long Thien Q is incapacitated. Class 3 wins this round. Seeing his friend lose made Hua Din boil with rage. He shouted, let me take the second round. They beat up Fatty, so I'm gonna pay them back. But Lam Han raised a hand to stop him, his voice firm. Let me handle this. You're no match for her. Hua Din stepped back to support him. All right, we're counting on you. Brother Han. Lam Han stepped into the arena and introduced himself with confidence. Class Monitor of Class 3. Beast Taming. Warlord. Lam Han. Ready to learn from you. On the other side, Hak Moi replied curtly. Class 3, Hak Moi. Let's get this over with quickly. But Lam Han had no intention of ending the fight that soon. He immediately summoned both his Soul Beast and his Violent Beast. The Violent Beast landed with an aura of desolation, hissing as it scanned the area. Hak Moi felt a spike of fear, thinking, this beast is too strong. Is this his trump card? At the same time, Nguyen Thu and Hua Din shouted in angry condemnation. The Class Monitor shouldn't have saved you back then. You ungrateful traitor. You still have the nerve to ask that. Lam Han remained calm and replied, is it my trump card? Try me and find out. Hak Moi didn't hesitate. She immediately fired a shadow-chasing arrow straight ahead. A gnat caught the attack effortlessly, his face full of disdain. You think someone like you can harm my master? Keep dreaming. Standing nearby, Lam Han immediately warned, a gnat. She won't survive a single punch from you. Leave the rest to me. Having said that, he stepped forward, his movements agile, ready to attack. A chain of operations activated in sequence, skill copy, great strength, and displacement all kicked in at once. Faced with Lam Han's pressure, Hak Moi was stunned. Only one thought flashed through her mind. Too fast. If that punch connected, everything would end right here. But just as the fist closed in, Lam Han suddenly stopped. Hak Moi cautiously opened her eyes to look. She had no idea why he didn't finish the blow, and her confusion only grew. Lam Han suddenly shouted to Commander Deep, if I land this punch, she'll either die or be critically injured. The Academy wouldn't want to see that. Right. How about you just declare me the winner? Commander Deep replied, aloud. With approval granted, Lam Han pulled back his fist and turned away, saying simply, done. That mercy made Hak Moi call out, wait, why didn't you strike? I clearly hurt your teammate earlier. Tien Kyo had whispered to Lam Han. What Hak Moi shot wasn't a poison arrow. It hurts at first, but it just causes paralysis. They were all just flesh wounds, Lam Han had asked. You mean, she went easy on you? Because of what Fatty said, Lam Han calmly asked Hak Moi, did you really hurt Fatty? Because that's not what he told me. Hak Moi lowered her head in guilt. I didn't want to do it. But, Lam Han cut in to reassure her. I get it. I believe you had no choice. Like being threatened by your class monitor. Right. Hearing this, Hak Moi went silent, unable to deny or refute it. The match wasn't over yet, and now Lam Han was truly angry. He turned to provoke the real enemy. In that case, the one who deserves a beating isn't you. It's the guy who uses his teammates as tools. You call yourself the class monitor of Class 3. Do you get off on threatening your classmates? If you've got the guts, come down here and fight me fair and square. Class 3 immediately started murmuring. Did the class monitor threaten Hak Moi? No wonder she looked so conflicted fighting. Everyone in Class 4 wants a piece of him. Is he gonna force us to fight his battles for him, knowing he couldn't dodge it? Triu Fong stepped up and yelled, "Fine, I'm coming down. I don't believe I can't handle a guy like Lam Han." He turned to Commander Deep and the two instructors. "I have a request. My Icebone Wolf and Hong Bao's are twin brothers. They have to fight together to use their full power. Besides, Lam Han's level is higher than ours, so a 2-1 fight isn't unreasonable." Right. Even the students of Class 3 felt ashamed hearing that. They tried to stop him. "You can't be serious. That's ridiculous. Enough." "Trio Fong, how much more do you want to embarrass us?" Lu Bienthu objected bluntly. "You're actually asking for a 2-1. Do you have no shame? If you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen." As the advisor for Class 3, Ngui Kambak spoke up in support. "Commander Diep, Hong Bao and Trio Fong are both beast tamers. They signed a symbiotic contract in childhood and bonded with twin Icebone wolves. This is the only way they can fight at full strength. I believe this request is reasonable." Commander Deep turned to ask for an opinion. "Old Khan, what do you think?" Khan Hai replied immediately. "It's against the rules, but I want to hear what Lam Han has to say." Chief Deep clearly announced, "Trio Fong, this is an individual match. Your request is against the regulations, so Lam Han has the right to refuse." However, Lam Han just smiled, his voice full of confidence. "Since I can fight both of you at the same time, why would I refuse?" The atmosphere instantly became tense as Lam Han stood in front with Nat supporting from behind. And he provoked them. "Two pieces of trash. Come at me together." Trio Fong still hadn't realized his impending doom, speaking arrogantly. "Lam Han, I didn't expect you to have such guts. These are my two level 49 beasts, a whole tier above you. What are you going to fight with?" Hong Bao beside him chimed in. "That's right. Kneel down and apologize to young Master Trio now, and maybe you'll keep your life." The two sides faced off, their gazes clashing, as killing intent and fury filled the arena. Facing that pressure, Ngui Kambak continued to push. Why not let Lam Han apologize to Trio Fong? The Icebone Wolves are ferocious. If they maul Lam Han's beast, the loss would be significant. Khan Hai immediately retorted. Lam Han did nothing wrong. On what grounds should he apologize? Kambak stubbornly threatened. Khan Hai, think carefully. Even if Lam Han wins, it won't end well. The Triu family has deep ties with the Mages Association. A smart person knows who not to offend. Ignoring the threat, Khan Hai firmly replied, "As a teacher, if I advise a student to bow down just because of power dynamics, then who am I teaching? Who am I nurturing? You and I are not the same." His words choked Kambak with rage, leaving him muttering, "You." Before the fight even started, Trio Fong continued to press. "Lam Han, kneel down immediately and hand over your beast to me, and I might consider sparing your life." Facing the threat, Lam Han considered in a low voice, "So you're targeting my beast, but without the system's enhancement, I'm afraid you might have the life to take it. But you won't have the life to use it." A Nat spoke up in anger, relying on him. Is he even worthy? Tien Kok couldn't hold back either, his voice full of excitement. "Master, let me go. I'll teach him some manners." Tu Chan chimed in, aura rising high. "I will use Phoenix Flame to burn him." Seeing the three of them furious, Lam Han gently soothed them. "Be good now. No need to get angry over a piece of scum like that. Okay, fighting 2 against 1 and still acting this arrogant. People who don't know any better would think you're actually something special." On the other side, Trio Fong assumed an attack stance, shouting orders. "Lai Ui, charge together." Hong Bao immediately responded. "Got it." Right after, 2 Icebone Wolves roared and appeared, their ferocious aura spreading across the arena. Lam Han remained calm, closing his eyes as if calculating a key factor. Seeing this, Trio Fong chuckled to himself. "Are you so scared by my Icebone Wolves that you don't dare to make a move?" Little did he know, the trio of Anut, Tien Kok, and Tiu Chan were ready to coordinate, their auras merging into one. The three of them faced the 2 Icebone Wolves without flinching, their sharp gazes locking onto the targets. The 2 Icebone Wolves suddenly froze, their auras weakening noticeably. Hong Bao realized something was wrong and shouted in panic, "This is bad. Young Master Trio, our beasts are being suppressed. Recall them quickly." Trio Fong's face darkened as he growled back. "Why? Do you want me to admit defeat to Lam Han?" Hong Bao urged. "Now is not the time to save face. If we lose the beasts, we are both done for." Seizing the moment of their confusion, Lam Han commanded in a low voice, "Do it." A gnat instantly charged forward, explosive strength erupting, his barrage of attacks leaving the 2 Icebone Wolves covered in wounds. Immediately after, Tien Kok and Tiu Chan coordinated their attacks, as Imperial Flame and Thunderblast struck down in succession. The tide turned completely in Lam Han's favor, as the 2 Icebone Wolves were quickly overwhelmed, nearly falling apart under the relentless combo. Ton Yemvai witnessed this in surprise. Brother Han is hitting too hard. while Tien Kyo clasped his hands and laughed loudly. That feels absolutely refreshing. Only then did Kambok speak up in dissatisfaction. Teacher Khan, isn't Lam Han being too heavy-handed? Khan Hai calmly replied. In a fight, injuries are unavoidable. And Triu Fong wasn't exactly holding back earlier either. Kambok glared in anger. These two Icebone wolves are the Trio family's painstaking effort. Now that they are destroyed by Lam Han, the Trio family will absolutely not let this slide. Khan Hai coldly retorted. This is an official match. Trio Fong lost because he wasn't strong enough. If the Trio family dares to cause trouble, they would be trampling on the Academy's rules and provoking the military. Do they dare? Trio Fong trembled and muttered, Dare, I dare, while Hong Bao collapsed beside him in exhaustion, stuttering, no. Lam Han stood tall with his trio, looking at the opponents indifferently. You're already this pathetic, yet you still don't know where your arrogance comes from. Trio Fong screamed in agony. Lam Han, you destroyed my beasts. I'll fight you to the death. He turned and shouted, all of Class 3, attack, take down this brat. But no one responded, as the students of Class 3 shook their heads in unison. It's one thing to lose a Toon 1 fight, but now you want to drag us down with you. Exactly. It's too embarrassing. Trio Fong was stunned by that reaction, gritting his teeth and muttering, You guys. Seeing that scene, Lam Han didn't forget to mock. No one listens to you? What a clown show. Provoked, Trio Fong screamed, Lam Han, don't get cocky. I still have items. I can still defeat you. He immediately pulled out a scroll, a confinement scroll. Looking at the item in Trio Fong's hand, Lam Han broke into a slight sweat, thinking, so this is the ace he planned to use to steal my beast. Standing afar, Khan Hai's expression also changed. I can't believe it's a confinement scroll from the Mages Association. Is Trio Fong planning to go reckless? Lam Han didn't let the situation spiral out of control, so he charged straight at his opponent, activating both transposition and strength copy skills simultaneously. He landed a punch that knocked the item right out of Trio Fong's hand. Lam Han seized the opportunity and quickly grabbed the binding spell scroll. The system immediately sent a notification stating that a forbidden magic binding scroll had been detected. Lam Han thought to himself that this item was quite interesting, so he decided to just store it in his spatial inventory for now and study it later. Trio Fong roared in fury, screaming, How dare you hit me? Lam Han, I will make sure you die without a grave. Commander Dieppe appeared just in time to stop them and shouted, Enough, Trio Fong, you were the one who started this, so do not push your luck any further. Right at that moment, a sudden change occurred, causing Lam Han to turn his head in confusion, wondering what this was. The surrounding scenery began to shake violently as dust and smoke billowed in from all directions. The system sent an urgent warning stating a large number of windblade bats had been detected and advising the host to be careful. Chief Deep immediately stepped in front of the students and said in a stern voice that they were in trouble because a swarm of windblade bats was migrating, so everyone had to prepare for battle. With the situation becoming critical, Kambok was forced to coordinate and ordered Class 3 to move Trio Fong to the side first, to which the whole class shouted, Yes, sir, in unison. The scene became increasingly chaotic as Khan Hai pointed his finger and shouted, Chief Dieppe, look over there. A giant shadow appeared in the sky, revealing a queen leading a massive number of windblade bats, circling and closing in. Chief Deep immediately speculated, asking if it could be the Night Queen, and Khan Hai explained in a low voice that the Night Queen was an extremely rare king-tier monster, and only one out of tens of thousands of windblade bats could successfully evolve into one. Chief Deep quickly sent a warning with coordinates using his communication device, and his voice clearly showed the pressure as he said, If that really is the Night Queen, then I am afraid even I am not sure of winning. After a series of operations, the distress signal was finally sent successfully. Having finished communicating, Dieppe Taithan turned back to instruct Kambok and Khan Hai, stating that as soldiers and teachers they absolutely could not abandon the students to retreat and that reinforcements were on the way. He ordered them to activate the Academy Trinity Defense Array to stall for time until reinforcements arrived, and both Khan Hai and Kambok responded in unison, saying, Agreed. The students quickly gathered into formation, and Tian Qiu could not help complaining that Trio Fong was such a burden, because if it were not for him, they would never have come to the Grey Wind Plateau. But Ton Yem Vi hurriedly told him to stop blaming others. On one side, Lam Han utilized his shield technique, dragging his shield as he gradually moved toward the center of the formation. He commanded in a deep voice, telling everyone to stick close to him, and asked Fatty to hold the Black Tortoise shield to protect the girls, to which Tian Qiu immediately replied, Okay. On the outside, Chief Dieppe and the two instructors gathered their energy simultaneously, chanting Trinity Element Heaven. Kambok also seriously entered the formation, and his husky voice rang out saying, Lightning. Kan Hai focused his spiritual energy to complete the final move, chanting man. The Trinity defense array was immediately formed, and a solid protective layer enveloped the students. Chief Deep observed the battlefield and then muttered a provocation, whispering, "Come at me." The atmosphere became even more intense as the swarm of windblade bats swooped down like a rainstorm, crashing simultaneously into the barrier. Their ferocious power exploded, and a few smaller bats managed to penetrate inside, directly threatening the student formation. Kan Hai immediately instructed Lam Han to hold the main formation steady, and said that if small bats got in, they had to handle it themselves and protect their class well. Lam Han's 3 assistants immediately materialized as the danger approached. Shouldering the responsibility of protecting his teammates, Lam Han replied, firmly understood. He shouted the command, telling the whole team to prepare for battle and that they had to survive. Hua Din's eyes burned with fire as she gripped her sword tightly and shouted, "Do not look down on us, because these bats are nothing compared to pressure training." Tian Qiu slashed heavily at the ground, creating a shockwave to force back the swarm of windblade bats, and then yelled out for Hua Din. Receiving the signal, Hua Din dashed upward and slashed down from above in a warrior stance, shouting, "Bring it on!" Every sword strike that landed caused significant damage, and the swarm of windblade bats was continuously blocked. Behind them, Tan Niemvai coordinated with Truong Tran and spoke decisively, saying, "Leave the rear line to us." Tian Kai also rushed in, firing continuously, with a spirited voice saying, "Let me unload some ammo to my heart's content." Seeing the team coordinate so well, Lam Han secretly rejoiced, thinking that it seemed he did not need to intervene, because they could still hold their own. The situation suddenly became tense when a level 50 elite windblade bat appeared. The giant bat flapped its wings, creating a gale that knocked the students away, causing everyone to scream in panic that the wind was too strong. Right at that critical moment, the system issued an elite mission notification, with the objective to destroy the elite windblade bat, for a reward of 3,000 beast-taming points, making Lam Han startle slightly. Realizing it was another elite mission, he quickly assigned tasks, saying, "Tiu Chan, Thien Kok, I am counting on you two," to which both of them responded in unison, "Okay." Tiu Chan and Thien Kok dashed straight into the air, raising their hands side by side to prepare their moves, chanting Phoenix Flame and Lightning Storm. The attacks rained down as light and hurricanes surged, covering the entire battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the system confirmed the elite mission was complete, stating the elite windblade bat was defeated, and progress was 100%. Received reward of 3,000 beast-taming points. Hakmoy asked in amazement, "Lam Han, did you take all these down by yourself?" Even though Qian Thu was exhausted, she didn't forget to give a compliment. The class monitor really is something else. Kan Hai stood frozen, watching with shaking eyes. Those skills belong solely to the true phoenix and the thunderbird of the 10 archaic ferocious beasts. Could it be that Lam Han's tamed beasts are actually archaic ferocious beasts? The atmosphere gradually calmed down, as the swarm of windblade bats and the queen, high above, slowly retreated into the distance. Kan Hai asked in a daze, "Did the Queen of Darkness just leave?" Supervisor Deep replied in a deep voice, "Perhaps she does not care about us. As long as the students remain safe, that is enough." Lam Han quickly gave instructions. "The situation outside is still unclear. We cannot stay here for too long. Once the school's rescue team arrives, we will retreat immediately." Kan Hai showed visible worry, leaning close to Supervisor Diep and whispering, "I just paid close attention to Lam Han's beast-taming skills. If I am not guessing wrong then." Before he could finish his sentence, Supervisor Deep jumped and exclaimed, "Say what?" He immediately issued an order. "Lam Han, get over here and talk to me. Everyone else, stay right where you are." Lam Han obediently walked over. "Supervisor Diep, you were looking for me?" Diep Tai Than asked sternly and directly. "Lam Han, tell me the truth. Where did that ferocious beast of yours come from?" He weighed his options carefully, not wanting to reveal the secret of the 10 archaic ferocious beasts too early, but the critical situation back then forced his hand, so he scratched his head and gave a dismissive answer. "I just caught them out in the wild." Supervisor Diep still did not believe him, speaking with a severe tone. "Lam Han, I am not a child. I have seen plenty of ferocious beasts. Those creatures of yours do not look like something you can catch in the wild. Their bloodlines are extremely ancient. For example," saying this, Dip Tai Than lowered his voice to avoid being overheard by others. "The 10 archaic ferocious beasts." Hearing those words, Lam Han broke out in a cold sweat, his mind in a jumble, so he saw through it after all. Does this mean I have to tell the truth? Right at that moment, an unexpected calamity struck. A massive aura began spreading close to the ground. Supervisor Deep immediately went on alert. Something is wrong. The surrounding aura is off. Kan Hai also panicked. "Supervisor Deep, what on earth is happening?" Deep Tython tried to stay calm and quickly shouted, "It might be an enemy ambush. Everyone do not run around. Gather together immediately." Even Lam Han looked around the area but could not figure out exactly what was going on. Kanhai felt the instability clearly and shouted a warning. "We are in trouble. This fog is extremely weird." In the hazy mist, Triofong showed his face and whined, "I cannot use any of my strength. I do not want to die yet. This is all Lam Han's fault." Danger was closing in, and Lam Han's guardian trio immediately appeared to warn him. "Master, be careful." But Lam Han was sweating more and more, feeling his entire body gradually weakening. His vision blurred, and the scenery before his eyes flickered, becoming hard to distinguish. The figures of the three people in front of him also began to blur, and his heavy eyelids slowly closed. Unable to resist, he fell into a different dimension, and when he woke up, he was only filled with confusion. Where am I? Even stranger. In this space. The three young ladies were still by his side, protecting him, asking worriedly, "Master, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Lam Han reassured them. "I am fine." Noisy voices echoed endlessly, as students from Class 3 complained in unison. "It is all Trio Fong's fault. If we had not come to the Grey Wind Plateau, we would not have run into this mess." Exactly. He was so scared his legs were shaking earlier. If he did not have people covering for him, he would have embarrassed himself long ago. Trio Fong lay flat on the ground, his face full of resentment. "My frostbone wolf is gone, and now I get dragged to this damn place too." Tien Kyo looked around and asked curiously, "Supervisor Diep, where exactly is this place? Can we not go back?" Supervisor Deep reassured everyone, "Keep order, do not panic. This place is very likely an archaic ruin." Everyone was skeptical. An archaic ruin? Isn't that just a legend in the textbooks? Lam Han ignored the gossip, silently recalling the records. In ancient times, humans did not know how to use professions, so they basically could not fight against ferocious beasts. Later on, ruins appeared in the spatial rifts, and each ruin had its own set of rules. Those who pass the trials will receive experience and treasures, thanks to which humanity gradually gained enough strength to resist the ferocious beasts. Deep Tython spoke up to confirm. "It seems we really have entered a ruin," Kanhai added. "Even we have only heard about them. We never thought a ruin actually existed." Immediately after, a strange existence appeared, and a voice rang out. "Welcome everyone to the ruin battlefield." A small spirit appeared, accompanied by a series of information. Number of trial gates is 3. Participant limit is 1. Age must be under 20. Passing the trial grants a mysterious reward. Failure means everyone who entered will turn into spirits, guarding this place. Supervisor Deep muttered in surprise, "The rule spirit of the ruin. If that is true, then this is a rare opportunity. It is just a pity that my age does not allow me to participate. Now we can only rely on students with enough strength to turn the tide." After thinking for a moment, Deep Tython said loudly. Everyone heard it clearly. "Once the trial fails, no one leaves here, so the strongest person should step up to take the challenge." Everyone's eyes turned in unison toward Lam Han, and a question arose. "Can you participate?" The system sound rang out, announcing an epic quest. "Clear the ruin battlefield. Reward is 5,000 beast-taming points, along with a mysterious gift pack containing the ferocious beast's passive skill, Berserk Transformation." Lam Han's spirit was shaken, and he immediately replied, "Everyone rest assured. Even if it is just for my own sake, I will give it my all." He stepped forward, his expression confident. "I, Lam Han, am here to challenge the archaic ruin." Right at that moment, a gloomy voice echoed back, "Mortal Ant, welcome to the Bloody Shura Arena, the Hall of Death." A completely new space opened up before his eyes. Lam Han slightly narrowed his eyes, feeling the overwhelming pressure rushing in. He took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves, then snapped his eyes open, his gaze steadying as he locked onto the space directly ahead. The scene before him made him freeze, thoughts racing through his mind, realizing he had been teleported straight to the center of the ring, thinking this ruin was truly bizarre and wondering where this setup came from. From a distance, the sound of cheering erupted as Tianqiu and Hua Din waved their arms and shouted, "Come on, Lam, you got this, brother Han." Even the rules spirit spoke up to encourage him, saying, "Challenger, this place is filled with opportunities and treasures, but you are only qualified to enjoy them if you survive. So do your best unless you want to become another vengeful spirit in the Palace of Death." The rules spirit seemed very enthusiastic, floating closer to remind Lam Han, "Hurry up and get ready to face the opponent of the first level." At that exact moment, the space shook violently, and a barrage of sharp wooden spikes came rushing out all at once. The monster appeared, absolutely massive, identified as a level 50 one-eyed giant of the diamond race. Commander Deep observed and assessed, saying the first level is already a one-eyed giant, so this ruin is certainly not ordinary, meaning the later levels will only get harder. While Kan Hai behind him panicked and exclaimed, the more human-like a beast is, the higher its intelligence and strength. And the one-eyed giant is an elite among them. I did not expect Lam Han to encounter it. Trio Fong still held a grudge, his eyes dark and gloomy, secretly hoping this one-eyed giant would smash Lam Han down with a single punch. The arena was completely ready, and the rules spirit loudly announced. Round 1 challenge. Start. As soon as the signal was given, Lam Han immediately shouted, "A gnat," and she quickly responded, "Understood, Master. We just leveled up and I am itching to test out my strength." At the same time, the system signaled, activating cognitive interference. The monster's information immediately appeared. Heavenly Horned Ant. One of the primordial 10 evil beasts of the insect race. Level 33. Strength 32,236. Agility 24,875. Spirit 21,967. Physique 45,967. Skill. Assimilation level 20, increasing all basic attributes by 50%. Super Strength level 20, increasing strength by 60%. Iron Bones level 20, increasing physique by 50%. And Flash Burst level 10, exploding strength by 30%. A gnat attacked with all her might, but she was still pushed back by the Heavenly Horned Ant using its super strength. Blows from both sides clashed continuously, and wherever the blade passed, trails of red blood splashed down. A gnat looked up at her opponent, her voice filled with surprise, saying, "I did not expect a big guy like you to be so strong." The Heavenly Horned Ant did not pause for a second, tensing its entire body, clearly preparing to unleash the next move. But that slowness came at a price. As a gnat dashed forward, slashing straight into its stomach while shouting, "Eat this attack of mine." After that collision, the Heavenly Horned Ant lost its balance. Its body swayed unsteadily, and then it crashed backward. The system quickly updated. Passed the first level of the ruined battlefield. Received 500 beast taming points. Lam Han looked it over and felt a bit skeptical. Thinking, is that it? I get a reward for every level passed. Can there really be such a good thing? The atmosphere of victory spread as Tianqiu shouted excitedly, "Lam, my boy, you are amazing. You are my idol." Commander Deep also could not hide his pride, saying, as expected of Lam Han, anyone else would absolutely not have passed the first level so easily. In contrast to that excitement, the pale-faced guy looked annoyed, thinking. He blew away the one-eyed giant with just 2 punches. Does this mean Lam Han still has not used his full strength when fighting me? Damn it. Sensing the victory. The rules. Spirit happily announced. First challenge passed. Continue to the next challenge. From deep within the dark tunnel. A gigantic black shadow slowly emerged, and every time it touched the ground, it made people's hearts tremble. The monster's arms were as thick as stone pillars, and just grabbing the wall was enough to cause strong vibrations. Facing the new level, everyone shouted in unison to warn him, "Be careful, Lam." A light sweep from the monster kicked up a cloud of dust, causing Lam Han to instinctively step back. The monster's information appeared. Blood Zombie level 51. Diamond Race. But Lam Han showed clear disdain, saying, "You only know how to sneak attack. Your decisiveness is not even as good as the one-eyed giant from before." Commander Deep watched closely and said in a low voice, "I did not expect a blood zombie. Its strength is not equal to the one-eyed giant. But when cornered, it evolves and explodes with power very easily. Let us hope it does not evolve in this match." Lam Han quickly calculated and shouted the order. "A knot. Handle it." A knot immediately rushed forward, her aura exploding as she brought a powerful strike crashing down. Both sides clashed continuously. A gnat attacked extremely fast, but the blood zombie's counterattacks were not slow either. After a chaotic exchange, a gnat paused, breathing heavily, and frowned, saying, "Damn it, its speed is too fast." The current plan was clearly not working, so a gnat immediately adjusted her thinking, saying, "Then let's try this out." The system simultaneously announced, maintaining the activation of cognitive interference. The next series of attacks rushed toward the level 51 blood zombie, with speed and power increasing significantly. The monster could not withstand it, and its body was quickly engulfed in a sea of fire. When the smoke cleared, its body was shattered with limbs scattered far away, and a gnat cheerfully spoke up. Mission accomplished. Lam Han walked over, patted a gnat's head and praised her. "Well done," making her beam with joy as she replied, "Thank you for the praise, Master." That scene made Little Tran and Thien Kok feel jealous, saying, Master, we want to go out and fight too. The atmosphere suddenly tensed up as Commander Deep abruptly shouted, "Oh no, the blood zombie is evolving. Lam Han, be careful." Lam Han immediately focused his observation, his eyes scanning the battlefield quickly, already starting to calculate in his head. Up ahead, the blood zombie slammed its sword hard into the ground, dark red energy swirling around its body. It has entered the undead armor state. Blood Corpse, level 53. Tython frowned as he assessed the situation. Thinking. It even fused with the undead armor. This is going to be a hassle, while Kan Hai anxiously added, "Fusion beasts are incredibly rare. I am afraid Lam Han is going to have a hard time with this one." Lam Han silently analyzed. A fusion beast. This situation is just like the encounter at Bitterwater Swamp. I need to thoroughly research the principles behind this later. The system displayed a notification. Cognitive distortion is currently being activated. Lam Han immediately issued a command. "Anat, you go first. Take care of it right now." In the blink of an eye, Anat's fist had already slammed straight into the opponent. A violent explosion rang out, causing the very space around them to tremble. Anat turned back and happily showed off. That was nothing. Master is definitely going to praise me again. But the blood corpse still stood firm, propping itself up with its sword, refusing to collapse. It suddenly swung the tip of its sword to slash at her, but fortunately, Anat managed to dodge in time. She raised her hand to block the blade right next to her face, frowning as she thought, "Seriously, how is it not dead yet?" Immediately after that, Anat counterattacked with a powerful backhand punch. The blood corpse let out a cold laugh, stepping closer and closer, making Anat furious. Why won't this thing just die already, no matter how much I hit it? The fiery energy around her body flared up violently as she yelled, "I am so pissed off. Let me finish you." Lam Han thought quickly. Physical attacks have low efficiency. Then let Teutran give it a try, so he immediately called out, "Teutran, support Anat." Teutran appeared instantly, saying, "Yes, Master. I have been waiting for a long time to make my move. It is all because of this monster getting in the way, preventing Master and me from being close to each other." The Imperial flame blazed intensely, rushing straight toward the blood corpse. Anat, who was in close combat, had to retreat while cursing. "You evil phoenix. Warn me before you use a move like that." Seeing the opponent engulfed in the massive fire, Lam Han breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the problem had been solved. Anat cheered excitedly, "Master, we won again." But Teutran cut in, "Master, I am the real MVP." Anat was just standing there doing nothing, so Lam Han soothed them. "All right, you are both my MVPs." Suddenly, a wave of sound blasted out, forcing Lam Han to cover his ears. Teutran also grimaced in discomfort because of that ear-piercing sound. Tython exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening?" Anat reported back in a daze, "Master, that monster is standing up again." The blood corpse, with its tenacious vitality, slowly stood up after the fatal blow. Lam Han frowned as he observed, "It looks like the battle is not over yet. What in the world is this thing?" The blood corpse continued to evolve, becoming the Ghostfire King level 55 of the stellar race, Tython speculated. Could it be a ghost-type beast? The Ghostfire King. While Kan Hai added in disbelief, "How can something like this exist in the ruins? Didn't it go extinct already?" Kan Hai hurriedly warned, "Lam Han, be careful. The Ghostfire King is immune to physical attacks. Its main skill is mental confusion. Hurry up and strengthen your mental power." Lam Han immediately made a decision. Immune to physical attacks, huh? Anat. Teutran. Probe its strength first. And both of them responded in unison. "Leave it to us." The two girls coordinated to unleash their signature moves. Imperial Flame and Colossal Force struck down simultaneously, but the opponent's body continued to transform, and its aura became increasingly stronger. The Imperial Flame passed straight through its body without causing any damage. Even Anat's punch only hit empty air. He was stunned, clearly standing in front of the enemy, but his limbs were stiff, and he was completely unable to launch any attacks. The blood corpse suddenly raised its head, its throat vibrating, and an ear-piercing scream tore through the space around it. A violent pressure surged around its body, an aura that suffocated consciousness, causing anyone who merely approached to feel their mind becoming chaotic. Tython felt uneasy. The situation is not good. Lam Han does not have any mental resistance skills. He will be hard-pressed to withstand this wave of attacks. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly in frustration. Damn mental skill, forcing me to lose control of my body again. Fragmented memories flashed quickly through Lam Han's mind like a movie being fast-forwarded. He forced himself to stay awake, thinking, "Anat can't hold on much longer. I must snap out of this state right now." "System. Is there any way to help me escape this condition?" The system responded. Detected that the beast Thien Kok will receive the high-level mental attack skill Thundercry after breaking through, which can remove the mental control caused by the Ghostfire King. Do you choose to break through? Lam Han immediately issued the order. Break through. Take all of my remaining beast points and transfer them all to Thien Kok. The system received the command. Confirmation complete. A surge of power flooded in, crashing down into her body with overwhelming force. Kan Hai spoke up impatiently. Examiner Diep, I'm afraid the odds are against Lam Han. You need to come up with something. Fast, but he replied. No one can break the rule power of the ruins. Right now. We can only rely on Lam Han himself. Trio Feng showed a look of anticipation. Thinking? Every dog really does have its day, if Lam Han dies. His tamed beasts are going to be mine. Tutran panicked, yelling, damn it. Our attacks aren't dealing any effective damage. What are we supposed to do if this keeps up? A gnat continued fighting desperately, roaring, bastard. A gnat is going to beat you to death for master. Right at that moment, a brilliant sun suddenly flared up above Tutran's head. She froze in surprise, asking, Thien Kok, why did you come out here? In Thien Kok's arms, Lam Han lay there, his breathing weak. It was clear he had completely run out of energy. She was filled with gratitude. Saying, Master helped amplify my power, so I finally had a chance to break the Phantom King's mental interference. He replied softly. You've worked hard. Immediately after, Thien Kok took on the main attacker role, using her new skill to shatter the Phantom King's ethereal state. Tutran and Anat coordinated with all their might, putting all hope on their teammates. The blood zombie tensed up, using all its strength to unleash a ferocious attack. That strike collided head-on with Thien Kok's roaring thunder. The system immediately updated. Mental attack uses lightning to disperse darkness, suppressing thieves, skill, thunderclap. Thundercloud lures thunderclouds to gather near the target, creating a paralysis effect on living creatures within the cloud's range. She suppressed her rage, though the grudge ran deep. You dared to mentally attack my master. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Amidst the pouring rain of thunderclouds, he hurriedly activated his ethereal form to dodge, but the ethereal form instantly lost its effect, and the blood zombie's body was submerged in a violent current of electricity. A gnat's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, You stinky bird, you're actually pretty amazing. Thien Kok calmly replied, Of course. It's all thanks to Master helping me break through and level up. Her information panel quickly updated. Thunder Emperor. Primordial 10 Evil Insect Clan. Level 30. Strength. 18,869. Agility. 45,685. Spirit. 30,655. Constitution. 25,687. Skill. Thunderstorm level 10. Calls down irregular lightning within 2 kilometers. Rapid dash level 10. Increases agility by 50%. Thundercloud level 10. Attracts clouds to paralyze targets. Thunderclap level 10. Mental attack. Lam Han quickly issued orders. The Phantom King's ethereal form has lost its effect. Now is the time. Tutran, follow up. She put her all into launching a scorching fireball, shouting, Yes, Imperial Flame. On the opposite side, a gnat charged in at the same time, yelling, Eat my fist. The blood zombie couldn't retreat in time and was forced to take the full brunt of that heavy punch. A gnat stood firm, his body rock solid, his gaze determined as he stared straight ahead. His excited announcement rang out. Cleared the second stage of the ruins battlefield, continuing the challenge. The tamed beast happily hugged Lam Han, crying, Master, a gnat defeated the enemy. And, Master, are you okay? He smiled and praised them. That was great. You guys did an excellent job. Kan Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lam Han used his beast skillfully and countered the opponent just in time. That's the only reason he could turn the tide. The blood zombie suddenly erupted with an aura, growling. You brat. Among all ruins, the primordial ruins are the highest tier. I never expected that with your current level of strength. You could actually make it to the final gate. Tutran frowned as the shockwaves reached them, warning, Master, be careful. It feels like something is about to appear. A figure slowly walked out from the misty air, declaring, The audacity. I am the guardian god of these ruins. You only defeated the one-eyed giant and the blood zombie. The opponent's voice rang out coldly. Did you think the ruins' reward would be that easy to get? Tython immediately recognized the identity of the person in front of them as the Dark Knight Queen. Her expression changed. With that kind of power, it will be hard for Lam Han to deal with her. This is bad. I have to go help him. Anat was the first to rush forward, shouting, Master, I'll go fight that old witch. Lam Han hurriedly warned, Anat, be careful. The Dark Knight clone overwhelmed him in the blink of an eye. A gnat was shaken, gasping. What the? A chill ran down Lam Han's spine. Did a gnat's attack fail? Does the Dark Knight Queen also have an ability similar to the Phantom King's ethereal form? Just then, the system issued a warning. Wave of Malice has been activated. The Dark Knight clone suddenly appeared right behind him. She reached out her claws to grab him, her hoarse laughter ringing out. Gotcha. Don't you know that a king-tier beast can suppress the killing intent it releases? Outside, Tython and Kan Hai shouted in panic at the same time. This is bad. Lam Han, watch out. The system immediately updated. Activated position swap skill. Lam Han shouted the command without hesitation. Tiu Tran. Tien Kok. The Dark Knight clone remained in her lunging pose, having missed her target, her eyes revealing clear astonishment. Lam Han's two beasts understood the plan and gathered their power at the same time. Thunderstorm and Imperial Flame erupted simultaneously. That terrifying power appeared right behind the Dark Knight clone. One bolt of lightning and one blast of fire poured down like a waterfall, engulfing the spot where she stood. The attack detonated, creating a massive explosion. Lam Han spoke in a cold voice. I'm very sorry to inform you. Dark Knight Queen, you were too careless. But she stood firm, completely unharmed. You brat. It seems I underestimated you, but with just that, you cannot defeat me. The aura of the Dark Knight spread out, and pitch-black chains materialized one after another. In the blink of an eye, they shot forward and tightly bound the hands of Tien Kok and Tiu Chan. Lam Han's expression changed. He did not expect the opponent to have a move like this. What the hell? He tried to mobilize his energy, but discovered he could not recall Tiu Chan and Tien Kok back to the beast space. The Dark Knight clone did not stop there. She immediately executed her Shadow Raid skill. The two girls behind him were caught up in the vicious wave of attacks. Lam Han reacted with lightning speed, instantly activating the Black Tortoise Shield to block the front. A stream of berserk power swept across the entire battlefield. Fortunately, Lam Han managed to save the two girls just in time, but the opponent standing before him was truly a tough nut to crack. The Dark Knight clone coldly admitted, I did not expect you to be so lucky, but it is a pity. The item in your hand is not a true divine artifact. It can only block my attack once. Lam Han quickly changed tactics. A king-level beast was indeed terrifying. Just a clone had forced him to this point. In that case, there was no need to hide his strength anymore. The system chimed with a notification. The fusion skill has been activated. Following that command, the three beasts responded in unison. Yes, Master. Three powerful streams of power merged, forming a colossal mass of energy. Lam Han appeared amidst the light, his body clad in a majestic and imposing set of battle armor. Tien Q widened his eyes and blurted out, Holy crap, Lam is really going all out this time. Kan Hai was endlessly excited and said, I cannot judge how strong Lam Han is right now. Who knows, he might actually be able to fight the Dark Knight Queen. But Tython still frowned. That Dark Knight Queen clone has already reached the 6th turn. Can Lam Han really win? The Dark Knight clone spoke in a chilling voice. I can sense that you are very strong, but you are just a human after all. And today is destined to be your doomsday. Lam Han stood firm on the spot, his aura locking onto the opponent, completely ready to face the battle. She raised her hand to summon a swarm of bats, and her voice roared out, Go to hell, Soul Sentinel, strike. The swarm of bats simultaneously rushed straight toward Lam Han. Lam Han curled his lips in disdain. Is this all the power a king-level beast has? Lam Han's hand condensed power, and his aura exploded. Try this move of mine. The Flame Emperor and the Thunderstorm merged into one, turning into a terrifying stream of attack that shot forward. The two forces clashed, causing the Dark Knight clone's expression to change. Say what? Her body was completely submerged in the chaotic stream of mixed energy. The Dark Knight clone staggered, unable to hold back a coughing fit, and her aura was clearly in disorder. She still stood firm and probed. Do you really possess a divine ability of this magnitude? Lam Han coldly activated Copy and Assimilate. You are not dead yet. Fine then. I will give you a quick and clean death. The Dark Knight clone gritted her teeth and opened the myriad evil tribulation, her eyes ferocious. I did not expect you to force me to this extent. With killing intent rising high, she concluded bluntly, Today, you must die. The system chimed with a notification. Attribute enhancement has increased by 50%. Lam Han gathered two masses of fusion power into his hands, his gaze sharp and cold. It is perfect to use you to test the limits of my fusion skill. The Thunderstorm and Yellow Flame roared, and the power surged forward even more violently than before. The Dark Knight clone groaned under the extreme pressure, while Lam Han calmly poured more power into the attack. The space shook continuously, and the aftershock spilled out, causing the people outside to wobble. They stumbled, unable to stand firm, and exclaimed in unison, That is insane. The position where Lam Han stood was engulfed in smoke and dust, completely blocking the view. The Dark Knight voice growled a declaration. You puny brat. To think you defeated my clone. Lam Han. I have memorized you. We will meet again, Lam Han replied succinctly. I will remember you too. The beasts approached to celebrate. Finally. We took down this monster. The feeling of fusing with the master spread through them. It feels great. Anat exhaled in relief and reported. Master. Anat worked really hard just now, Lam Han replied. Everyone worked hard. Next. Please rest well. The system updated. Confirmed elimination of the Dark Knight Queen clone. Cleared the third stage of the ruins battlefield. Combat ended. Endless cheering rang out all around. That was awesome. Lam, you are my god. Amidst that atmosphere, only Trio Fong looked gloomy. A mix of disappointment and annoyance. Kan Hai laughed and said excitedly, passing the ruin stage this time is thanks to Lam Han. The Academy should reward him heavily. Tython nodded. Of course. That has been considered. When we return, I will request a reward for Lam Han. The system displayed the rewards. Clearing the final stage of the relic battlefield grants 2,000 beast taming points. Completing the mission grants an additional 5,000 beast taming points. For passing the relic trial, I received a relic treasure chest and a limit break card. Lam Han held the simple card, examining it with a skeptical look. Is this card really the reward for clearing the stage? It looks so ordinary. A spatial gate opened up, and light enveloped everyone. We are finally back at the Grey Wind Plateau. Someone let out a sigh of relief. Finally back. I thought I was going to die in those ruins. It is all Trio Fong's fault for insisting on coming here. Tython asked directly. Lam Han. Did you get the relic treasure? He replied. I got it. But it seems to be just some plain old card. Tython was so exasperated she laughed. What do you mean plain? That is a limit break card, a legendary top-tier item. The limit break card has no usage restrictions. It can be used for any class. If used on a fierce beast, it even raises their racial rank by a whole level. If used on a human, all attributes and growth points are doubled. Every time you level up, your strength will far surpass others at the same rank. Lam Han finally understood. He made a decision in his heart. A heaven-defying treasure like this. Better keep it hidden to be safe. Trio Fong ground his teeth in secret jealousy. Damn it. Why does Lam Han get to hog this treasure? An item that powerful should belong to me. Tian Kio didn't forget to remind him. Trio Fong, a bet is a bet. Isn't it time you fulfilled your promise? He played dumb. Promise. What promise? Lam Han coolly reminded him. Your memory is really bad. I recall you saying that whoever lost this time has to kneel and call the other person Grandpa. He silently resolved. If Trio Fong hadn't caused trouble, no one would have come to the Grey Wind Plateau. We almost died in those ruins. I definitely have to teach him a lesson. Trio Fong shouted through gritted teeth. What do you guys want to do? The teacher is still right here. He hurriedly turned his head to beg for help, his eyes darting toward the instructors. Tython calmly declared. The Academy will not interfere with private agreements between students. Kan Hai immediately added. That is right. Take your punishment. If you proposed the bet, you have to keep your word. Even Kambak avoided his gaze. Lam Han just defeated the Dark Knight Queen. He is too prominent right now. It is best not to get involved. The surrounding students bluntly criticized him. It is all your fault. You almost got us killed. Exactly. I have found him an eyesore for a long time. Trio Fong stood silently in the shadows. Breathing heavily, he muttered, Bastard. Is this the only way? The suppressed emotion made the air around him feel heavy. His strength drained away, and his legs went soft. His knees slammed onto the hard ground. The kneeling posture revealed his total helplessness before the crowd. He squeezed his eyes shut, his throat tightening. A hoarse cry of Grandpa escaped his lips, ringing out and then quickly fading into the noisy square. Lam Han decided to go easy and let the guy off. That outcome is acceptable given the current situation. Tian Kio turned to leave, throwing his voice back. Next time, before you try to show off, know your limits. Don't try to front and get struck by lightning. He threw in one last jab before leaving. Good grandson. Your grandpas are leaving. Just keep kneeling there. No need to see us off. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Bastard. Lam Han dared to humiliate me in front of everyone. Hatred boiled up inside him. I will never forgive you for this. Tython stepped into the center of the field, her voice decisive. The danger has been eliminated. So, let's continue the previous match. Contestants from both sides, please step onto the platform. Two figures stepped onto the arena. From Class 4, it was Hua Din. From Class 3, it was Luke Nangia, their gazes locked in high tension. Without hesitation, they both rushed in to test each other's strength. Moves were unleashed in rapid succession. The pace of the fight fast and clean. With just one collision, Nanjia was knocked out of position. His body rolled away, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. The referee immediately declared that all participating contestants from Class 3 were eliminated. Class 4 wins. The result was final and decisive. Qianthu and Tiankyo joined in the cheering, their faces beaming. We won. Hua Din. Great job. In front of the military academy gate, the group gathered in full force. The formation was orderly after their arrival. Tai Than stood before Lam Han's group, her voice solemn. In this trial, the final winning class is Class 4. Each person in the winning class will receive 500 accumulation points. Lam Han performed exceptionally well in the relic battlefield, so he is awarded an extra 1,000 accumulation points. All rewards will be distributed tomorrow. Now, everyone go back and rest. The group erupted in joy, laughter filling the air. Long live the class monitor. This is great. I can finally afford a celebratory meal. Lam Han, however, fell silent, his eyes flashing with worry. Why was Instructor Deep's expression so serious during the fight in the ruins? To ensure victory. I didn't try to hide Yi at all. Surely Instructor Deep noticed. Does he want to ask me about the fierce beast? Just then, a call came from behind. Lam Han, is your skin itching for a beating? That voice. He was startled and turned around. Bakbang angrily pinched his ear hard, her voice low and threatening. You have got some nerve. Kid, think you are tough now. How dare you sneak off to a dangerous place like the Grey Wind Plateau without telling me? If Director Tukong hadn't remarked to me about how fast you were improving, I wouldn't have even known. Lam Han yelled out in pain. Sister Bang, it hurts. Hua Ding and Nghiem. V stared wide-eyed at the scene, blurting out, who is that? Why is she so close with Brother Han? The class monitor is so powerful. Why isn't he fighting back? Tianqiu laughed and introduced her. You guys just don't know. She is the only person who can handle Lam Han. Upon hearing that, Bakbang turned and scolded Tianqiu. You shut your mouth right now. Meanwhile, Lam Han frantically begged, Sister Bang, please go easy. It really hurts. My ear is about to rip off. She dragged him by the ear and walked straight ahead, her voice showing no mercy. Oh. So you actually know what pain feels like. How dare you do something so dangerous? Just you wait. I'm going to deal with you later. Lam Han blushed and pleaded. Sister Bang, come on. Give me a little dignity here, please. Taithan watched from a distance, thinking to himself that this girl was definitely not someone to mess with. He had intended to speak with Lam Han privately, but waiting until the reward ceremony tomorrow wouldn't be too late either. Once they reached a quieter spot, Lam Han took the initiative to speak. Sister Bang, you already know everything about this, don't you? Bak Bang kept a stern face as she grilled him. I sent you to the academy to cultivate. Why are you making bets with people? And how dare you barge into a dangerous zone like the Grey Wind Plateau? He quickly replied, Sister Bang. I honestly didn't expect that place to be so complicated. But hey, I'm safe and sound now, aren't I? He quickly added. Besides, I even managed to get a breakthrough card from the ruins. Look, Sister Bang. She froze for a moment. A breakthrough card. Bak Bang immediately warned him. Never show off the treasures you find in the ruins. A breakthrough card is exactly the kind of thing that attracts unwanted attention from bad people. Lam Han nodded obediently. Yes. Sister Bang. Don't worry. I'm not a child anymore. Lam Han suddenly grabbed Bak Bang's hand. He immediately changed the subject. Let's save that for later. How have you been doing lately? I really missed you. Bak Bang softened her voice and replied, I missed you too. Lam Han suddenly blushed, feeling that something was a bit off. This was the first time he had seen Sister Bang not acting tough. The atmosphere became rare and awkward. And for a moment, he didn't know what to say next. Bak Bang pulled him into a hug, her voice much softer now. You really are an idiot, still exactly the same as before. She let him go and continued. All right, I was just passing by and decided to visit. Seeing that you're okay sets my mind at ease. She reminded him seriously again. Possessing treasure invites trouble. Remember to keep the breakthrough card a secret. Bak Bang winked and added one last thing. Also, remember to think of me. Afterwards, Lam Han headed to the building where Taithan worked. Sitting in the room, Taithan opened the conversation. Lam Han, have you received your point rewards from the freshman competition yet? He replied. I received them this morning. Taithan took out a wooden box and explained clearly. You performed very well in clearing the ruins this time. The higher-ups have decided to reward you with a level 40 ferocious beast. Lam Han was startled. A level 40 ferocious beast. Thank you to the Academy for the favor. Kan Hai let out a sigh of relief. They're finally willing to be generous. But when the box was opened, inside was just a withered tree stump. Kan Hai blurted out in disappointment. What the heck? Is it just some ordinary grass root? Lam Han looked closer, feeling suspicious. Director Dieppe isn't a careless person. This root definitely has something special about it. The tree root suddenly vibrated slightly, its branches twisting as if they were alive. Kan Hai immediately realized it looks like grass on the outside, but its aura is like a ferocious beast. This is the twin-leaf insect grass. Tython nodded in confirmation. That's right. The twin-leaf insect grass looks weak, but it carries an extinct ancient bloodline. It is extremely rare. Kan Hai was still not convinced. It might be rare, but its attack power is weak. It's hard for it to help Lam Han increase his strength. Director Dieppe, can we exchange this for a different reward? Tython smiled enigmatically. You think I'm being stingy. I actually think the twin-leaf insect grass is the most suitable reward for Lam Han. He understood clearly in his heart that the boy's tamed beast all possessed ancient bloodlines. Lam Han hesitated before speaking. Director Dieppe, about my tamed beasts. Tython waved his hand to cut him off. Lam Han, do you remember what I told you? As long as it doesn't affect the interests of the Empire, the Academy will not interfere with what beast you use. Lam Han felt completely at ease. Thank you so much, he thought to himself. Director Dieppe clearly knows. But he isn't exposing me. Only Kan Hai was left looking blankly. What on earth is going on here? At the back mountain of the Academy, the scenery was quiet with no one around to disturb him. Observing the twin-leaf insect grass, Lam Han understood that Director Dieppe had given him a huge gift. It was perfect to use his own blood for atavism and link it as his fourth tamed beast. The system displayed the information panel. Twin-leaf insect grass. Ancient wood insect race. Level 39. Strength, 1,986. Agility, 1,564. Spirit, 1,100. Constitution, 3,350. The interface asked to confirm the ancestral evolution. He didn't hesitate and selected Confirm. The empty ground around him remained silent. No changes had appeared yet. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from the box. The overflowing energy was so strong that it knocked Lam Han backward. The twin-leaf insect grass completed its transformation. The full information appeared. 9-leaf sword grass. Primordial 10 fines. Insect race. Level 39. Strength, 60,370. Agility, 48,090. Spirit, 43,120. Constitution, 70,620. Skill, grass sword. Art level 10. Great sword art from the ancient era. Sweeping sword might. Body protecting sword. Aura level 10. Beast tamer transformation form. Heaven slashing lightning destruction. Lam Han stammered in amazement. Level 39. The level is so high. A female voice rang out. Are you my master? He could clearly feel that this beast maiden had a cold temperament. Completely different from before. It felt fresh from the very first meeting. Lam Han stood up and acknowledged her. That's right. I hope we get along well, she replied. Understood. 9-leaf will do her utmost to protect Master. The 9-leaf sword grass vibrated. The sword body glowed, and its form gradually shifted into a completely new appearance. Lam Han froze, his eyes glued to the exquisite sword that appeared before him. He couldn't hide his admiration. The appearance after the transformation is absolutely stunning. Lam Han immediately swung his sword, executing a clean slash to test out her power. The sword energy surged forward, slicing clean through the row of trees ahead. He froze in shock. He had just thrown out a casual beam of sword light, yet it was that powerful. He was secretly startled. Who knew beast taming could be utilized like this? Combat had just opened up a whole new direction. If Anat and the others could be as fast as Ku Dieppe, that would be perfect. He suddenly remembered that the evolutionary form reward from the Ruin Challenge still hadn't been activated. The system interface popped up. Evolutionary form. Beast skill. Can evolve passively according to rank. 30% probability. Upon completion. Overall attributes increase by 30%. The system gave a concise notification. Your beast has evolved successfully. Ku Dieppe happily appeared. Master. My power has increased. The information panel refreshed. 9-leaf sword grass. Archean 10. Great vicious beasts race. Level 39. Strength 80,370. Agility 68,090. Spirit 60. 3,120. Constitution 90,620. Tiankok also sighed with emotion. It has been a long time since I felt such abundant power. The information displayed. Thunder Emperor. Archean 10. Great vicious beasts race. Level 33. Strength 24,869. Agility 59. 1,685. Spirit, 38,655. Constitution, 29,687. Q-chan chimed in next. The true fire in my body has become much more ferocious. True Phoenix. Archean 10, Great Vicious Beasts Race. Level 36. Strength 54,860. Agility 89,690. Spirit 86,520. Constitution 71,620. Finally, a gnat spoke up. Master, I evolved too. Heavenly Horned Ant. Archean 10, Great Vicious Beasts Race. Level 33. Strength 45,236. Agility 31,875. Spirit 28,697. Constitution 59,967. Lamhan spread his arms to hug all of them, praising them ceaselessly. Great job. You guys did a really great job. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. The Archean 10 Great Vicious Beasts were already heaven-defying, but adding another 30% made them even more terrifying. Right at that moment, the phone in his pocket rang incessantly. It was Tian Qiu calling. Lam, something bad is happening. That bastard Trio Fong called a fifth-turn mage to come pick a fight with you. They are looking all over the academy for you right now. A gnat immediately flared up. They dare to pick a fight with Master. I have to go teach them a lesson. Ku Diep tilted her head and asked, does this Trio Fong guy want to deal with Master? Lam Han spoke softly to reassure them. The opponent is just a lackey. No need to get angry. We can use them to test our hands and see how strong A Nat and the others have become. At the same time, at the training ground of Class 4 in the military academy, the training atmosphere was bustling. Trio Fong's voice echoed across the yard. Lam Han, get the hell out here. His older sister, Trio Vien, put her hands on her hips and shouted, you dare to bully people from the Trio family but don't dare to show your face. Tian Qiu pointed straight at their faces and retorted, what are you people barking about? Trio Fong, was the lesson last time not enough? Do you want to call me Grandpa one more time? Hearing that, Trio Vien immediately flew into a rage, her face darkening. She attacked without hesitation, shooting out an ice seal. You dare to talk trash in front of me. You are looking for death. Half of Niemv's body was frozen solid. Tian Qiu panicked. What the? Niemv looked anxious. Fatty, you people dare to injure a student of the military academy. Are you not afraid the academy will hold you responsible? Trio Vien glanced over coldly. I will settle the score with you too. So noisy. The ice storm continued to surge forward. Niemvi shut her eyes tight in fear. In that exact moment, the whole area exploded with a boom. The ice storm was blocked by flames. Lam Han appeared just in time, his voice dropping low, bullying the weak with power. You people really have no manners at all. Tian Qiu hurriedly warned, Lam, be careful. This old hag isn't simple. He replied, don't worry, fatty, I have a plan. Lam Han turned to mock them. The kid couldn't win, so he found an adult to back him up. Since you provoked me, don't expect to retreat. Behind him, a gnat said impatiently, Master, let a gnat help you beat these bad guys to death. Trio Vien looked straight at him and asked, are you Lam Han? You dared to subject my little brother to such humiliation and cause the loss of a precious war pet. Don't dream that our Trio family will tolerate this. She changed her tone. But I heard you obtained a breakthrough card in the Grey Wind Plateau relic. Hand over the card, and I might consider sparing your life. Lam Han laughed contemptuously. I thought you came to vent anger for your brother, but it turns out you're just eyeing my treasure, he replied coldly. Even if the head of the Triu family came here to beg personally, I wouldn't necessarily let him take a single look at it. You guys should just get lost, she shouted. You reckless fool. Trio Vien didn't say another word, simply snapping her fingers calmly. She channeled low-tier magic combined with the ice arrow art. Her intention was clear. Kill him to seize the card. She made no attempt to hide her attack. The ice storm shrieked as it rushed straight toward Lam Han, the cold air pressing close to the ground. A gnat laughed coldly, throwing yourself into death's embrace. Trio Vien's expression changed. She hadn't expected the ice arrow to be blocked. Little Fong. Didn't you say his strength was average? Why didn't you tell me he had such a powerful beast? A gnat stood blocking the front, his body completely intact, not injured in the slightest. Trio Fong hurriedly made excuses. Sister, no matter how powerful he is, he's just a fourth turn. I believe you can handle him. Inside. She cursed silently. Damn it. I have to end this quickly. Trio Vien changed her expression, directly activating mid-tier magic while drawing her weapon. Her magic staff vibrated, and the ice seal spell shot out. A massive block of frigid ice pressed straight toward a gnat. A gnat's lower body was locked tight, unable to move. She smirked. Without a beast, what strategy does a beast tamer have left? Just admit defeat. Lam Han called Ku Diep to transform into a sword, his voice calm, who said a beast tamer can only rely on their beasts. Trio Vien's eyes widened in sheer horror as she realized Lam Han had already closed the distance between them. The copy skill activated, swapping their positions in the blink of an eye, making Trio Vien scream out in disbelief. What? She frantically raised her magic staff to block the blade that was coming down on her. The staff vibrated violently, and cracks began to spread rapidly under the crushing pressure of the sword. Trio Vien collapsed to the ground, her magic staff snapping cleanly in two. Trio Fong rushed forward in a panic, shouting, "Sis, hold on! I'm coming to help you!" A gnat immediately intercepted him, blocking his path and stopping him dead in his tracks. A heavy fist struck squarely, knocking Trio Fong flying out of the formation. At the same time, the cold, sharp tip of a sword was pressed right against Trio Vien's throat. Trio Vien tried to use her status as a threat, stammering, "Lam Han, you can't kill me. The Trio family and the Magic Association are behind me. A student like you can't handle the vengeance of two major powers like that." Lam Han replied slowly and coldly. "What if I insist on killing you today? I'm actually curious. Would the Trio family and the Magic Association really go to war with a beast tamer with a bright future like me? Just for two losers like you?" He raised the sword in his hand, his killing intent radiating clearly. Trio Vien shut her eyes tight in terror, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Tython appeared just in time to stop the situation, shouting, "Stop it. Why are you all gathering here?" Lam Han exhaled softly, thinking, "The person I was waiting for has finally arrived." He turned around and asked sternly, "What on earth is going on here?" Trio Fong immediately cried out for help. "Chief Deep, help me. Lam Han is trying to kill us." Tien Kyo stepped forward to explain. "Chief Diep." It was Trio Fong who started trouble first. He brought outsiders here to harass Lam Han, and all the students around here saw it happen. Many students chimed in agreement. That's right. Lam Han didn't do anything wrong. He was forced to fight back in self-defense. Trio Vien stood up and shot back. "You're all lying through your teeth. I just heard my brother was being bullied and came to reason with Lam Han. I didn't expect him to rely on this being his turf and destroy my weapon." She feigned weakness, sobbing. "How could a weak girl like me possibly fight back? If the two teachers hadn't arrived in time, I would have died at Lam Han's hands." Someone snickered in the background. "Weak. Yeah, right. I was almost turned into an ice statue just a moment ago." Lam Han spoke up coldly. "You really are a member of the Triu family. Your ability to twist the truth is exactly like Triu Fong's." Tython looked over at Lam Han and asked directly, "Lam Han, tell me exactly what happened just now." Trio Vien felt a secret sense of triumph, thinking, "There are no cameras in the training ground. As long as I insist Lam Han attacked first, the academy will definitely take my side." Lam Han replied calmly, "Chief Deep, words are just words without proof. Why don't you take a look at the footage stored in my recording orb?" He thought to himself. It's really inconvenient that the training ground has no cameras, but luckily, the item I prepared beforehand has come in handy. The details of the recording orb appeared, an item capable of recording everything within a 10-meter radius, convenient to carry, but extremely fragile. The siblings' faces went pale, and panic set in. They thought, "This is bad. We have to destroy it." Trio Vien immediately snapped her fingers, firing off an ice arrow spell. The recording orb took a direct hit and shattered into pieces in mid-air. Tythan shouted in anger, "What do you think you're doing? Did you just destroy evidence right in front of my face?" Trio Vien immediately played the victim again. "Chief D, don't misunderstand. I just don't trust Lam Han. Who knows if his recording orb has been tampered with?" Lam Han calmly pulled out another recording orb and said, "It's fine. I didn't prepare just one recording orb." Tython paused for a moment, secretly nodding in approval, thinking, this kid really came prepared. Trio Vien was so furious she choked on her words, her lips trembling. "You." Lam Han let the recording orb float in the air, his voice steady. "Everything that just happened is recorded in here. Whether it's true or false, I'll let everyone judge for themselves." The footage of the incident was quickly projected for everyone to see. Panic started to show on the siblings' faces as they realized they had no way out of this. Kan Hai stepped forward and stated, "The facts are clear. You two came to the military academy to cause trouble, played the victim while being the aggressors, and framed Lam Han. What else do you have to say?" Trio Vien shouted back, trying to drown out the truth. "Are you saying Lam Han isn't at fault? If he wasn't so arrogant, I wouldn't have had to fight. He's not even hurt. Yet he destroyed my diamond tier weapon. He has to compensate me for it today." She turned to pressure the teacher. "Chief Diep, I want you to expel Lam Han immediately. Otherwise, the Triu family and the Magic Association will absolutely not let this go." Hearing this, Tython's expression darkened. His authority had been blatantly challenged. Since when did the military academy let the Trio family call the shots? he continued in a cold voice. Even the patriarch of your family wouldn't dare to raise his voice in this place. Taithon turned to Lam Han, his voice stern but approving. Lam Han did nothing wrong. If you get bullied and don't fight back, you don't deserve to be a student of the military academy. Lam Han was surprised to be defended so strongly. Trio Vien still refused to give up, even if you don't respect the Trio family. I'm still a member of the Magic Association. Chief Dieppe. Do you really have no respect for the association? Taithon scoffed. You're still trying to use the Magic Association to pressure me. The chairman is an old friend of mine. He spoke bluntly. Ms. Trio, you're abusing the association's name to act recklessly and bully others, dragging its reputation through the mud. You even dared to come to the military academy to harass a student. I will contact the chairman personally so he can deal with his own people. Hearing this, Trio Vien turned pale with fright, knowing the association strictly forbade causing trouble outside, and if he got caught, he would definitely be expelled. Taithon turned and shouted at Trio Fong, and as for you, bringing outsiders into the academy to cause trouble is unacceptable. You are stripped of your Class 3 monitor status immediately and will stay at school for disciplinary action. Trio Fong panicked and stammered. No, please don't do that. Trio Vien looked like he had completely collapsed, and his mind was filled with only one thought. It is over. It is truly over for me. Taithon decisively declared that anyone daring to cause trouble at the military academy would face the same consequence. You two leave immediately, and the rest of you students disperse and go about your business. TNQ admired him so much he practically bowed down and clapped, saying, Holy cow, Lamb 2. Old Deep is seriously cool. Director Deep is indeed a rare and respectable elder. At the cafeteria, Lam Han complained as he walked. I am starving to death here. Lam 2. Hurry up, they have braised pork today, he replied. I know already. Just then, a commotion broke out in the cafeteria, and people started whispering. Surely they are not fighting. Why are a bunch of guys picking trouble with girls? TNQ curiously asked. What is going on over there? In the middle of the cafeteria, two groups were standing opposite each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Lam Han recognized some familiar faces. Hua Din and Niem V. Lam 2. Look over there. Why are they standing with Hak Moi from Class 3? Hak Moi spoke up first. Little tyrant. Why can you not be reasonable? The Academy assigned this recruitment spot to our heroine society, so on what grounds are you forcibly occupying it? Tranfam retorted. Based on the fact that the Heroes Club has several hundred members, this location should naturally be yielded to us. Hak Moi gave a faint smile and said, The military academy has always spoken through strength. Your Heroes Club only recruits garbage, so what is the use of having a crowd if it is just a bunch of useless people? Tran Pham went crazy with rage. You are talking nonsense, you little brat. Do you want to die? Hak Moi looked at him with sharp, cold eyes and asked, What? Do you want to fight, relying only on yourself? Are you sure you can defeat me? Tien Kyo watched from afar and got angry, bullying female students and even planning to get physical. But Lam Han held him back, saying, Wait a minute. Do not make a move yet. It looks like they do not need your help. Lam Han silently calculated. As long as she provokes the other side into striking first, the responsibility will fall on them. Hak Moi is truly clever. But it is strange. Since when did Niem V and Hua Din become so close to her? Tran Pham cursed and prepared to rush forward, shouting, You bastard, have a taste of my fist. His underlings hurriedly stopped him, saying, Little tyrant, do not lose your temper. Tran Pham took a deep breath and said, Hak Moi, if you are so confident in the Heroine Society, let us have a team battle. The losing club must yield half their accumulated points, and if the Heroine Society loses, you must hand over this recruitment location. Lam Han silently praised him. He actually has some brains, and it seems the Heroes Club is not entirely made up of simpletons. It is just that the stakes are too high, so perhaps Hak Moi will not accept. But Hak Moi nodded immediately, saying, All right, the Heroine Society accepts the challenge from your Heroes Club. Now it was the turn of Lam Han and Thien Qiu to be stunned, and the atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Tran Pham threw back one last sentence before leaving. Fine, it is decided then. See you at the arena at 6 in the evening, and Hak Moi, do not cry when you lose. The two girls behind her anxiously pulled Hak Moi back, saying, You are too impulsive. We have so few people. How can we fight the Heroes Club? If we lose half our accumulated points, how will the club develop? Hak Moi reassured them. Do not worry, and thank you for trusting me. The match has not even started yet, so how can you be sure we will lose? Niem Vi thought for a moment and said, But the Heroine Society has very few members, and the only ones with real strength are you and Hua Din. We need to find reinforcements. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. For example, as soon as he was spotted. Lam Han wanted to retreat, thinking, this does not feel right. It feels like I am about to be dragged into doing free labor. Running away is the best strategy. Tianqiu stood next to him and squinted, asking, Lam Tu, what are you doing? Huading dragged Niamv over and whined. Brother Han, you saw everything just now. Right, that Heroes Club is so annoying. Brother Han, please help us. If we lose the team battle, our club will be done for. Lam Han awkwardly tried to excuse himself. This matter belongs to the Heroine Society, and it is not appropriate for an outsider like me to interfere. Besides, you two did not even tell me you had joined a club. Niamv blushed and explained. Well, we did not know how to bring it up. After all, Hak Moi used to be in Tria Fong's squad, but she withdrew after the last freshman tournament and even took the initiative to find us and apologize. Huading nodded in agreement. That is right. She is actually a very good person. She established the Heroine Society to help each other out, and we liked that concept, so we joined. Brother Han, we really did not mean to hide it from you. The two of them continued to plead. The club is in trouble now. Brother Han, please help us, please help. Brother Han. Lam Han still maintained his refusal, saying, but I am not a member of the Heroine Society anyway, so arbitrarily joining the fight would probably violate Academy rules. Hak Moi immediately proposed a solution. Special times call for special measures. As long as you are willing to help, I will make an exception and accept you into the Heroine Society. Lam Han sighed inwardly, thinking, so she was waiting for me right here. She apologized and continued. Sorry, I was too anxious. My strength is not enough to confront the Heroes Club alone, but the Heroine Society was just established. And if we bow our heads this early, our resources will be stolen. Lam Han, please help me. Help the Heroine Society. As long as we win against the Heroes Club this time, from now on, I, Hak Moi, will be at your disposal. Tianqiu also chimed in. Lam Han, are you really going to watch those men bully them? Lam Han glanced back at him. Since when did you become so enthusiastic? Do not go soft just because you see a pretty girl. Lam Han pondered. Niamv and Hua Din have both joined the Heroine Society. If I do not step in, they will definitely be suppressed in the team battle, and I do not allow my people to be bullied. I will fight the team battle alongside you guys. Hua Din and Niamv cheered happily. Brother Han is the best. Hak Moi was so moved. Her voice trembled. That is wonderful.